To a sunny Warner Park Stadium where we're about to bring you coverage of day two of this encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the TNT Red Force. Day one ended with the Leewards in the ascendancy after winning the toss and dismissing the Red Force for 137. Leewards ended day one on 105 for 1 with Kyron Powell playing his first game for the season on 54 not out, and his partner is the acting captain Casey Carty, who is on 11. Day two promises to be very intriguing. We await the unfolding of the events of day two. History suggests that the Red Force, in terms of the head-to-head clashes, has the advantage, but the Leewards would have gotten a jump start on the Red Force, and only day two will determine whether or not that jump start will determine whether the Leewards will go one up on TNT. I've been joined by Carlisle Powell. Carlisle, good morning and welcome to a sunny Warner Park.
Good morning, and another absolutely gorgeous day here from Basti and St. Kitts and the Warner Park Stadium. Beautiful shot there as we see two ships moored alongside Pier 1 at Port Zante, and a tall ship alongside them as well. But here at Warner Park, the two umpires are making their way out to the middle. Carl Tuckett from the media center end, and he has the ball in his hand, and that always suggests that the bowling will come from this end to start the morning's play. Gary, as we look around the region yesterday, Guyana, they were all out for 175. Ali Mohammed top scoring with 30. Second time he has done that recently. And James picked up 4 for 43. The Academy in reply were 96 for 4. Worrell 34, Bishop 33. Sinclair so far has picked up all 4 wickets for 32 runs. In the game, Jamaica versus Barbados at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Jamaica 269, Morrison was left stranded and 97 not out. Brown and Mackenzie got 40 each. Warwican picked up 5 for 62. Barbados at the close were 15 for no loss. And the CCC versus the Windwards at Chedwin Park. CCC 204, Richards 46, Evelyn 43, Cyrus picked up 6 for 72, and the Windwards were no runs for no loss, and that took all of 4 balls in the inning.
All right, so that's the roundup of the matches, and we are seeing that none of the teams were able to bat out day one. So day two is a new day, and let us hope that things will go differently for the teams that are batting. And the Leewards, they are batting here at Warner Park, 105 for 1, and it will be Anderson Phillip who will be opening the attack from the media center. And your expectations for today?
Well, the pitch at Warner Park normally plays better on day 2 than day 1. Not that there were any devils yesterday, as suggested by a score of 137 all out, because the response by the Leewards yesterday was strong. They reached the overnight score of 105 for 1, and that does not suggest at all that there are devils in the pitch.
So the first hour of play will be very interesting, and I'm sure the Red Force will be looking to keep things tight and probably pick up some early wickets. On the other hand, Kyron and the acting captain, we have not gotten any information on Cornwall as yet, but the two batters in the middle, Carty and Powell, will be looking to give their team a good start this morning. So the first hour of play will be very, very important for both teams.
Cornwall was back at the ground yesterday, and I saw him earlier this morning. Didn't get a chance to speak to him, but we're on the way.
So first ball to Kyron Powell from Phillip. And he's just playing it easily for a single. So first delivery has produced a run, 106. So the Leewards will be looking to get a good lead on TNT.
Well, definitely. Leewards probably would be thinking in terms of batting out today's play. And if they do that, they would have a fairly sizable lead. But Gary, this is cricket, and I'm sure that the Red Force would be hoping to get in among the wickets and get the Leewards bowled out as quickly as possible so that they, in their second turn at bat, won't have too much of a lead, if any, and that they would be able to bat better.
And if they're able to dismiss the Leewards cheaply, then it will put things back on an even Steven, and the second innings will determine who will win this encounter. So Philippe bowling to Cathy, and he's bowled, leaving a delivery outside the off top. He came back, and Cathy totally misjudging that delivery. The second ball of the over, you couldn't ask for a better start for the TNT Red Force.
Well, definitely. Classic case of misjudgment. That one was far too close for him to leave. He was shuffling across his wicket, picking up the line. He thought he had the line covered, and it came back in and clattered into the off stump. And so you said it right. Classic case of misjudgment. That one he definitely ought to have played at it.
I have been thinking about the way our batters, if you look at it on the monitor, he came across, but I thought he came across late. After the ball passed, his pad came across to cover the off stump. But I find that our youngsters or batsmen these days, they're not covering their off stump. They're leaving alone, and the off stump is exposed. I thought that Cathy came across late. He showed his arm long before the ball came, and then the back foot leg came across after the ball passed. By that time, the off stump went cartwheeling out of the ground.
And more than that, it was a delivery from Phillips where he went wide of the crease, and he just angled it back in, just with the angle from just running wide. Wasn't any big set of in cut or in drift or anything like that. Just a classic case of misjudgment by young Cathy.
So it's going to be Terence Ward who has replaced Cathy. An excellent start for the Red Force. So the Leewards are now 106 for 2. There's still some 31 runs adrift of the Red Force team. I'm expecting this first hour, as I indicated, to be very intriguing. The Red Force, they have started well, and I'm sure they want to keep the pressure on the Leewards. But if the Leewards can get a lead, even 50 runs, it could be a very interesting counter. The Leewards in the game here against the Red Force, they made 130 against the West Indies Academy, made 137, and then the West Indies Academy replied with 177. We're not sure if this is going to follow a similar pattern. We just have to wait and see. But the Red Force are certainly came out with a plan, and they have gotten an early wicket in the first over.
This is what you get from lack of confidence. Cathy, he knows he needs a big score, and he didn't get among the runs in the last game, and again, just classic misjudgment.
So we have two slips, gully, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's Terence Ward be facing up to Anderson Phillip. A good delivery, he's in behind it. So the Leewards will have their work cut out, because I'm sure the Red Force will come at the Leewards batters, or Leewards batsmen, and they're looking to bowl straight and force the Leewards to make mistake.
Well, definitely, and they have already had one mistake so far for the morning. And if I were Cathy, I'd be replaying that in my mind over and over. I'd be asking Cricket 360 please to provide me with the footage so that I can look at it again and again. But it's simple adjustment. He ought to have been playing at that delivery.
So it's hot and sunny morning here at Warner Park. And Ward will get a single down to the mid-on area. Ball pitched up, so he's off the mark. Total has moved on to 107 for the loss of Casey Cathy. He was completely bowled, deceived. He was bowled all ends up after shouldering arm store delivery, coming back out from outside the off stump, and just faced the one delivery. So Powell, who has scored 1 so far, so he has moved on to 55, and he'll be looking to shoulder the Leewards batting. Red Force will be looking to get another wicket, get Kyron, and I'm sure we'll put some pressure on the other batsmen. Getting a delivery on the centre and leg stump. Pushed it down into the onside. So Kyron will be important to the Leeward's chase here today.
Well, definitely. And the longer he bats, the more the Leewards would feel a little bit easier, because he scores quickly.
So they are in just the first over. Start of play on day 2. Michael Louis was dismissed yesterday. Caught wicketkeeper Bold Charles. He made 32. And if you recall, Louis was the hero from the previous game. He made twin centuries, a century in either innings. And I'm sure Paul will be looking to bat long and put the Leewards into a good position. So good and successful over there for Red Force to start day two.
So, Chief Selector Desmond Haynes yesterday had a little chat with him. He has been here for these 3 rounds of matches, and I'm sure that he would pull Carty aside. Carty is a West Indies player at the one-day level. I'm sure that he would pull him aside and have a little quiet word in his ear. And those words might just be to say, listen, we've all done something like that in the past. Put it behind you and get batting again the next time you get to the crease.
As I suspect that we'll see a lot of spin today in this game. And now Brian Charles will be opening the attack from the far end. So they're using pace and spin, pace from this end, the media center end. And Brian Charles will be coming in from the far end. He got the wicket of Louis yesterday. So yesterday he bowled 7 overs, 1 for 20. And Philip yesterday 6 overs, none for 24, but now he has picked up a wicket. And Ward is playing it around the corner past the fielder at backward short leg or leg slip. And no run, so it's just in time for the Leewards. There's a slip, a leg slip, forward short leg. As Charles comes into bowl to Ward, and he turns it into the onside. So Red Force starting well this morning. Leeward's still 30 runs adrift of the first inning score made by Red Force. Short on the onside, an appeal for hot, and not out, said the umpire. Maybe we can look at it on the monitor to see what would have transpired. Came off the keeper pad, it looked like, and taken a leg slip. I don't think it touched anything.
Don't think so. I think Charles is lucky to get away with that one, really.
So he will continue from the far end. So Ward has been a campaigner for the Leewards, a steady player, not flamboyant. He takes his time, he goes about his business in his own time. I'm sure he'll be looking to stick around and play a long innings, give good support to Powell in the first instance. Sweeping down towards the back of the square area for 4. Badly line delivery, swept it well, and the fielder down at back of the square couldn't get around, and it went into the boundary for 4.
And that is exactly what should have happened to the delivery which brought the appeal. It was short, similarly short, but he got away that time. This time, Ward kept his eyes on it and rolled his wrist as he made impact and got 4 runs.
So with that boundary, he has gone on to 5, 111, 26, a GIF of the Red Force first inning score. He gets a single, and the ball is played into the onside. So seen some 5 runs coming from this, the second over. So Brian Charles, the first over from the far end, 5 runs coming from it. At the end of it, the Leewards 112 for 2.
Yeah, I had a good look at the pitch this morning, Gary. Still looks good. Some marks for the left-hander batting at this end. There will be some marks just outside the line of the off stump, but a little bit on the full side, so shouldn't cause any worries at all. Pitch still looks good and is still playing well.
Yes, Warner Park has always been a good batting strip. A pitch that will last and could last the 4 days. The groundsmen here at Warner Park, they have been doing an excellent job to keep the square in good condition. And Philip will continue from the media center end. Into the onside, of course, too quickly for the first one. Should be coming back for a second, and we'll get it quite easily. Jade Gooley is the man down on the long leg boundary, so to move to the total, takes it on to 114. So we have 2 slips on the gully, and umpire is indicating something to one of the fielders. I'm not sure what is it.
He's wearing sleeves. You know the sleeves that the fielders pull on?
Yeah.
And the umpire is indicating to him not to rub the ball and the sleeves.
Okay. All right, so Philip will continue. And Ward is onto the back foot into the offside. So some rules and regulations have changed over the years, and players could be penalized for going outside of the rules and regulations.
Absolutely. The texture on those sleeves is a little bit rough, Gary. And so it's not the same as the clothing that you wear. And the players know this and would be using this to rough up the ball a little bit. So umpire Crawford saw that and was quickly onto it.
So Philip will continue from the media center end. And there is Ward into his wicket, looking to heave it over mid-wicket. Came off the thigh pad, or somewhere close to the thigh pad. Maybe didn't get up as high as he probably anticipated.
Exactly. You have to watch the ball late onto your bat, because the bounce here, while it is consistent, it is not high bounce, and so that one probably a little bit lower. He played over it actually.
So Ward would want to settle and give the Leewards a good partnership for the third wicket. Philip would have other ideas. And so Philip has been bang on target. He has picked up the important wicket of Casey Carty, comprehensively bowled in the first over, the very second ball of the first over. And the Red Force could not have asked for a better start today too. So Philip will continue. 2 slips a gully, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. And so Philip will bowl to Ward, who is on 8. Playing it to the offside, 4 runs, a wide delivery. And there was Ward pouncing on it and played it through the covers down towards the boundary for 4.
Beautiful runs as well. This Ward, he has been getting some starts, but he has not been converting.
So good shot to a wide delivery, and he played it well. Got it between extra cover and the cover point, and down towards the boundary for 418. So there are 19 runs adrift of the Red Force first innings. So batting on in your first innings and you make a small score, you always would be behind the 8 ball, unless you can dismiss the team batting second for a similar total. And once the Leewards can put up a lead, the Red Force certainly will be under pressure in their second innings. So we just have a 1 slip now. So for Terrence Ward, the fielder has been placed down on the forward square fence. So there's a long leg, a fielder on the forward square boundary. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So Philip will probably looking to bowl a short delivery, or maybe want to outfox the batsman with the ball pitched up, and he did that, but the batsman was to the measure of it, pushed it into the offside to bring up the end of that over. At the end of it, 118 for 2, the Leewards.
And recovering from the loss of an early wicket. Not just an early wicket, Gary, because sometimes you get out and the team says, okay, hard done. But this one was a shock. It was a leave alone, off stump cartwheeled out of the ground, and so I'm sure that would have sent a couple tremors to the Leeward's team, because they didn't expect that, or in that fashion, or that early. But at 118 for the loss of 2 wickets, they would be looking to settle here and get some runs on the tins.
So it's going to be Charles who will be continuing from the far end as the cruise ship continue to dock at Port Zante. I just saw on the screen one of the Windjammer cruise line, and Powell is onto the front foot, taken by the keeper. So there's a slip, there is a point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and a long off for Powell on the offside. So Charles is bowling around the wicket. Powell onto the back foot, looking to play it secure. The wicket came from the inner portion of the bat, went onto his boot and went back behind him. So he has to be careful. That one probably kept a little low and came from the under portion of the bat, went behind him. And the a matter of fact, it seems as though the ball came off the boot of the keeper. I see him there flexing his right leg, his right foot. So Charles will continue. Delivery outside the off stump this time. What Powell just watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So it's good to hear that Cornwall is back on the ground, and I just hope that he's fit enough to continue playing. And delivery guiding to the offside. 118 for 2, trailed by 19 runs on first innings, the Leewards, after dismissing the Red Force for 137. Jade Gooley top scored for the Red Force. And he's beaten Powell, goes past slip and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. A good delivery, touchdown just in about center, and off and spun across Powell. Edge found, went between the keeper and first slip, down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, lucky because, well, the height as well. Plus, Brian Charles bowls his spin at a quick pace. And so there was very little time for the keeper to react. He's closer. And the first slip as well went between both of them, down to the boundary, 4 runs.
So for Church's boundary for Powell, but he moves on by 4. Outside the off stump, coming off the pad. And the over is completed, so 122 for 2. And then they're just 15 runs adrift of the Red Force first innings score.
Bright sunshine here at Warner Park. And Trinidad and Tobago, they know that they scored low total in the first inning and would be looking to get in among the wickets here. Leeward's losing an early wicket this morning, trailing by 15 runs. And they'd be looking to see if these two can get a good partnership. But, of course, Trinidad and Tobago would be looking to get wickets.
Well, they have picked up 1 so far for the morning when they had Carty bowled on his overnight score of 11. Since then, we have seen Terrence Ward has come to the middle. He has looked good. He's on 12 from 14. And Powell opened the batting yesterday. He's on 59 from 85 deliveries. So Philip is bowling to Ward. And Ward will want to stay there and play a good long innings. As you indicated, he would have had some starts, but he want to convert those starts even to a bigger total, even get as close as possible to a century. It's still a good batting strip here at Warner Park, and once you put your head down and focus, you can make runs. And but Philip is on target. That's Anderson Philip bowling from the C-media center end. So just a slip and a gully as the close infielders, catchers. And Philip will be bowling to Terrence Ward. Getting a good delivery on the off stump, coming back in towards Ward. Got it from the inner portion of the bat. Went down into the onside. So nice and sunny conditions here at Warner Park. Across the Bird Rock, it's clear, sunny. The sun glittering off the roofs of the houses in Bird Rock. Nice, clear day. And Philip will continue from the media center end. Just a couple of spectators looking at the early exchanges here at Warner Park. Short, and Ward just sways inside goes inside the line and watches it go through down the onside. Taken by the keeper. Body line, short delivery.
Yes, but it shows intent because there are 2 fielders out, the deep backward square and the fielder down at long leg. So it shows good intent by the bowler. No harm in getting one of those down the leg side. It says to the batsman, I'm prepared to bounce you. And so you can't keep pushing forward. I will bounce you.
So Philip will continue in over number 34. Outside the off stump. And so Terrence Ward remains on 12. They are currently going at 3.62 runs per over. And in the first session. So the Leewards wouldn't want to lose more than maybe 2 wickets, if that many, in this first session.
And Trinidad would be hoping to get 3.
So Philip, who has taken 1 already for the morning, be looking for another. And the Terrence Ward will be looking to prevent that from happening. Short looking to swing into the onside, misses, taken behind by the keeper. Good shot delivery. I thought that Ward made a late decision to play at it.
And a poor decision as well, because something like that, he could only get himself in trouble. It was far too close to him, and he went fanning at that. When you see that again, Gary, you would realize that if he had hit that, the best chance would have been for that to go straight up in the air.
It was too high above his shoulder for that shot.
You keep telling batsmen, you must play the shot that you want to play to get the best results. And that was more in hope than anything else.
So Philip will try once more. He has certainly bent his back this morning. And he will looking to continue to bowl hard and keep things tight for Red Force. I would want to continue to pick up wicket at the end of that over. So over number 34 has been completed. 122 for two Leewards.
Resuming from 105 for 1 this morning and losing the wicket of Casey Carty, out bowled as he was leaving alone a delivery. I like the look of Philip this morning. His captain obviously has asked him to run in hard and give him a big effort, and he has done that very well.
Well, he did that as well in the game at Connery. He did really run in and put his all into it, and he was rewarded with some wickets at Connery. And he has come here at Warner Park and doing something similar. So Brian Charles will continue from the far end. And Powell is going down the strip. When he got there, he wasn't to the pitch and just pushed it down into the offside. Powell will have to be careful. You don't want to go down the pitch and walk past one. I'm sure the keeper will be mindful of that down the strip. And we get an easy single down to long. So I got it on the full. So one more to the total. Takes it on to 123. And Powell, with that single, has gone on to 60. So it's 123 for 2 wickets. The score is showing 122 still. So we'll he's now made the correction. Added the single. So 123 for 2. And Powell is on 60. Terrence Ward has come in to strike. Sweeping once more, he will go straight down to that's Jason Mohammed down at the back of the square fence. So a single. And you've seen Terrence Ward for the morning, not afraid to go for the sweep shot.
And he plays it well. For the most part, he has been in total control of that sweep shot.
So Powell has come back in the strike. And so there's a long off and there's a long on out. And it's onto the front foot and pushed it down into the offside. So Powell will be mindful that the team hoping that he can bat a long innings for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And you get an easy single down to the deep cover boundary, cover point on the boundary. One more to Powell. Easy does it. Spinning away outside the off stump and played it quite gently down to the boundary for a single. As they've been saying, there's some turn, but it's a bit slow. He got some bounce as well. So Powell was able to play it for a single. So for Ward, there is on the seem as though the fielder will go into a straightish mid wicket, or he's going down to have a chat with the bowler. I think that looks like, is that Django? Yes, he's look like Django is on the field. So he goes into a straightish mid wicket, or short mid on, short to wide mid on if you want to call it that, around the wicket. And Ward gets it down to forward short leg. We'll see first move the way to his right. He feels to bring up the end of another over. 125 it is for two Leewards.
Quiet proceedings here at Warner Park. Trinidad and Tobago getting a wicket this morning in spectacular fashion. Carty was out bowled by Philip. As he left it alone, he went for his overnight score of 11, and that wicket fell with the score on 106. And so the Red Force would be looking to get among the wickets here this morning. The pitch really hasn't shown us any devil in terms of the what has happened. And a lot of the batsmen who have gotten themselves out have contributed to their own downfall.
Philip will go around the wicket to the left-handed Powell, who is on 60. So there's a slip and a gully, a point on the boundary. And he plays it into the onside. So Philip has changed the angle of attack, coming around the wicket to the the left-handed Powell. A good change in your...
Oh yes, you have to keep changing up stuff, especially when nothing is happening. And I'm sure that the captain would have said to Philip, listen, I want you to run in for the first hour. At least run in for the first 6 overs or so and give me everything that you have.
So he's in his 4th over of the morning, around the wicket to Powell. He's solidly in behind it, pushed it down into the onside, so it's hot and steamy here at Warner Park. And the medium pacer Philip is putting his all and giving it his all here at Warner Park. He's in his 10th over, 1 for 32. Got the wicket this morning of Casey Carty, who was leaving it alone and delivered too close to his off stump, and he lost it. Powell is on 61. Short, and Powell made an attempt to play it on the onside. Went down past the onside and taken by the keeper.
If you're going to play that shot, you have to get on top of it and play it down, because you have a fielder down at deep backward square and a fielder on the long leg boundary. And so if you're going to play the odds, you're going to have to make sure that the odds are in your favor.
Philip will try once more from the media center end. And this is round 3 of the West Indies 4-day championship, day 2. And he get an easy single. Just push it into the onside. So Powell with that single has moved on to 62, 126. It is for 2 wickets. And Philip will go back over the wicket to the right-handed Ward. And I'm sure he will continue to test him with a short delivery.
Absolutely, especially if he continues to play. Some of the deliveries that he has played at, he really doesn't have any right to play at them because they're harmless.
So Philip will continue from the media center end. Short and wayward delivery wide has been signaled by umpire Crawford as square leg. So too short and too high over the batsman head. Wide has been signaled.
And he will also get the signal for 1 over the shoulder for the over as well. I think when you were playing in your early days, Gary, no matter how high it went over the batsman, it was not called wide.
No, but things have changed.
And you also were not signaled 1 for the over. You could bowl 6 in the over.
Right. So now they're only allowed 2. And so Philip will continue from the media center end. Right up, he's driving. And Philip did well to pull it in. And probably made an attempt to probably throw the stumps down at the far end, but the ball slipped out of his grasp. As Ward might have been taking a few paces out of his crease. Maybe thought that he probably had it gone past the bowler, but he stuck out his hand and stopped it well. So the total is on 127, so they are 10 runs adrift of the Red Force first innings. And these two came together on 106 when Carty was bowled. So a good little partnership developing for the Leewards. Delivery short outside the off stump and probably came back in towards the batsman after passing the off stump to bring up the end of that over. End of over number 36, 127 for 2 of the Leewards.
And I like the effort by Philip because he has given it all that he has. And that is all that you ask from your players. When you're there, we want you to make sure that you give 100% big effort. Django is leaving the field now, and that looks like Webster, is it?
Yeah.
Webster, who was off the field for just a little bit, coming back onto the field.
So Charles will continue from the Lozak Road end, and he'll be bowling Kyron Powell. He's on 62. The non-striker is Terrence Ward. He's on 13. So Charles will continue around the wicket to the left-handed Powell. Delivery on the stumps is to the measure of it. So 20 overs, 29 overs of ball yesterday. So they've now completed 7 overs. So they're in the 8th over of the morning. They've picked up a wicket. And the Leewards have scored 22 runs down the pitch and driving. An easy single to Powell. And it's good to see the batsman using the feet to the spinners.
Yeah, he plays his spin well, and was to the pitch of the delivery, not afraid to use his feet, and kept it all along the ground to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And so the Leewards move on to 128, and they're within touching distance of the first innings score made by Trinidad and Tobago.
Just a drift by 9 runs, and they would want to extend that lead to as far as possible to put pressure on the Red Force in their second innings. Terrence Ward playing around the corner, good bit of fielding by Cephas, moving away to his right at forward short leg. And to be on the helmet at forward short leg, you have to be sharp and have to be focused. And Cephas seems to be doing a good job.
Oh yes, well Cooper.
Goes down to forward short leg again, and Cephas just went down to his right, stops it well, prevents any possibility of a run. So you could hear the players on the field encouraging the bowler.
Oh.
Now he's whipping it into the onside. We get an easy single, and that's Terrence Ward. So with that single, total has gone on to 129. He has moved on to 14. And you want to keep rotating the strike as well.
Absolutely, and he played it well, Ward. You know, it was inside his wicket and just tucking it around the corner. He knew that once it escaped the grasp of the fielder there at backward short leg, that he'd get at least a single.
So Charles will continue from the Lozak Road end. And another easy single into the offside. So they have been able to rotate the strike in this over. The over, as a matter of fact, has been completed. So we have seen some 3 singles coming in at over. 130 for 2, the Leewards.
And going well this morning despite the loss of Carty. Could be a long day out there today. 90 overs, of course. And so if they score at the current rate that they're scoring at, they could be very, very well ahead in terms of the runs. But remember, cricket is played between 2 teams. And the Red Force will have other thoughts, and they will be trying their best, not just to restrict the score by taking wickets, but to restrict the score by ensuring that the Leewards don't go too quickly.
So they trail by 7 runs, and they're scoring at 3.51 runs per over. And Philip will continue. He has bowled some 4 overs for the morning and picked up 1 for 8. And he will continue. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Kyron Powell. So Powell facing up to Philip, or that's Sales as a matter of fact. So bowling change at this the media center end. Jaden Sales, who yesterday bowled 5 overs, none for 24, has replaced Philip from this media center end.
Yeah, I think this is what you're going to see happening. 5 or 6 overs from the fast bowlers, and then they will be given a break. You might at some occasions see 2 spinners in operation. But it's hot. It's hot. And not a lot of breeze. And so I don't think you're going to see any of the fast bowlers bowling 8 and 9 overs on the trot.
So it's Sales. Sales is bowling from the media center end, bowling to the left-handed Kyron Powell. So Powell is leaving it outside the off stump. So Sales in the last game versus the West Indies Academy he didn't get a wicket in the second innings, but the first innings he had 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 26. He too will be looking to get amongst the wickets and continue to get back to full fitness.
And good carry. He's a big man, tall, well built, and has a lot of enthusiasm as well. So he'll be wanting to get into his work.
So it's Bright sunshine here at Warner Park. And an easy single into the offside for Powell. Just guiding it down towards the cover area where the fielder from the gully area, that's Cephas Cooper, collected down at deep cover or cover point. Single to the total, 131. So there's 6 runs a GIF of the Red Force first innings. So once they erase that 6 runs, then the Red Force will want to try and restrict the Leewards as much as possible. On the other hand, the Leewards would want to give them a huge lead on first innings. Still good batting strips here at Warner Park. Very good conditions for cricket, and the pitch is still playing well. So Jaden Seals will continue from the media center end. Delivering the leg stump, it goes down towards the boundary for 4. Loud appeal, strong appeal from the keeper, but from this vantage point, obviously going down the onside. 4 leg byes. If you look at it on the monitor.
Yeah, from that angle on the crease and where that delivery was pitched, very little chance of that hitting another 2 leg stumps. And the shout went up loud as ever, as it does from the modern day cricketers who ask for anything and everything in hope. And that one just signal leg byes from umpire Carl Tuckett down to the boundary for 4, 135 for 2.
So with that boundary, they're come within 2 runs of the Red Force first innings. And so we're just about coming up on 40 minutes since the start of play, and it would have indicated that the first hour will be very important. And the Red Force, when they got the wicket in the first over, they were thinking that maybe they could have gotten a few more quick wickets, but it has not happened as yet. Good little partnership developing between these two of 30. And a good delivery, short, and in behind it came from the inner portion of the bat and went down into the offside. So the partnership is developing nicely for the Leewards.
Yeah, the wicket fell this morning with just the addition of 1 run to the overnight score. And so 106 for the loss of 2,
So
29 so
29,
far.
yeah. So they have added 30 runs for the morning for 1 wicket. The partnership is 29. So this is over the 9th over of the morning. Seals replacing Philip from the media center end. So the over has been completed. Over number 38, 135 for 2, the Leewards.
And both Sales and Philip bowl from very wide on the crease. You would like to see them, if anything, change a little bit by using the crease, getting a little bit closer to the stumps, because we haven't seen them straighten the delivery from wide of the crease. It's wide and just coming in with the angle. So you want to see them straighten that delivery. You want to see them if they can get it to go away a little bit. And this would cause the batsmen to think more.
Yes, and so use of the crease in terms of the fast bowlers is very good. They'll come closer to get it to move away from the off stump, and wide of the crease you get it come back into the off stump, and sometimes you can come from wide and still get it to straighten and move away outside the off stump, and that would create some challenge for the right-handers. And the left-handed Powell will continue. He's on 65, and Charles will bowl from the far end. Still have a long on and a long off. Then there's a backward square right on the boundary for Powell. There's also a cover deep. Holds fielder deep down and on the cover boundary. So on the offside you have the long off and cover 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Catch it.
This driving quarter slip. A low shot, a casual shot they played by Powell. Ball floated up on the off stump, went for a casual drive, outer edge found, taken quite comfortably at slip. So the Leewards losing their 3rd wicket. Powell out, caught a slip off the bowling of Charles.
Not there for the drive at all, and very casual. It was back pitched, and he seemed to have lost his concentration a little bit because he has been leaving those deliveries alone. But credit the bowler, credit Trinidad and Tobago. They have picked up 2 wickets this morning. As you look at the replay again, outside the line of the off stump, back pitch, easy leave alone. But he drew the error and Powell has gone back to the pavilion for 65.
Jama Hamilton has come to the middle. He has been scoring some runs for the Leewards. The Leewards would have to be careful here. They've lost 2 wickets for the morning for the addition of some 30 runs. They've lost the 2 batsmen who were there overnight. So the Red Force have not allowed the Leewards to run away with the scoring rate this morning, just scoring 30 runs from 9.2 overs. And took 2 wickets. There's still a drift of the first innings score by some 2 runs. So if they can pick up 1 or 2 more wickets here, it certainly will make for an interesting day's play. So Jamal Hamilton, the former captain of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, has come to the middle. And with that, the Red Force fielders are in his ears. Just saw Jason Mohammed was right there, having a quiet word with him. There's also Cephas Cooper at forward shortly. Also has some words to exchange with Jamal Hamilton. It's all a psychological affair here at Warner Park, trying to get under the skin, as we would say, of the batsman. So there's a leg slip in Terence Hines. There's a forward short leg. There is also a slip, so it is Mohan who took the catch to dismiss Powell.
Yeah, good.
So Charles will continue from the far end. Sweeping, swinging. Good stop by Terence Hines. That leg slip was a delivery on the onside, and Hamilton was playing an aggressive shot. And good bit of fielding by Terence Hines. So Charles will continue to bowl on the spot, continue to try and put pressure on the Leewards. He has been bowling well so far. He's in his 12th over, has picked up 2 out of the 3 wickets that have fallen. Powell in his drive and then bowled. So Jamal Hamilton looking for the big drive ball in between the bat and pad. Jamal Hamilton has been bowled for a duck, and the Red Force have been doing very well, picking up another wicket. And the Leewards now losing their wicket number 4 ball coming from the inner portion of the bat. And it's an interesting period of play here for the Red Force.
Again, another low shot there by Jamal Hamilton, because he was looking to drive a delivery from Brian Charles and looking to tug that one into the onside. The shot was never on. Never on. And so he lost his wicket. And that is why I keep saying to you, Gary, that cricket is a game that is played between 2 teams. The Leewards can say that they're looking for a big lead, but you must factor Trinidad and Tobago Red Force into the game. They would be looking for wickets. And here is what is happening now. Instead of the Leewards being comfortable this morning at 105 for the loss of 1 and hoping to bat the 2 overnight batsmen through to lunch, you now have a case where there are 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. Because Terence Ward has been there for a bit, but he's only on 14. And now the youngster, Joel Andrew, has come into this situation where the Leewards has just lost 3 quick wickets. I'll say quick. 3, because Carty was lost this morning. And Andrew is only in his 2nd game.
So the young Joel Andrew faces flutter fast delivery from Charles to the end of a successful double wicket maiden for the Red Force. So the Red Force certainly pulling back things here, and the Leewards are still some 2 runs adrift of their first inning score. 135 it is for 4.
Don't know what the discussions were in the dressing room, but overnight 105 for 1. This is where you, as the coach, as the manager, as somebody senior in the dressing room, you now pull out this is where you make your money. This is where you earn your pay. This is where you say, guys, 105 for 1. Just imagine that we are 5 for 1. Forget about the 100, because we need to score at least 250 runs today. And you have to keep pounding that into their heads. Don't be loose. Do not give up your wickets cheaply. Force Trinidad and Tobago to get you out. And we haven't seen that this morning.
So Red Force, they have picked up some 3 wickets for the morning.
And you have to credit the Red Force, Gary.
Yes, they bowl well. They've kept the pressure on the Leewards, even though we would have seen some foul shots being played. Maybe the pressure that was building, because just before just at the moment, at the point when Jamal Hamilton came to the middle, I saw Jason Mohammed came up and he went right up to Hamilton and she had some words with him. I'm sure he would have said something to him to the effect that you would not be out here for long, and maybe that would have gotten on the skin of Jamal Hamilton.
But Jamal Hamilton has played 101 first-class games, 102. So there is no excuse for allowing words to get under your skin.
So Seals bowl and into the offside. So you could see Jaden Seals running in with a sense of purpose because they realized another wicket or two here would certainly put some pressure on the Leewards. And this game seemed like he's following a similar pattern in terms of the game that was played here between the Leewards and the West Indies Academy, where the West Indies Academy made 137 and the Leewards made 100 and or the Leewards made 137 and the Red Force made 177. The Leewards in that game lost their fourth wicket on 40, yes, and so Ward would get a single. So the Leewards would have lost their fourth wicket in that game against West Indies Academy on 47. They have lost their fourth wicket here on 135. So we'll let us see how the remaining batsmen will fare and how far they will get in terms of their first inning score.
Well, the response this morning has not been good. We've seen 3 batsmen get out, and those are what you call 3 poor choices by the batsmen in terms of the shots that they played. All of them gifted their wickets.
So the sun is out bright here at Warner Park and shining brightly on the Red Force. They have picked up 3 very important wickets for the morning, and Seals are looking for another. The youngster Anjo is in behind the delivery on the off stump, and a good learning experience for Joel Anjo, the under-19 youngster who did well in the World Cup. And I'm sure Terence Ward will want to shepherd him through this challenging period because the Red Force are coming after Leeward's batsmen. So Carty made 11. Powell just out, he made 65, and Jamal Hamilton did not trouble the scorers. So it's 135, 136 for the Leewards in over number 40. Seals. Andrew is solidly in behind it. Pushed it down into the offside. So Andrew will want to just try and spend some time in the middle, but the youngster will be under some pressure. So Seals will continue. He's in his 7th over, and none for 26. And Charles, who have picked up 3 wickets, 2 out of the 3 wickets that would have fallen. Philip would have gotten the first wicket when Carty, left alone to live on the off stump, was bowled. So interesting period of play developing as Seals over the wicket. Short delivery, and the youngster just went underneath it. Wide has been signaled by umpire Carly Tucker. Too high over the youngster's head, and wide has been signaled.
Yeah, but you see, is the intent. I don't mind him bowling a delivery like that. It says to the batsman, I'm prepared to bounce you. And it shows intent. I like some aggression from my fast bowlers.
137, so the Leewards, the scores are level. The Red Force made 137 in the first inning, so any run score from here on in, the Red Force would have to erase that before they can give the Leewards any runs to play for, and they would want to keep that lead to as small as total as possible. Seals going into bowl to the youngster, and he's in behind it. Pushed it down to the offside to bring up the end of the over. 137 for 4 things looking good for the Red Force. So Charles will continue. So he has been a success story for the Red Force this morning. Yesterday he had 7 overs, 1 for 20. Charles will continue from the far end. He has picked up 2 wickets so far for the morning, so 3 in total. Bowling to
Oh, yes,
Terence
Charlie.
Ward.
Go, Charlie.
So
Really
Charles
good, Charlie.
is at the start of his 12th
Go in
over.
there, boys.
So
Look
yesterday
in
he
there,
had
boys.
7 overs, 1 for 20. And he's in his 6th over from the far end.
Oh, yes, Charlo. That's
Picked up
beautiful,
2
Charlo.
wickets, 2
Love that
for
line, Charlo.
15 so far for the morning. So
Love
the
that
Red Force
line,
certainly
Charlo.
they have had the better of the first hour's play here at the Warner Park. And after out portion of the bat should get at least 2 runs and go down towards the boundary, and they are coming back for the 3rd one, so they get 3 runs quite easily, as Mohan had to run all the way from slip down to the 3rd man boundary, and by that time the batsman calls for 3, so 140 it is for 4 wickets. The Leeward Highlands
Go,
Hurricanes.
Charlo.
Charles will continue.
Ball on, Charlo. Ball on,
And
Charlo.
Joel Anjo, the youngster, not yet off the mark. He has faced some 4 deliveries, facing up to Charles. And he's swinging into the onside. Has gone down over mid wicket for 6 runs. What a courageous shot by the youngster. I believe he floated up on the center stump, and he went underneath it and swung it over mid wicket for 6.
But you have to love this about Joel Andrew. He saw a bad delivery. He saw that it was in his arc, and he swung it away down over the boundary. Now the umpires are consulting. 6 has been signaled. I'm not too sure if they're going to raise a concern as to whether or not it cleared the boundary. Maybe our cameras might be able to help them. But they're consulting now, and we're going to take a drinks break. But the ball has gone for 6. We can tell you that. And it was a most emphatic shot by Joel Andrew.
So we'll take a break and be back in a few minutes.
it, Jin, just come. Yeah, in front. Tiana, a little bit.
So welcome back after the first water break of the morning. And the Red Force will be very happy with the way things would have gone. They would have picked up 3 wickets. And they'll be looking to continue to put pressure on Leeward. But we saw a courageous shot just before the water break where Joel Andrew swung a delivery. It was up on the off stump over mid-wicket for 6 to take him off the mark. And what a way for the youngster to get off the mark. He's on 6. Face it up to Charles. Charles getting a flat, faster delivery. And pushed it down into the offside. So the over has been completed at the end of over number 41, 146 for 4 Leewards.
And Joel Andrew showing good intent. Gary is a good player. He's a good young player. And I was not at all put off by the fact that he didn't score heavily in his first game. His time will come. And that one shot shows you that he has intent. So we'll see Seals continuing from the pavilion end. And he will be bowling to Terence Ward. The lead was 146 for the loss of 4. Losing this morning, Carty bowled by Phillip on his overnight score of 11. Powell for 65 and Hamilton for no score. Seals to Ward. And he's getting a good delivery, plays it on the onside. And he doesn't score. So more ships in the harbour. Earlier we saw some tourists coming into the ground to have a look. And I'm sure that those who enjoy cricket would be here, would be around, would watch before going on their tours. And cricket is played in so many different places in the world. Places you previously didn't imagine. Cricket being played in China, in Brazil, in Argentina. Not just in the Caribbean. Here is Seals. And he's played out into the offside. There's a sweeper down on the cover boundary. And so Ward will get a run to take him to 19. And this Leeward's 147 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, middle.
Joel Andrew, of course, played for the West Indies in the Youth World Cup in South Africa. And he scored 100 in one of the games. Still a schoolboy, and some of his schoolmates might be looking on and wishing him well. Seals for the Red Force. And from wide of the crease again, this one is driven down on the onside, and there is no run. So he has scored his first 6 in first-class cricket, and got off the mark in this inning with that 6. And did it against Brian Charles, who has picked up 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. Seals turns beneath us and goes up to bowl to Joel Andrew. And he's behind it, defends nicely. No runs. There's a good story about Joel Andrew. He returned from the Youth World Cup in South Africa and was met at the airport, celebrated, and then they say an hour and a half later he turned out for his school team and went on to make 100. He didn't say, I'm just back from the Youth World Cup and I made 100, and so it's time to go home and rest and relax and catch up with mommy. He said, no, my school is playing and I want to play. And he made 100. I'm so sure his schoolmates would have loved that. Sails to bowl to Andrew. Short outside the off stump. He leaves alone.
And that is just an indication of how focused he is and how much he loves cricket and how much he wants to do well. And any opportunity he gets to play cricket, he will make use of it. So it's very good to see that the youngster is very much focused and he knows what he wants and he knows what he wants to do.
Told by my producer that he actually came up on the flight from Trinidad with Joel Andrew. But at that time, he probably saw him in West Indies colours and said that's one of our young representatives, but he didn't know it was Joel Andrew. Seals once more to bowl to Andrew. Short outside the off stump. And that's well played. He didn't have to play and he just allowed it to go through to the keeper. And so, Gary, I have a lot of time for this young man.
Yes, he looks good, and for that last delivery, you could see he kept his eyes on the ball all the way, and just allowed it to go through slightly off some. So keeping your eyes on the ball is very important. And the youngster, he's young, so his eyes should be very good.
There are some people who like to say they're young so they can wait. I'm saying that if you're young and you're good enough, your waiting period should be shortened. And you should be allowed the opportunity to come in and prove your worth. Just one proviso I have. If you bring in youngsters and they don't do well at the beginning and you believe, truly believe that they're good enough, then you have to give them an extended run.
Yes, that is true. The youngster from Manchester, however, the opener who didn't do well in the game that he played, I'm hoping that they still keep him around.
Yes.
Turned into the onside by Terrence Ward. They'll get a single as it goes down to backward square. And Ward moves on to 19. Joel Andrew comes in to take strike. 148 for 4, the Leewards. Brian Charles, 3 for 45 from his 13 overs before this. Now they're sending a man from backward square down to mid-wicket. And so normally at the crease you should have 2 pairs of eyes. If you see a change from the non-striker's end, you should draw it to the attention of your striking partner. I hope that Andrew knows that the fielder has been moved some 20 yards to his left.
Go ahead, Charlie. Work, Charlie.
He's a small figure, Gary, but he packs a punch. Here is Brian Charles from around the wicket, wide on the crease.
Yes, Charlo.
And
Don't
it's
mind
driven
it. Wasn't
firmly
watching
by
how Pop
Andrew.
got out.
No runs, so 2 balls left in the
Wasn't
over.
watching how Pop got out, Charlo.
Andrew
No.
is facing a delivery from Charles, plays it away into the offside. Terrence Ward is exploring the possibility of a single, but Andrew is shouting no.
Go ahead, Charlie. Work, Charlie.
And there never was going to be a single there. Charles once more. And for this delivery, he's solidly into line. Plays it away in the offside. And he's giving the impression that he has been here and playing this first-class game for ages. He looks very comfortable at the moment.
Yes, he looks composed and he looks confident. And it was exhibited in the shot that he played over mid-wicket. So he looks good. And we're just hoping that he can stay there, bat long, and make some runs for the Leewards. I just see the tourists enjoying the sunshine here at Warner Park, just getting a sunbath. And I'm sure they'll be looking at the game and try to enjoy it as much as possible.
We're seeing a change from this end, Gary, that looks like Hines. Yes, indeed. So the captain just bowling his faster bowlers in rotation. It's hot here at Warner Park. And I don't think that we're going to see any of the faster bowlers bowling extended spells. Hines is one of those fast bowlers who has a little bit of a bustling run-up, Gary. And he comes up a little bit casually. But the deliveries come down faster than his run-up suggests.
Yeah, he generates good pace off the pitch. And with this almost round arm type action, he has been able to generate some extra pace off the pitch. And so the batsmen will have to be watchful, we have to be careful. And the captain continue to bring the changes from the media center end. So Hines will go into bowl to Terrence Ward.
Wide of the off stump, and it dies on its way through to the keeper. But no chance of any buys, that it was properly covered there by Josh De Silva, who immediately takes 2 steps up closer to the stumps. Yesterday, Hines sent down 4 overs and conceded 17 runs. And he's back this morning, bowling from the media center end. Goes past umpire Tuckett. And again, it's wide of the off stump. Terrence Ward just leans across and allows it to go through for De Silva to take. So there's a slip. Not in the conventional first slip area. The way you play modern cricket is more like a slip and a half. Perhaps second slip even. There's a gully. There's a man down on the backward point boundary. And there's a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. Here is Hines once more to bowl to Ward. And again, it's wide of the off stump, and again, Ward doesn't play. So it remains 148 for 4. The Leewards replying to 137 made by Trinidad and Tobago.
So they have scored some 43 runs for the morning for the loss of 3 wickets, and they now have a lead of 11 runs. They would want to extend that to as many runs as possible. The Red Force will want to continue to pick up wickets to stem that flow of runs.
As Hines bowls to Ward, he's leaving this one alone. Loud shout. Umpire Tuckett says no. It was wide of the off stump. It did hit him on the pad, but the umpire must rule that it is coming back enough to hit the stumps. And is it? Nah, that's going to go past, says Gary.
Outside off stump, so good call by umpire Tuckett, but the fielders, the bowler, was adamant. He was appealing, but Carly Tuckett remained firm, and he said not out.
And played this game not just as a bowler. Tuckett scored many a century for Nevis, and so he knows a thing or two about batting. And as umpire, he said, no, it's not coming back enough to hit the stumps. So it's Hines again. And comes up now to bowl to Terrence Ward. And for this delivery, again wide of the off stump, this time just going straight through. And no runs being scored, 1 delivery left in the over. So we're at Warner Park. And they will be hosting quite a bit of cricket from Warner Park this year. Of course, it's the home of the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. And so CPL matches are played here. Totally different atmosphere for CPL matches, Gary.
Of course, it's lively. The crowd is into the game, the fast-paced game. And everyone is in tune and into the game.
Here is Hines, and Ward is coming forward, playing it out to extra cover to bring up the end of the over. 148 for 4. Terrence Ward remains on 20, and Joel Andrews on 6.
Ward would have to be careful. The delivery that he left alone outside the off stump was struck on the pad, and so he would have to keep his eyes on the ball as long as possible. And you don't want to suffer the same fate as Casey Carty when he left alone delivery on the off stump. Off stump and can't wheeling out of the ground, so you have to be careful with that shot outside the off stump.
And here is Warner Park. I mean by here is also the home of Carnival, and that's held in December to early January. And away on our right hand side, that's the home of St. Kitts Nevis football, and so quite a bit of activity happening in this area. Change of bowling from the far end. Pierre will be taking over from Brian Charles.
Yes, so Pierre has been brought into the attack. He yesterday had 7 overs, none for 13, and he would want to continue to keep the pressure on the Leewards.
Definitely. And he can do that best by taking wickets. We'll be bowling to Joel Andrew. And for this delivery is back, plays it out to point, and he won't score. Joel Andrew, of course, from Antigua and Barbuda. Settles over his bat and is going back and cutting magnificently down to the point boundary for 4. Just a little bit short by Pierre. And Gary, it's amazing how quickly he saw the length of the delivery, saw the line, and he was back and playing it beautifully for four.
Yes, the first delivery was short and a bit wider. This one a bit closer. He pounced on it and played it excellently down towards back of the point. The youngster looks good.
Pierre continues to bowl to him, and he's defending away into the offside. No runs. Now the umpire is saying to Mr. Pierre, you're getting a little close to the danger area, and so you have to stay away from the danger area. And having a few stern words with him is umpire Crawford.
Yes, he has to stay clear of the danger area. And so the umpire is having a few words with the bowler, Pierre.
And Pierre has actually switched ends. Noticed by my keen, eagle-eyed producer. He was bowling from the media center end yesterday. So he continues Pierre. And here is Andrew getting one which is bouncing on him, plays it well. And wasn't tempted to go for the pull shot even though he was a little bit short. It was a little too close to him for that, and he defended well. So he's in 10, Joel Andrew, 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4. And for this delivery from Pierre, he's back, steers it away into the offside, end of the over. And the Leewards have brought up the 150. It's 152 for the loss of 4 wickets. And the youngster looks good.
Yeah, and over in which you saw a very good square drive from the youngster Joel Andrew. And he continued to look good. He continued to be focused. You could see he's keeping his eyes on the ball. He's watching it as long as possible. And he looks quite easy on the eyes so far. And he will want to continue to bat for the Leewards. Leewards, they have a lead of 15, so they want to extend that to maybe 50, 75 runs at least. And try and put some pressure on Red Force. But Terence Hines, I'm sure, would have other ideas. And we're not sure if Cornwall will be batting or he should be batting. He came back to the ground, so
He should be
batting.
Hines to bowl to Ward, who is defending in the offside, no runs. Gary, I saw Joel Andrew about a year ago. He didn't make many, but when I look at cricket, it's not necessarily about the runs and the wickets and so on. His technique looked good. And I said to some friends of mine, I've seen a youngster who looks good and looks as if he's going to be around for a bit.
Well, he has started. He has shown that he has the potential. He just need to continue to harness it and continue to try and develop his skills and his game.
Hines bowls to him, and he's back, forcing it down to mid-off, but he won't score. He remains on 10. Leeward's 152 for 4.
That's actually Ward that is facing. Terence Ward.
Correct, true. Terence Ward himself has been around for quite a bit. Played for St. Kitts. Very good footballer as well, I'm told.
Well, I heard he gave up football a few years ago for cricket. That's what I was told the other day.
And he faces Hines, and he's back. Gets a good delivery, which he turns into the onside. Mid-on is coming into field, and he doesn't score. Another lovely day. Sun is out in all its brilliance. Such a stark contrast to yesterday. You look across and you see the hills away on our left, filled up with houses, which is some beautiful shots of yesterday. That's looking over to Bird Rock. Then across to the southeast peninsula. And then in the back of that, the Queen of the Caribbean, Nevis. Here's a delivery which is driving Ward down to mid-off. And he doesn't score.
So Ward, first class career, started in 2017. He has played some 31 matches, 1,217 runs, an average of 27. That's his batting stats. He has picked up 30 wickets from his 31 matches, an average of 31.2.
If he's going to join Noel Gishard by doing the double, he's going to have to get a move on with the wickets. Here's a delivery which is cutting down to backward point. The fielder is on the boundary, makes good ground to his left, picks up nicely, and so they'll have a single. Ward will move on to 21, and Leeward's to 153 for 4. Noel Gishard, of course, also from St. Kitts, off spinning all around her, and scored in excess of 1,000 runs and took more than 100 wickets. Well, Ward has had the 1,000 runs, but he's a long way away from the 100 wickets. Joel Andrew has Hines running up to bowl to him now from the media center end. And for this delivery is back, playing it late, gets it away into the onside. End of the over. And just a single from the over. The score is 100. The Leeward's 153 for 4. Replying to 137 made by the Red Force.
So the experienced Ward would want to continue and bat. He is 35 years of age. He was born on the 2nd of January 1989. So has been around for some time. He played for the Leewards in 2017 for the first time. So that's just about 7 years ago. So he's made his debut for the Leewards on the later side of life, 28. He was when he made his debut. And he's still there batting and playing for the Leewards. And they would need him to stick around and play a long innings here today.
Pierre is bowling from the Lozak Road end. And Ward is going back, punching up to extra cover. No runs.
Still a trampoline, still a trampoline.
Here we see once more.
Oh, yes,
And the delivery is played away on the onside. So Pierre. Before this, none for 17 from 8 overs. Comes up now to bowl to Terence Ward, who turns it away in the onside. Forward short leg fields, and he doesn't score. So we haven't seen any of those cargo ships come in yet today. But there are cruise ships in the harbour. Here's a delivery which is punched back to the bowler by Ward, and he remains on 21. Leeward's looking to consolidate, losing the last wicket on 135 for 4. When Hamilton was bowled, here's a delivery, which is again playing back to the bowler. It's Terence Ward. Here just feels it, turns, and goes back to his mark, and then turns, comes up to bowl to Terence Ward once more, who is defending. And so at the end of the over, 153 for 4, Gary. An inning completed by Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. Leeward's already in the lead, and we are short of lunch on this the second day.
Yes, a maiden over delivered by Pierre from the far end. So if you're not picking up wickets, you want to keep things tight, and you want to reduce the lead and see some school children. So it's good to see the school children have come out to look at this encounter between the Leewards and the Red Force.
Absolutely brilliant, and that looks as if they're in the players' pavilion upstairs. So that's brilliant. You have to get the youngsters out, especially if they're interested in cricket. You need a good mix of males and female children as well. And the females, Josiah Claxton has been doing well for St. Kitts, for the Leewards, and for the West Indies. So you want to encourage other young ladies to play.
Yes, the women's cricket is catching on in St. Kitts Nevis, and Jazara is the leading player, and she would want to wish her all the best and hope that she can continue to do well. So, and you have the West Indies women's competition coming up. They won the Andy T20, so that's exposure for the West Indies women, and hope that the women in St. Kitts Nevis will come out and look at those matches.
Hines to bowl to Andrew, who is driving into the offside. Came a little higher on the bat, but he showed good adjustment. He dropped the bottom hand quickly and safely played it away. Terence Ward is now offering some words of advice, and that's important.
Yeah.
You're batting with the youngster. You have to do a certain amount of shepherding. You have to coach and get the youngster to understand that 4-day cricket is a game of patience. Hines once more. Bowls to Andrew, who plays it away into the offside. No runs. Very easy, economical run up Hines. And seems to save all his energy for the last couple strides when he gives it some effort, but he doesn't really attack the crease.
Most of his energy is in the delivery of the ball. He put up most of the energy at the point of his delivery.
Here is Hines once more to bowl to Andrew, and he's driving, dragging it from the inner portion of the bat onto his pads and away into the offside, but being pulled a little wide there that time by Hines. So just being tempted and teased a little bit.
And he probably played a little bit too early as well, and the ball came from the inner portion of the batter side early in the over as well. So he would have to be careful, because the same as Terence Hines has been mixing up those deliveries.
Delivery, which takes the inner portion of the bat, goes down to long leg, brings the fielder off the boundary, and Joel Andrew will get run number 11, and the Leewards 154 for 4.
The ball came from the inner portion of the bat onto the pad, and the bowler Hines had his hands on his head, thinking he might have gotten through the defense, but got an edge onto the pad and was able to get a single. So 154. The lead is 17. Terence Ward, so his first class average, he has an IS of 83, and would have scored some 5 centuries so far, or 5 half centuries, sorry. No, he has not been able to score a century as yet.
That's over.
End of an over, quiet over, and this continues to be a game which is being played, between the two teams who are both eager to gain the ascendancy. So far this morning, you can say it has been Trinidad and Tobago's way. They've picked up 3 wickets. Gary, you know St. Kitts. Help me to identify this building.
I was just about to ask you, because I was trying to figure out where that is. I'm not too sure. Must be a historical building, because the cameraman is focusing on it, so maybe the cameraman knows more than we know, Carlisle.
I know that they're doing some renovation work on the museum downtown, but I'll tell you, Gary, that must be the police station next door. I figure it's the back of the Bastille police station. Pierre comes up to bowl to Joel Andrew. He's defending very well. And he seemed to have been in a bit of a hurry in his first game, Gary. It was somebody. Maybe the coaches have said to him, you've got to be patient at this level. As he faces up to Pierre, and he's driving handsomely down over the boundary. This looks like it's going to be another 6. And he hit it straight. Oh, this Joel Andrew. It was the delivery which was pitched up close to him. And he came forward and hit it. He wasn't afraid to go into the big drive. And he hit it straight over the head of Pierre. And down over the straight boundary for 6 good-looking runs.
Lovely shot. He just put his left foot forward and played straight back, high over the bowler head for 6. And he continued to look good. He continued to be very confident. And he looks just nonchalant. He's just casually going about his way, but he's focused and he's batting well.
Well, he's on 17. He plays it away in the onside. And there is no run. Pierre bowls to Andrew. And he's going back, plays it up to extra cover. 17 is Joel Andrew. The Leewards are 160 for 4. It's Pierre. Bowls again to Andrew, who is working this one in the onside. Clear forward short leg. They won't score. It's the end of the over. But Gary, this Joel Andrew really has a sense of when the ball is there to be hit, and he hasn't held back anything when he's hitting the delivery. Not a big figure, but he packs a big punch.
Right, once he made up his mind that he will go after it, he's put everything into it, and that's the hallmark of a good player. You spot the loose deliveries, you take advantage of them, you hit them, you try and score as often as possible off of those bad deliveries, and we have seen that from Joel Andrew. He's given it his all, and he's confidently going about his ways here at Warner Park. So these two came together when the score was on 135. So Andrew has looked good, Joel Andrew. So Terence Ward face up to Hines.
And he defends it away into the offside. He won't score. So these two have added some 25 runs, Gary, and they have done it quietly. Terence Ward is on 21, and the dominant partner in this 25-run partnership is the young Joel Andrew. He's on 17. Hines from the media center end to bowl to Ward, and he's turning it into the onside, finds mid-wicket, and there's a throw which was not necessary at all because Joel Andrew was in his ground, and it hit the wicket, went away, eluding the fielder at mid-off, and so they get a single where there ought to have been none.
So that's Anderson Phillip had a shot at the stumps, and he gave away an extra run, and you can't afford to be giving away runs. You're already in deficit. The lead now has gone to 24. So you have to be a little tight in the field. Unnecessary shy at the stump.
As Terence Hines bowls a delivery which is defended away into the onside. And the score remains 161 for 4. But the good cricket sense of Joel Andrew, the moment it hit the stumps and he saw that the ball was going to be redirected, he called out to Terence Ward and said, yes, we'll have a single.
Yes, he's focused and he's reading the game and keeping his eyes on everything. So he has 17, and included in that 17, those of you who are interested, 2 6s and a 4.
Hines from wide of the crease bowls a delivery which is playing around is Joel Andrew, takes him on the pad, goes down backward of square, and they'll get a single. So it's a leg by, 162 for 4.
So the lead has now gone to 25. So the Red Forces will be keeping their eyes on that lead. The Leewards as well will be keeping their eyes on it. They will want to extend it as far as possible.
Hines with the 5th delivery in this over bowls to Ward, and Ward is playing it away into the offside, finds extra cover, and there is no run.
So just about 30 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. The Leewards would hope that these two can bat for the next half an hour. If they can bat for the next half an hour without losing a wicket and add another 15-20 runs, it means they would have taken the lead to about 40-45 runs, and the Red Force will want to prevent that. They want to pick up 1 or 2 wickets before lunch, and that will put pressure on the rest of the batsmen for the Leewards.
As Hines bowls to Ward, who is driving firmly on the bounce down to extra cover, brings up the end of the over, 162 for 4. The Leewards losing this morning. Carty, who was bowled by Phillip for 11 at 106 for 2. Powell caught by Mohan of Brian Charles for 65, 135 for 3. And Hamilton, who was bowled by Charles for no score at 135 for 4. Joel Andrew is at the crease on 17, and that included a 4 and a 6, Gary. 2 4s and a 6. 2 6s and a 4. And Terence Ward, who is on 22.
The last over from Hines, 2 runs, a leg by, and an unnecessary run that was given because a shot at the stump from Phillip, and the batsmen were able to go through for a run. So the Leewards will take the runs. because they're now in the lead by some 25 runs. They would want to extend that as far as possible, put some pressure on the Red Force team. So it's Carrier Pier who will continue from the far end.
And has the field, there is protection out on the cover boundary and on the long on boundary wide as he bowls to Andrew. And Andrew is going back and defending it away into the offside. Finds backward point running to retrieve, and they won't score. Leeward Islands won the toss what seems like ages ago, but only yesterday, and decided to field the first. Here's a delivery which is driven back to the bowler Pier, and Andrew remains on 17. Going back again is Andrew, plays it away in the offside. And so far he has been very, very patient, Gary.
Yes, he has been.
As Pierre comes up to bowl to him once more. And he's driving firmly down to the fielder at long on. He has to make some ground to his left. And Andrew will get his 18th run. Leeward's moved to 163 for 4.
Good shot, good on drive by the youngster. And he has gone on to 18.
Here is Pierre once more.
Oh, yes, Cappy.
And delivery angling into the batsman from wide of the crease. And he just defends it away, Terence Ward. He's on 22, has had starts. And he would want to convert. As Pierre bowls to him once more.
Yes,
and he's
Kappa.
playing it down to mid-wicket to bring up the end of the over. A quiet over, just a single coming off the over. But the Leewards are leading by 26. They're 163 for 4 in response to 137 made by the Red Force.
They have added some 58 runs for the morning, but they would have lost some 3 wickets. I'm sure they would have been satisfied if they would have lost maybe just the 1 wicket for the 58 runs. But the Red Force would be happy that they have been able to pick up 3 wickets already before lunch. And so the Leewards would want these two to take them into lunch and then come back after lunch and try and put some more runs on the scorecard and the school children in the players' pavilion. I'm sure they'll be looking at the game and enjoying the match here at Warner Park. In the years gone by, you used to have the school children, primary school, being given some time off during the day to come to the different grounds to look at the regional matches.
I'm hoping that in Antigua, Joel's school, that the children would be gathered around a television set and they'd be watching Cricket 360 and that they'll be saying, that's our boy, he's our schoolmate, and they would be cheering him on. Because the school should celebrate his ascendancy to first-class cricket and wish him more. Changing bowling from this end. And we're seeing Vikash Mohan, who is bowling to Joel Andrew. Right arm from close to the stumps, and Andrew goes back and defends it away and then looks into the onside and says, perhaps, perhaps. Now the skipper is having the mid-wicket go a little wider. And here is Mohan to bowl to Andrew, who is driving again over the infield and down to the boundary for 4. Another good shot there by the young man. And anytime he sees a delivery which gives him some width or which is in his hitting arc, he's not afraid to go over the infield. And so 4 good-looking runs by him again. And that takes him to 22.
A good confident shot because the mid-off was in and he came forward and just lifted it over the mid-off area for 4 runs. The previous delivery, he looked down into the onside of the field, but this time he played it into the offside and got another good boundary.
He's not afraid to play his shots, Joel Andrew. And that says that he's a confident young man. Here is Mohan to bowl to him, and he's back, working it into the onside. There's a fielder at the mid-wicket and boundary. And so they'll cross for 1. He'll get his 23rd run, Joel Andrew, and it's 168 for 4.
31 in the lead, and they would want to continue.
Ward goes back, turns it to backward square, and the fielder running from short leg fields nicely and prevents a single. Mohan bowls to Ward, and it's taking the outside edge, goes to slip. A good diving catch away to his left by the fielder there at slip. And so Terence Ward has gone. Mohan has picked up a wicket in his first over, and the Trinidad and Tobago have picked up their 4th wicket for the morning. Drawing him forward, a good low catch, Gary. Very well taken.
Taken by Carrie Pear at the first slip area. So the Leewards losing a wicket. I'm sure that they would have hoped that they would not have lost, but the Red Force will be very happy that they have been able to pick up another wicket, the 4th for the morning, and good morning session for the Red Force. Leewards losing another wicket.
Very good wicket there, and we've been saying that Terence Ward, he gets starts, but he doesn't keep going, and that's another occasion when he got a start and he didn't keep going. He has gone back for 22, and the new batsman to come out now is Jeremiah Louis. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've picked up 4 wickets for the morning. The scores moved from 105 to 168. And so with 4 wickets for the morning, it must be advantage Red Force.
Yes, definitely, because the Leewards at the end of the day's play yesterday would have only lost 1 wicket, and they would have been hoping that today the overnight batters would have come out and put on a good total. But the Red Force came out with different ideas and able to pick up wickets. They picked them up quite regular. They got a wicket in the first over, and so now they have picked up some 4 wickets in the first session of the day's play. And the Leewards will be disappointed that they would have lost so many wickets in the first session. The runs that they would have scored is 63 with just about 20 minutes to go before the lunch and interval. They would have been happy with the number of runs scored, but not with the wickets they would have lost.
And it's still a little bit more than 20 minutes to the lunch and interval. And so I'm sure that the Trinidad and Tobago team would be saying, let's get a couple more. As Pear will be bowling now to Joel Andrew. And he's forward, defending nicely. He has looked good, this youngster. He has been solid in defense. And he has grasped every opportunity to score. Pierce asked the fielder at mid-off to drop deeper. So he's now fielding just about 10 yards off the boundary. Pierre at the top of his mark comes up now to bowl to Joel Andrew. And Andrew is again solidly behind it, defends it away into the offside. And they don't score, so the Leewards 168 for the loss of 5 wickets. As Pierre bowls to Andrew on his back, plays it into the offside, make sure that he guides it away from extra cover, and so the point has to come off the boundary. He'll get another run as he moves to 24. He's 169 for 5. New batsman out there is Jeremiah Louis, and he has had some good scores for the Leewards. The Leewards would want him to contribute as well. Nothing between the two teams so far. 32-run lead is not great, Gary. So, but the Leewards still have wickets in hand as Pierre comes up to bowl to Louis. And he's back, plays it away into the offside. No runs. 5 wickets the Leewards have in hand.
At this point, the Leewards will be happy with a lead of 50, 75 runs.
Pierre bowls to Jeremiah Louis, plays it back down the track on the offside. And there is no run. 1 delivery left in the over. Just a single run has been scored in the over so far, coming from the 3rd delivery. As Pierre bowls to Jeremiah Louis, who is defending and gets it away from the fielders. There was some excitement, but nothing to it really.
Actually, it was
actually beaten.
Taken behind by the keeper, good delivery, pushing a bit tentative. So the over has been completed, and the Red Force will want to continue to keep things tight. They have done well to be able to pick up these 4 wickets this morning. And so Jeremiah Louis, who has some ability, he has made some runs already for the tournament. I want to give Joel Andrew, who has looked solid, he has looked confident, he has looked relaxed. And so Andrew will be facing up to Mohan, who was able to break the partnership, a partnership of some 33 runs that was building between Terence Ward and the youngster Andrew. But Andrew now will be facing up to Mohan.
And for this delivery, he's back and playing it into the offside beautifully for 4. Again, getting some width. And this Joel Andrew was onto it in a hurry and played it down to the vacant extra cover boundary. He has good hands, Gary. Very fast hands.
Yes, and good eyes as well. He has been pouncing on those deliveries that are off target. And that one was wide outside the off stump. There's no one deep on the cover boundary. And he got another 4.
He's defending this time, straight back to the bowler. And he remains on 28. And every run he scores will extend his high score. So he's on 28. And here is he driving again majestically. Down to the extra cover boundary for 4 more. Takes him on to 32. As you look at it again, Mohan just giving it a little bit more width. And there was Joel Andrew seizing the opportunity to get another boundary.
He knew once he got enough batting it would be 4 because there's no one deep on the offside. That ball was wide outside the off stump. And he went after it, that's Andrew.
And he has Mohan and he's whipping this one into the onside. And goes down to bring the fielder from the mid-wicket boundary. And so he'll get another single, Joel Andrew. He goes to 33. And the Leewards are 178 for 5. Gary, I told you earlier, I have a lot of time for this Joel Andrew. He just looks a good player.
Yes, he has struck some 4 4s and 2 6s in his brief little innings. He has faced some 51 balls. And as I said, I've been saying all morning, he has looked quite comfortable, quite relaxed, quite composed.
And here is Jeremiah Louis. Playing this one wide of the field at mid-wicket, brings the fielder from the long-on boundary into field, and so he'll open his account with 1, and the Leewards are 179 for 5.
So the lead is 42. They would want to continue to eke out as many runs as possible.
Andrew driving in the air, but clear of the field at extra cover. They have had 1, that's all they'll have, and so he'll retain the strike, Joel Andrew. As he moves on to 34 and the Leewards to 180 for 5.
So a good over for the Leewards. They got 2 boundaries in that over from Terence Hines. And so they have now extended the lead to 43 runs. And so that's good for the Leewards. They want to continue to extend that lead and get it as close as possible to maybe 75 or even 100 if that is possible. So it will be change of bowling. So Charles will come back into the attack from the far end. That's Brian Charles. So he has replaced Pierre. So I'm thinking maybe Pierre will be brought on from the media center end.
Well, the captain this morning has been ringing his changes. Bowlers have not been allowed to get too comfortable. They've been switched around. And Brian Charles, who bowled from that far end earlier, we noticed that he did deliver quite a few overs, taken off, brought back into the attack. Pierre was bowling from that end. Pierre looks more like a holding bowler than Gary.
Yeah, he has been tight without being penetrative. So Charles has come back into the attack.
Goes to Andrew,
Work, Charlie. Work, Charlie.
who's turning it away on the onside. Pierre feels well on his follow through.
Work, Charlie.
So we're 15 minutes away from lunch on day 2. It's Brian Charles bowls to Andrew, who is sweeping, and he'll get another boundary, Gary. Just a little bit offline, this Brian Charles. And Joel Andrew, he has this sense of knowing where to get the runs. And the moment he saw it drifting into his pads, he went into that big sweep shot and picked up 4 runs. And so it has taken him on now to 38, and the Leeward's 184 for 5.
So he's clear in his mind what he wants to do, whether he wants to sweep or drive, and he has been able to score runs and score them quite quickly.
And he'll get a single, as there is no leg slip. He was coming forward and playing it into the onside. Shouts of catch it, but there was nobody there. And so he gets a single, does Joel Andrew, to take him on now to, that's 39. And the score is 185 for 5. I'm sure that the students at the Antigua Grammar School would be cheering Andrew on. Here is a delivery which is defended by Jeremiah Louis. He's just 17 years old, Gary. What an age to be making your first-class debut. And here is Brian Charles, and this one is turned away into the onside, possibly coming from the pads. No runs. Leeward's 185 for 5, having scored 80 runs this morning, but have lost 4 wickets in doing so. I know in Antigua that they will be cheering him on. West Indies director and Leeward's board member as well, president of the Antigua Cricket Association, Mr. Kuma Rodney, might be there. I'm sure whatever work he has to do this morning, that he would be following the game, as well as President Enoch Lewis, as we see a boat leaving Basti heading over to Nevis, and caught on our cameras. I think that's the one we'll have to take this evening, Gary. That one leaves at 6 o'clock.
Yes, providing that we can finish here on time to get down to the waterfront to take the taxi, the boat, sorry. Awesome. And so, as predicted, Carrie Pier has been brought on from this media center end.
And we'll be bowling to Joel Andrew, 39 years. And here is Pier, and it's played away into the offside, just short. And he gave himself some room, Joel Andrew, and cut it down to the field on the cover boundary to bring up run number 40. Leeward's moved to 186 for 5. Here is a delivery, which is seeing Jeremiah Louis go on the back foot and defended it. Could well have been coming forward, but elected to go back, Jeremiah Louis. And for this delivery from Pierre, it's forward this time. And there is no chance of a run. Short delivery, played into the offside, well fielded by the fielder there at cover, but Joel Andrew had said yes, and there was Jeremiah Louis quickly coming down to the non-striker's end. In the end, it was all good. They got a single, and the score moves on to 187 for 5, the Leewards. Pierre is in his 13th over and bowling from the media center end. And for this delivery, it's turned away into the onside by Andrew. And he remains on 40. Pierre with the last delivery of his over. And Andrew is back trying to force it into the offside. Seemed to have toe-ended it. It came into the onside. And at the end of the over then, the Leewards are 187 for 5. Now leading by 50 runs, Gary.
I think he was looking to hit that one a bit too hard and probably mistimed it. Came from the inner portion of the bat and went into the onside, but he continues to bat well. He has looked good. That's the youngster. They said he's 17 years and he looks very, very good. So it means still has at least 2 more years in the under 19 category and is now playing for the Leeward senior team. And this experience certainly will do his upbringing, his development, a world of good.
10 minutes away from lunch. We've gone through some 56 overs, which means that we have had some 27 overs this morning. Having some changes to the field. Backward squares come to short backward square from on the boundary. And here's a delivery which is driven down to long on. And Jeremiah Louis gets another run that will take his total on to 3. And the Leewards to 188 for 5. Joel Andrew is on 40. And field is now being flung far and wide, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long on, long off. And it's 17-year-old Joel Andrew who is on strike. And he's turning this into the onside, finds mid-wicket, no runs. Brian Charles to bowl to Andrew, who is playing this one nicely. Wide of the field at mid-wicket, down to the fielder coming off the long-on boundary. And he gets a single that will take him to 41, and the Leewards 189 for 5.
So the Leewards continue to extend the lead. So the lead is now 52. And these two have put on a very important little partnership. They have added some 21 runs for the 6th wicket.
Oh,
Here's
yes,
the delivery which is defended. Saying good morning to my good friend Zoral Bartley. Now he's into his cricket as well. Like Kuma, he loves his golf. But I'm sure that he would be watching Joel Andrew. Here is Brian Charles. This one is getting some good bounce, but played well by Jeremiah Louis. And the score remains 189 for 5. Brian Charles, faster, turned away in the onside, end of an over, at which Leewards remain 189 for 5. Joel Andrew is on 41, and a 3 to Jeremiah Louis. Last week it went down with a score on 168, and so these two have added 21 so far, and they have done so with some patience, and in case of Andrew with some authority.
Yes, and with a few minutes to go before the lunch and interval, you see the two batsmen having a mid-pitch conference. They'll have the eyes on the clock, and we want to take the team through to lunch without any further loss. But I'm sure the Force will be happy with another wicket. They have done well this morning, the Red Force bowlers. So that delivery was played on into the offside by the youngster. Joel Andrew is on 41, has looked very, very good.
Pierre, left arm from wide of the crease, and is bringing Andrew forward. And he defends it, no chance of a run. Wide long off has come quite a bit straighter. Delivery which is played away to extra cover by Joel Andrew, and he remains on 41. Now Louis has called him down for a little conference and probably saying to him, youngster, you're batting good, keep going. Pierre to bowl to Andrew, and he's going back and defending. Goes away into the offside to extra cover. And the action is that umpire Carl Tuckett looks at Crawford at square leg, puts up 2 fingers to indicate 2 deliveries left in the over. As Pierre bowls to Andrew, flatter, faster, and again it's defended well. He's on 41, Joel Andrew. And I'm sure, knowing the way Caribbean people love their cricket, that around the Caribbean people are saying, look at this game, there's a youngster who is batting well. As he turns it away in the onside, mid-wicket comes off the boundary. He'll keep the strike as he moves on to 42, and the Leewards 190 for 5.
So in that over, you saw the experience, Jeremiah Louis calling the youngster down just to try and keep him focused, because the previous delivery, I think he probably was reaching too much for that delivery, and the experience of Jeremiah Louis, let's call him down to just have a quiet word with him. And as we see another vessel coming across the waters, and so there's a catamaran and a regular vessel coming across from Nevis. So the Leewards, we're hoping to go into lunch without losing any more wickets. They are 190 for 5, a lead of 53, and those 53 runs are very important.
Have you been on a catamaran cruise, Gary?
No, I haven't.
You're missing out, Gary. I've been on just one myself. No, I said one. I'll correct it and say 2. Had the time of my life. It's a delivery which is bringing Andrew forward, and he's very solid in defense. Plays it away on the onside. As it's Brian Charles who is bowling from the Lozak Road end. Comes up to bowl to Joel Andrew, who is again defending, and plays it away on the offside. I saw Bobby Simpson play here, Gary. When the Australian team lost those players to Packer, and the West Indies team as well. So Brian Simpson playing against the Leewards here. There's a delivery that is sending Andrew back, and plays it away on the onside. That match, 2 things stand out. So Jim Allen hit one on top of the roof of the old Players Pavilion, which is out the lunchroom nowadays.
Oh, yes, Charlo.
I also saw Brian Simpson come forward and drive one effortlessly down onto the police station for 6.
Is this a knock and
All
a go?
about timing.
That was way back. Must have been back 1978 or so.
Good, Charlo.
Here is Brian Charles to bowl to Joel Andrew,
Oh, my
and he's
goodness,
again
Charlo.
defending tightly.
Keep going, keep going.
1 delivery left in the over.
Is there enough time for one more over? Maybe Jeremiah Louis could have called the youngster down to just eke out some time.
Brian Charles to bowl to Andrew, and he's defending it away into the just behind the crease. There goes the captain, De Silva, running speedily away down to the other end. He wants another over, and Carl Tuckett had a look at his watch. He comes strolling in. He takes the hat from Pierre, and so that suggests that we'll have 1 more over before lunch.
Yes, we still have 45 seconds before 12 o'clock, so you get behind the stump before 12, so they should be able to get one, or will get 1 more over. So maybe Jeremiah Louis could have called the youngster down and maybe use up some of the time in that over, but that wasn't the case, and so we'll have 1 more over before lunch, a session in which the Red Force will be happy that they would have picked up some 4 wickets.
And the Leewards have added 85 runs. It's Pierre to bowl to Louis on the legs, and he's missing it. Is Louis seems to have come from the bat. Perhaps we'll wait for the signal, but the end result is 1 run, and it's a leg by. And so the score will move to 191 for 5. Brings Joel Andrew up to take strike. He's on 42. And the captain, De Silva, is saying to the mid-off, go back to long off. As Pierre comes up to bowl to Andrew, who is defending nicely, and they don't score.
With the last over to go before lunch, I would have kept the fielder in at mid-off.
And tempted Andrew to go over the top. Now they're having another change, in that the extra cover is going to come straighter. He's just on the edge of the second pitch, and they have 2 extra covers, in fact. 1 is straight. And here is Pierre to bowl to Andrew down the leg side. That's an errant delivery, and he was swinging at it and missing, and that might be 4 byes that we'll see signal. Yes, the signal comes now, and so the Leewards will be happy whichever way they come. And those are 4 runs which will add to the lead of the Leewards as it goes across the boundary. It's now 195 for the loss of 5.
Not a very good delivery there by Carrie Pierre after you brought in the short extra cover. And you have 2 fielders, one on the extra cover and a shorter extra cover just on the edge of the square. A bad delivery.
Spear bowls to Andrew, and he's back and defending it away into the offside to point, and they won't score. So the Leeward started this morning on 105 for 1 with Powell on 54 and Carty on 11. Lost the wicket of Carty at 106 for 2. He had not added to his overnight score. Defended away again by Joel Andrew. Powell was out caught by Mohan of Brian Charles for 65 at 135 for 4. 135 for 3 correction. 135 for 4 when Hamilton was bowled by Brian Charles for no score. Final delivery before lunch, and Andrew is coming forward, driving to extra cover and doesn't score. The players turn and walk away. They know it's lunch. Terence Ward, the last man out, caught off Mohan for 22 at 168 for 5. The not out batsmen for the Leewards, as we'll give you the bowling figures first. Well, those have gone from my screen very quickly. Joel Andrew is on 42 from 77 balls. Jeremiah Lewis on 3. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes lead by 58 runs. It's 195 for 5. And it's lunchtime here in the game. The Leewards versus Trinidad and Tobago. We'll be back with you in about 35 minutes' time.
Welcome back to Warner Park after lunch. The players are already in the middle and play is about to start. Carlisle is with me. We're expecting another 10 session after lunch.
Absolutely, this is good gripping cricket. Leewards would be looking to extend their lead. I'm sure that young Joel Andrew would be looking to, first of all, get to a half century. He's within touching distance, and then look to carry on.
So Jeremiah Louis will be facing up to Brian Charles from the far end. So Charles has bowled 17 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 52.
Start, Charlie.
Philip, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. And Mohan, 2 overs, 1 for 16. Those are the bowlers who would have picked up wickets. And so Charles has picked up most of the wickets for the day.
Yo,
he picked
stay
up
just in front. Cooper, come
2.
here.
And 1 wicket each to Philip and Mohan.
Oh, it's not
So
gonna
Charles
be
will continue from the far end. There's a slip, there's a forward short leg, there's a short backward
Make sure in
square,
front,
there's
Baba.
or short fine leg, there's a backward square on the fence, there's a mid wicket, and there's a straightish mid on, a short mid on, and a long on.
Oh,
First
yes.
delivery
Hey,
after
hey, hey,
lunch,
hey, hey,
and the
hey,
hat
hey.
of Jeremy Louis fell off and almost went back onto the stumps. Carlisle, have you ever seen that in cricket?
Oh yeah, I've seen most things in cricket. That would have been out.
Yes. So he came forward and the broad floppy hat flew off his head and went back behind him. Fortunately for him, didn't go back onto the stumps.
Catch it, Jaden.
And he swung away for 4. Bad delivery on the onside and Louis, that's Jeremiah Louis, swung it over back of the square for 4 runs. It was a bad delivery and he certainly made use of it. So the Leewards opening their account after lunch. 4 runs to the total. So partnership of 31 from 50 balls. And Jeremiah Louis is facing up to Charles.
Oh,
He's pushing into the
oh
onside.
Charlie.
So Louis is
Work,
on
Charlie.
7.
Work, Charlie.
And Joel Andrew has been batting well. He's on 42. He has faced 77 balls. 199, so 1 short of the 200.
Catch it.
And they will get it now as Louis drove down to long on for a single to bring up the 200 for the Leewards. 200 for 5. So it means that the lead is now 63. Important runs for the Leewards. So we're in the first over after lunch. A boundary has been struck by
Stay.
Louis, Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, you come kind of be just behind.
So Andrew, Joel Andrew, who has not been afraid to punish the bad balls. He's on 42. Struck some 2 6s. And he's sweeping, but he goes down to Seals down at the back of the square boundary or the long leg boundary. 1 more to the total. 201. And Joel Andrew has progressed nicely to 43. And the youngster has looked good. He has looked solid. He has looked composed. He has looked relaxed in the middle. He's not perturbed by the situation at hand. And Louis in behind a good delivery. Pushed it back down the strip to bring up the end of the first over after lunch. Leewards, they have progressed to 201 for 5.
An over which saw a boundary, and so the Leewards are extending their lead, and it's now 201 for 5, and so the Leewards would be looking to lead by more than the 64 that they are currently leading by. Gary, as we look around the region, I can tell you that at lunchtime, Guyana made 175 in the first inning. CCC replied with 162. Warrell got 68. And Guyana batting the second time was 6 without loss. In that game, Sinclair got 4 for 45, Moti 3 for 31, Permal 3 for 15. Jamaica 269, Barbados 74 for 2. Brathwaite is on 19 from 93 deliveries.
And Joel Andrew onto the back foot, looking to slap into the offside, loud appeal.
Missed it.
And not outside the umpire, the pair was going up, but the keeper was not confident in his appeal. A delivery outside the off thumb. The youngster was onto the back foot, looking to play it square the wicket, maybe a bit too close to him for a shot. This time it's in behind delivery on the center on leg stump, and just pushed it back down the strip. So we have been saying all morning that Andrew has looked very, very good as for a youngster. And he continued to bat well. He's on 43. Easily onto the front foot. And the Leewards will want to continue to extend the lead. It's like 64. So this is the second over after lunch. They went to lunch on 195. So from 60 overs, the Red Force would have bowled 31 overs between the start of play and lunch. So they would have gotten to a number of overs. And so for the 2 hours play, they would have average of 15 overs per hour. And Andrew's onto the back foot into the offside. And Terence Hines, or that's Amir Django, is on the field. So he has been making some frequent appearances on the field as a substitute for the Red Force, Amir Django. And Andrew is onto the front foot. Push it down into the offside to bring up the end of quiet over, a maiden as a matter of fact. And Red Force looking to stem the tide. Leeward's 201 for 5.
And to complete the round of matches, the CCC made 204, Windwards in reply 83 for the loss of 4 wickets at lunch. And so that's completing all of the matches that are played around the region. We have the points table for you as well before this round of matches. Windwards, 2 matches, 2 wins, 42.4. Leewards, 2 matches, 1 win and a loss, 25.8 points. Jamaica right behind on 24.4 points.
Charles to Louis. Back on the ship on the onside.
Go on, Charlie. Work, Charlie. Go on, boys. Work in, boys.
So Charles will continue from the far end. During the luncheon interval, we had a little drizzle, nothing to interrupt play. Some dark cloud which was over, taken on the pad, going on the onside. So a dark cloud came over Warner Park. Little drizzle. It has shifted towards the west. There's a dark cloud which has shifted down towards the west. So no immediate threat of rain here at Warner Park. Beaten outside the off stump, loud appeal, and not out to the excitement in this over. A delivery on the off stump, and Louis was pushing at it. Looking at it on the replay, coming forward and beaten, taken behind by the keeper. So a couple of anxious moments for Jeremiah Louis.
Work, Charlie. Work, Charlie.
So Charles, who has picked up 3 wickets, will continue from that far end.
Oh, yes, shallow.
Faster delivery.
Really good, Charlie.
Pushed it down to Pierre. He's a straightish mid wicket, or if you want to call it a straight or wideish mid on, short, just on the edge of the square. Plays it down to forward short leg. So the Leewards would want to regroup after lunch and see if they can extend this partnership, which started at 206 out of 168. So they have added some 31 runs.
Oh, catch it!
Playing in the air, but well out of the reach of forward short leg. Goes down to the mid wicket area.
Trinidad and Tobago, we told you of the first 3. Trinidad and Tobago not far behind. 23.2 points from the 2 matches. Barbados 22.8. And the Academy 19.4. Guyana 10.4. And CCC 9.6 before this round of matches.
So that is the point standing after the second round in the West Indies 4-day championship.
I'll tell you about the bonus points during the over, Gary.
So Pierre will continue, be bowling to the youngster. Down to the back foot. So Leewards would want to continue to extend the lead. A lead of 100 will be handy. And the Red Force certainly will be under pressure. Even with a lead of 64, they start under pressure. On the leg stump, taken on the pad, allowed appeal onto the back foot, but obviously would have missed the leg stump, and umpire Tuckett not interested in that appeal from Carrie Pierre. So Pierre will continue from the media center end. So Andrew went to lunch on 42, so you have gotten a single. since lunch. And the Leewards have progressed to 201 from 195 for 5. And Andrew is easily forward. So Leeward started the morning on 105 for 1 with Powell not out on 54 and Carty on 11. Carty was dismissed the first ball he received in the first over. Second ball of the day, bowled by Philip for 11. Onto the back foot, he's playing it into the offside. We'll go through for one easy single. And the total has gone out to 202 the Leewards. And then the third man to be dismissed, Powell, was caught Mohan bowl Charles for 65. Hamilton was bowled by Charles for a duck. And Terence Ward, just before lunch, he was caught pair of the bowler Mohan for 22. At that point, the Leewards were 168 for 5. They have progressed to 202. Partnership of 34 between these two. So, Jeremiah Louis brings up the end of the another over 202 for 5 the Leewards.
Gary, the bonus points are awarded only for performances in the first 110 overs of each first inning, and they are retained whatever the result of the match. So you bear that in mind, and then I'll tell you. You get bonus points, 5 batting points to be available. A maximum of 2 batting points to be available. And you talk about the first 250 to 299 runs, you get 2 points.
So Charles to Anju into the offside. So 250, so Leewards will be looking
Another 48 to get bonus points. No bonus points have been awarded in this game so far for batting.
He's playing it down to the fielder. That's Webster. Webster at short fine leg. He feels that's Hines. No, that's Terence Hines actually. And it goes down towards the boundary for 4 byes. So 4 more runs have been added to the Leeward's total. And maybe we can look at on the replay on the monitor. So delivery which is on the leg stump and the keeper couldn't gather. And passed them into the boundary for 4. So it has become overcast here. Again at Warner Park, but no immediate threat of rain as a dark cloud just covering the sun, and hopefully it'll be momentarily, just for a brief moment, hopefully. Playing in the air off the hands of the fielder at forward short leg, and it goes down towards back of the square for a single. We'll look at it on the monitor as Andrew was onto the back foot, played it in the air, came off the hand or maybe the leg of the fielder Cephas Cooper, and he couldn't hold on to it. It went quickly and they were able to go through for a single. 207 for 5, so Andrew would have to be careful playing onto the back foot. Ball left the bat in the air. Jeremiah Lewis to the measure of it, just pushed it down into the onside, so slightly overcast here at Warner Park. Leewards lead by 70. Flatter faster delivery from Charles, but Jeremiah Lewis to the measure of it.
So the bonus points are accumulated for batting. Between 250 to 299 you get 2 points. Between 300 to 349 you get 3 points. 350 to 399 4 batting points, and 400 to 449 you get 5 batting points. So batting points, you get points for making big scores. Bowling points, 3 to 5 wickets taken, 1 point. 6 to 8 wickets taken, 2 points. And between 9 to 10 wickets taken, you get 3 points.
So Pierre will bowl to Anju. We get an easy single down to long off. So Leeward would have picked up some bowling points.
Yes, having bowled out Trinidad and Tobago.
So they've gotten 3. Based on what you indicated, they would have gotten 3 bowling points. So pair around the wicket to Jeremiah Louis. It's still over cards here at Warner Park. Leeward lead by 71. So there's a slip, there's a point, cover extra cover and a mid off deep. And Jeremiah Louis pushing it back down the strip. It left the bat in the air but dropping well short of Carey Pierre, who is in his 18th over, none for 30. Onto the back foot, looking to force it. Didn't time it, and just got it bouncing down to Terence Hines at extra cover. Is that Amir Django? Yeah, that's Django at extra cover, he feels. So Pierre keeping things tight for the Red Force, but they will want to pick up wickets because the Leeward's extending the lead. And partnership 40 from 83. Doyle Andrew contributing 33 of that. As it's playing down to extra cover to bring up the end of another over. 208 for 5 the Leewards.
And because the game has gone at such a frantic pace, Gary, the Leewards can afford for these two to settle in and be patient and just rotate the strike, because they're already ahead on first inning and building a lead.
So look at the shot in the distance. It's raining on the seas, just down on the western corner. Let us hope that the rain will stay away from Warner Park. Charles is bowling from the far end as comes up bowls to Andrew, turning down towards the onside. There's no chance of a run. So in the southwestern corner, it's raining on the seas.
Working, boys. Come on,
Slightly
boys.
overcast here at Warner Park. It's clear over in Nevis. On the onside, it's sweeping. Good fielding by Terence Hines. Moving away to his left, but the batsman had enough time to cross for a single. 209 for 5 in over number 67. So the Red Force have completed another 7 overs. In the 7th over, comes up, bowls to Jeremiah Louis. Will not get a run, so the total remains on 209. 5 wickets. And Hines will continue from the far end. So Louis would want to stick around with the youngster Andrew, who is on 47. He's driving. He will not get a single as Hines, or that's Charles. Moving to his left, he feels. But Charles would have picked up 3 wickets so far, 3 for 60 in 21 overs. He got the first wicket yesterday and picked up 2 other wickets this morning. He had Powell and Hamilton. Powell made 65, Hamilton made a duck. And then Philip had Carty bowled for 11.
Oh, yes, Charlo.
And then Terence Ward was dismissed before lunch for 22. At the end of that over, 209 for 5 the Leewards.
Another quiet over as these two at the crease continue to defy the Trinidad bowlers. Trinidad, of course, would be looking to get wickets, and they picked up 5 wickets. 4 of those wickets coming this morning, and so in the morning session you could say that they were well pleased.
Well, they will want to see if they can break this partnership and prevent this lead from being extended to in excess of 100. These two in the middle looking quite comfortable as the sun has come back out here at Warner Park. And Andrew will get an easy single. So with that single he moves on to 48. And that single also extending the lead, which has now gone to 73. And Andrew is on 48, so 2 shy of his maiden first class half century, and taken on the pad on the onside. Quite question asked of umpire Tuckett, but they're obviously going down the onside, and they will want these two to continue. playing it down to cover. So there is a slip, a point, a cover, extra cover, and Seals is deep at mid-off. On the onside is a long on, mid-wicket, and there's a backward square on the fence and a forward short leg. And he's sweeping down towards the long leg area. Fielder has some running to do across to his right, so they'll have enough time to come back for two. I think that's
It's
Gooley
good running.
down on the boundary because the fielder had to run a good 25 meters to his right and be able to come back for two. So with those two, the total has moved on to 212 for 5, and the lead continued to be extended here by these two. 3 runs so far in the over. Good fielding by Terence Hines at extra cover. Punching drive from Jeremiah Louis. That's Amir Django, as a matter of fact, knocking it down and prevented what certainly would have been at least a single if it had gone past him. Partnership is 44. Andrew scoring 10 out of that. Pushed it down into the offside to bring up the end of another over. 212 for 5.
Quiet over. Jeremiah Louis has taken his score to 10. Joel Andre is now on 48. And so within touching distance of his first half century, and he has played really well. And he is hoping that this is just the foundation for what will be a long career.
So he has faced some 97 balls, and now the two having a mid-pitch conference.
Daryl, come point.
I'm sure Jeremiah
Come on,
Louis
Philip.
just
Come on,
encouraging the youngster. He has been batting well. He has been courageous. His first scoring shot was a 6 over mid-wicket off the bowling of Charles. And then he would have struck another 6 and about 4 other boundaries. So he has been really pouncing on the bad deliveries and maximizing on those bad deliveries. So he's on 48. So 2 runs short of his maiden half century in first class cricket.
Go, Vic. Come on, Vic.
And so the field is a slip point. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and the long off. That's the offside field.
Oh, yes, Vic.
So
Ball,
Charles
Vic,
will
ball,
looking to
Vic.
keep the youngster quiet in this over. See if he can put some pressure on him. 2 runs.
Looks like Mohan from the far end, Gary.
Yes, that's Mohan. Yeah, Mohan has replaced Charles from the far end.
Not one.
And he's forcing into the offside, but an easy single. So Mohan replacing Charles. Mohan would have gotten the wicket. He would have gotten the wicket. He got a wicket of Ward. He got Ward when he was out caught by PF for 22. So he has been brought on from the far end to see if he can break this partnership. And a good partnership developing. 44 runs or 45 runs. So a good 6-wicket partnership developing for the Leewards, because if they had gotten a wicket early in this partnership, could have been a different story. And Louis is driving back down the strip. So 44, 45 very important runs have been added by these two.
Oh, down on me. Well, ball, Vic,
Jeremiah
guys.
Lewis driving.
Really
Was
good,
stretching
Vic,
a bit
guys.
for it, a bit too far from him, so he didn't get full control of it. And Philip feels that extra cover moving across to his left.
Catch it. A ball.
An easy single. That's Jeremiah Louis, plays it down to Jeet Gully at long off. So another single to the over. 215 or 214 it is for 5. 1 delivery remaining over number 69. Lead is 77 and building. So Mohan will continue from the far end. Last delivery. And Andrew is turning it down to mid-wicket to bring up the end of the over. 49 to Andrew, 11 to Louis. 214 it is for 5 the Leewards.
And we've seen some low scores from around the region, Gary. Not many teams taking advantage of the batting points. Certainly getting some bowling points because teams have been bowled out cheaply. And I just want to see our batsmen getting set, getting big scores, building the foundations for teams to go on and challenge the other team to get big scores as well. And this can only do cricket very well. Some of our batsmen, some of our top batsmen, especially at the test level, have been struggling in this competition. And he's hoping as the competition goes on that they will improve.
Yes, we want to see our batsmen stay in the wicket and bat. So there's a bowling change at this day. So Charles has come on to this. Has come on from this immediate center end, and he'll be bowling to Louis. The overcast conditions here at Warner Park, so it's getting overcast. Still no immediate threat of rain in the east, where the rain normally comes from the Burdock area is clear. But last week or week before, it came from the back of us as he's driving into the offside for 4. Lovely shot by Jeremiah Louis. Was wide outside the off stump, and he played it through extra cover, which is vacant, and down towards the boundary for 4.
Absolutely. Hung outside the line of the off stump, given some width, and Louis rose to the challenge and drove it across the cover boundary and picked up 4 good-looking runs. Gary, very keen eyes of our producers has noticed that the wind seems to be blowing from west to east. In that you notice the clouds, they're now drifting, going in the opposite direction. We normally see them coming from across our left shoulder. And so maybe that is the reason why Charles has been switched to this end.
So, but he bowled wide delivery, which was punished by Jeremiah Louis. And so he's onto the front foot, pushed it back down the strip. So it's 218 for 5. And it's getting a single down to Jaden Seals, who comes in off the boundary. And so the total moves on by 1 to 219 for 5. And the partnership 51 from 107 balls. So a good partnership for the Leewards. 219, they came together at 68. So the 50 partnership for the 6th wicket coming up. Onto the back foot, into the offside, down towards the boundary to bring up an excellent half century by the youngster Joel Anjo. Came in to the middle, and his first scoring shot was a 6. And he brings up his half century with a lovely off drive for 4. So he has moved on to 53. An excellent innings by the youngster.
Absolutely beautiful shot. Just a little bit short and some width given as well. And Joel Anjo made even more room by stepping back outside his leg stump and smacking it down to the boundary for 4 runs. And so that is the first of what I'm sure that the whole of Antigua, whole of the Leewards, and indeed people who appreciate good batting would hope is the first of many, many half centuries by Joel Anjo.
So excellent knock, and the Leewards extending the lead. And now going on to 223 is the score. So it means they're leading by some 86 runs.
Change of bowling at the far end.
Right, middle kick.
Just as predicted, Pierre is replacing the bowler from the far end.
So the captain, the Silvers, will bring in the changes, trying to break this partnership. Beautiful delivery, which squared up the batsman Jeremiah Louis, who was coming onto the front foot. And the ball spun across him to be taken behind by the keeper, and just goes down and Pratt away at a spot just in front of him. The ball touched some of the rough just in front of him and spun across him. Yeah, Louis gets a flatter, faster delivery, turns it into the onside for an easy single. And so these two are quietly going about their task here at Warner Park after lunch. At lunch they were 195, so they have quietly added some, how many runs are 29 runs since the lunch interval.
And in a partnership of 56.
So Pierre around the wicket, and Andrew is easily onto the front foot, just pushed it down into the offside. The pitch is still playing good, and a lead of 87 will certainly put some pressure on the Red Force team, especially if they lose early wickets. Andrew is driving nicely. We get an easy single.
Go ahead, Cap.
So another single to Andrew. He has gone on to 54. And a total 225. 88 the lead. Still overcast here at Warner Park. And the clouds hovering over the stadium. And Louis is coming forward. We get a single down towards the short fine leg area where Mohan running back from slip picks up, but the batsman have enough time to cross for a single. And with that single, the total has progressed to 226 for 5. One delivery remaining in that over from Pierre was in his 20th over, none for 36.
Go ahead, Cap.
So with that delivery, dot ball to move up the end of over number 71, 226 for 5 the Leewards.
And with a growing lead, we remember Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for 137. And so this response by the Leewards, even though it faltered before lunch, seen them reach 226 for 5. Saying good afternoon to all of the listeners wherever you are. I'm sure that President Enoch Lewis in Antigua might be thinking of celebrating with a little Piedrella, maybe some lemonade, maybe some Morby. Kuma Rodney might be thinking of something stronger.
As the youngster Joel Anju is on 54, has batted excellently, like he has been at this level for a long time, batting well. As Charles, and we get a quick single. Sails a bit deeper at mid-off, and Jeremiah Lewis spotting it and went too quickly for the run. One more to the total, 227. So the lead is 90 and growing. And Andrew is on 54, face it up to Hines, so that's Charles, just pushed it down into the offside. They're scoring presently at 319. As you indicate, the batsmen in the regional competition not batting out. They're unable to bat a full day. And it's sweeping. Will get at least 2 runs as the fielder has to move across to his left, but they changes their mind. And they only get a single, but now they get the extra run because the return was a bad one and couldn't be backed up in the offside by Tion Webster and able to get the second one in the end.
No pressure on the fielder down there on the mid-wicket boundary. He simply had to get it back into the bowler or the keeper and threw it just about mid-pitch.
So Charles will continue and he's doing the lap sweep. That's Joel Andrew gets it down fine and we go into the boundary for 4. He was successful in that shot. He came inside the stump and played the lap sweep shot and got it down towards the boundary for 4.
Very well played. It was drifting going down. He just had to get some bat on it, and he did get his bat on it. It goes to 60 Joel Andrew, and the Leewards are 96 runs ahead at this point.
So Andrew is on 60. He will face up to Charles once more, easily in behind it and pushed it down into the offside. So the lead is increasing and they must be of some concern to the Red Force.
Absolutely. They have to get the 10 wickets or they have to keep the scoring rate down.
Charles to Andrew. Andrew is coming forward from the inner portion of the bat into the onside, brings up the end of over number 72, 233 for 5 the Leewards.
End of the over, and Andrew and Jeremiah Louis continue to build this partnership. I tell you, Gary, during the lunch break, I got a call from a certain umpire, Basil Morgan. Says to tell you hello and that he's enjoying the commentary.
Hello to you, Basil. Hope all is well. I'm happy to know that you're enjoying the commentary. I'm sure you're enjoying the exploits of the youngster as well, Joel Andrew. We know you have a youngster, Joshua Grant. I'm sure in time to come he will develop into a good player. The fact that he's in the team shows that he has some promise.
Definitely.
So it's still overcast here at Warner Park, and Kerry Pier will continue from the far end. 233 for 5.
Catch it, yo, Cooper.
And Cephas Cooper has been underneath the helmet all day at forward short leg. He stops that moving away to his right. So the Leewards would have won the toss and inserted the Red Force yesterday. They only made 137. And the Leewards, good response, 233 for 5. They were in a very strong position at the end of day 1, 101 for 5, but they lost some quick wickets this morning. And we now see the ground staff going closer to the covers. So that's a sign that the rain is somewhere close by. And so play started late yesterday because of rain. Started at 10:30. We have not had any interruption for the day. A little drizzle came during the luncheon interval, but that quickly dissipated. But now it's becoming increasingly overcast here at Warner Park. And Pierre to Jeremiah Lewis beaten outside the off stump, taken behind. So lots of rain on the sea in the southwestern corner. And probably coming closer. And the ground staff also getting closer to the covers. And the Louis pushing back down the strip. So every time you see once you see the ground staff going close to the covers, Carla, you know it's a worrying sign.
Absolutely. And not only that, when they put on their raincoats, you worry.
So, and Louis is on 19, push it back down the strip on the offside. So Louis has been having a good all-around season. He has batted well, and he has been bowling even better. Look at the picture in the distance beyond the cruise ship in the harbour. It's looking bleaky. And it goes down towards fine leg. It will go into the boundary just about now for four runs have been signalled by umpire Crawford at the far end. So 4 more to the total. 4 runs to Jeremiah Louis as well to bring up the end of the over. And the Leewards continue to increase the lead here at Warner Park.
Good shot. Drifted a little bit in the line there, Pierre. And Louis just had to help it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And we see more groundsmen gathering down by the covers. And again, the rain seems to be coming from the opposite direction. And we normally look over Newtown. But this one seems to be coming from over by the area of the Anglican Church.
Yes, it's coming from the opposite direction. And it seems as though they're going to call on the covers because Jeremiah Louis is calling for his helmet, as Hines has been brought out as Tion Webster has been, that's Hines. Hines coming back into the attack, Terence Hines.
Cal Tuckett has called for the covers.
So now that the covers have been called onto the pitch, so rain has, pending rain has top play here at Warner Park, where the lead was 237 for 5, exactly a lead of 100 in first innings.
And not only that, Gary, but from the lunchtime position of 195 for 5, Andrew was on 42, and his partner was Louis there with him. They have managed to move that position from 195 for 5 to 237 for 5. So they have added some 42 runs since lunch without losing a wicket. But more importantly, Gary, they have taken the score from 168 for 5 to 237 for 5. And quietly, without any flourish, they have extended this lead for the Leewards to 100 runs.
And they have scored the runs quite quickly, as you would have indicated, because just about 41 minutes since the resumption of play after lunch, and so they have scored quickly. And after 73 overs, 237 for 5. Leewards leads by 100, so we tell you that the rain has stopped play here at the Warner Park, so we'll also take a break. Leewards 237 for 5.
And welcome back to Warner Park in Bastia. After that delay because of rain, and we tell you that the overs will remain the same today. We will not lose any overs. Tea has been rescheduled, and we'll now take tea at 3 p.m. And we'll go into some overtime this afternoon. Close of play will be extended to 5:35. So after resuming from the lunchtime position of 195 for 5, with Andrew on 42, we had a rain break at 121. The score is 237 for 5. And the first delivery after the break. And here is Hines bowling to Andrew. And he plays it away into the offside for no runs. So Joel Andrew has taken his score to 60. And the Leewards at 237 for 5. Exactly 100 runs ahead of the score made by Trinidad and Tobago. Conditions have improved, and it's now much clearer. Hines from the media center end to bowl to Andrew, and is Fuller. He's driving it into the offside, and the fielder from cover goes chasing back. They'll get a single. And so the Leewards move to 238 for 5. Jeremiah Louis comes into strike. He's on 63. He's on 23, correction. And Joel Andre is on 61. Louis has batted well. And together, these two have taken the score from 168 for 5 to 238. 70 runs added between them. Here is Louis defending, out into the offside. No runs. So it has cleared up quite nicely. And there's another fast ferry coming in from Charlestown. And they run all day, Gary. You miss one, you catch the other one. It's not like in the old days when one left in the morning and that was it until the afternoon.
Yes, you would have to spend a full day in St. Kitts. Nowadays you can come down and go back before midday.
Delivery outside the off stump, watched carefully by Louis, and it goes through for the keeper, Joshua De Silva, to take. So Jeremiah Louis has placed good value on his wicket. "70 runs added between these two. Hines is bowling in his 9th over. None for 21 before this. Bowls to Louis, who is flicking it into the onside. There's a fielder down at mid-wicket. He wants two, does Louis. Andrew says no, holds up the restraining arm, and so they'll have a single. 239 for 5, the Leewards.
So the Leewards continue to progress here at Warner Park after that rain break in maybe just about 35 minutes or so. And so they have to refocus. That's the two batsmen, and also the fielding team as well. Would want to regroup and see if they can break this partnership that has been developing nicely.
Hines bowls a short delivery, which is played away into the onside by Joel Andrew to bring up the end of the over. So Gary, 3 matches have been played here at Warner Park, 3 different pitches, and the bounce has been consistent, and the batsmen have been able to dig in and get runs. But when you look at the totals made by the teams, you would think that there is something wrong. But what we have seen is some ordinary batting.
Of course, nothing is wrong with the strip. We have been saying for years now that the batsmen in the region, they're not applying themselves, they're not looking to bat long. You have an entire day, 90 overs to bowl in a day. The batsman, as an opener, you should be looking to bat the entire day and come back the next day, but we have not seen it. It is evident that our batsmen are not spending enough time in the middle. I don't know if they're not fit enough, or they're not being able to focus for very long periods. We don't know if it is as a result of the shorter format, the 2020, which most of our players have been playing these days, and even 10-10. Maybe soon we'll be here playing 5-5.
Here we'll resume from the Lozak Road end. Louis is not quite ready, but settles over his bat now. And for this delivery, he's driving, just dragging it down, falls away on the offside. And the silver picks up, no runs.
What? Nah.
Pierre.
Oh yes,
And
Kappa.
he's
Really good cap.
driving
Really good
this
cap.
one out to extra cover is Louis. Jeremiah Louis. Maybe somewhere in the back of his mind he'll be looking to reach as far as his brother, Mikhail Louis, who got 100 in both innings of the last game. Jeremiah is better known for his bowling. He's driving firmly. Down on the onside, there's a field on the long on boundary. And he comes in to pick it up. They'll get a single. 240 now for 5, the Leewards. 10 runs short of their first batting point. Pierre is bowling to Joel Andrew. And for this delivery, steering it wide of the fielder down at slip. And they'll have a single. So he'll take his score on to 62, Andrew. And the total to 241 for 5. Very good observation by the producer, Dylan. Jeremiah Louis has a highest score of 78 and a total of 4 half centuries. Here is Pierre to bowl to him, and he's defending away into the offside to point, and he won't score. Pierre with the last delivery of his over, and Louis is back and punching into the offside. Cover has to chase around, but they have enough time to come through quickly. Joel Andrew is young, he's fleet of foot, they get a single. And so Louis moves on to 26. End of the over, Gary. And the Leewards are 242 for 5.
Well, they continue to extend the lead here after that rain break. I am sure this morning when the Red Force would have picked up those 3 wickets within the first hour, they would have been hoping to run to the Leeward's batting, because at that point they were 135 for 4, and I'm sure they were harboring thoughts of maybe dismissing the Leewards for less than 200 runs, but we have seen some good partnership. There was the 5th wicket partnership was about 32 runs, and now we're seeing an excellent partnership for the 6th wicket, which has virtually probably put this game almost out of the reach of the Red Force.
Not quite yet, Gary. Lead is just over 100. Delivery, which is full pitched and defended nicely by Jeremiah Louis. And he's on 26. His partner, Joel Andrew, is on 62.
But it certainly will put pressure on the Red Force in the second innings.
Well, definitely. Every run that you are behind is a run that you have to get before you start giving the opposition runs to make. Hines to bowl to Louis, who's driving firmly, goes down to mid-off, and they won't score.
Louis has looked good. He has settled in nicely, and the weather has cleared up. As we saw, we had some rain down in the south to western corner, and it went around and went up to the northeastern side, went across to Nevis. So he was circling the Warner Park Stadium. He had a little drizzle that would have interrupted play, but things have cleared up nicely here at Warner Park.
As Hines bowls once again to Louis, and he's driving, finds the fielder down on the cover point boundary, and they'll have another single. 243, the Leewards, replying to the score of 137 made by Trinidad and Tobago.
So 5 wickets down, so there are 7 to 4 the batsmen to bat. And we have Cornwall, we also have Archibald, and the rest of the batsmen, I'm sure, will be hoping to get a chance to bat and continue to put some pressure. You could bat for the rest of the day if you wishes, because this is only the second day of this encounter.
Hines bowls a short delivery, and Joel Andrew is being naughty He's playing at this one. The shout goes up. Umpire Tuckett is unmoved.
Well, let us look at it on the monitor because the player, the keeper, the bowler seem to be very, very confident that the batsman Joel Andrew would have gotten an edge. We don't have the benefit of the snickometer. We just have to go from the umpire's decision, which is final. But the Red Force players seem to be very disappointed.
And the umpire was equally confident that that was not an edge. And this is one of the things that you really don't know when these fielders are serious about an appeal, because they go up for every and anything. I didn't see any deviation on the ball, Gary.
Yes.
Didn't see any deviation, and normally you look for a deviation on the ball as it goes through. But he was looking to cut that up and over. Maybe a little bit naughty from Andrew.
Yes, maybe the first ball shot that he has played in his innings. He would want to resettle.
And again looking to hook this one. And again missing, goes through to the keeper to take. Don't know if he was going to ever control that if he had hit it though. And maybe somebody will get into the ear of the young man and say to him, you don't have to hook at everything that is dug in short.
So we didn't, from that strong appeal, the batsman seemed confident that he didn't hit it. He didn't give any indication that he might have taken an edge. And he didn't, he was just there standing.
Hines bowls to him. Again, it's short. A good short delivery this time. And this time he bails out of it. Just walks away. Knows that it's the end of the over. And at the end of that over then, the Leewards remain on 243 for 5.
Excellent short delivery. Delivering maybe in anger, in frustration that he didn't get a decision going his way. Caught behind. And so the Leewards will continue to fight. 243 for 5. 76 overs have been completed.
Easy Taro.
Hines, none for 23 from his 10 overs. And Pear will continue. And this is one of the dangers when players appeal for every and anything. And appeal for things which are not even close. It's like the young boy who called Wolf. Here to bowl once again. This time he will be bowling to Jeremiah Louis. And Louis driving down to the fielder at mid-on. He has been brought from the long-on boundary. And they get a single. So Louis moves on with that single to 28. And they score to 244 for 5.
For Andrew, the field at mid-on has been placed down on the long fence. And so Andrew continued to bat. He's on 62. And the lead for the Leewards is 106. So certainly the Red Force will be under pressure in the second innings.
And Andrew is driving down to the fielder who is back at long on. And he'll get a single that will take him to 63. And the Leewards at 245 for 5. 5 runs away from their first batting points of this inning. Here to Jeremiah Louis. Angles it away down to the vacant third man position. Backward point goes across to his left and they'll get a run. And so the Leewards now 246 for the loss of 5. Here to bowl to Joel Andrew, who flashes it down to the fielder coming off the cover boundary. And another single. Score moves on to 248 it is. For 5. Louis on strike. 247 for 5. And he plays this one away into the offside. Brings up the end of the over. And so the Leewards have continued after the rain break 247 for 5, leading by 110.
So they started the morning on 105 for 1. So they would have added 142 runs for the day. And the 29 overs would have been bowled yesterday. And so they have bowled some 77. So 48 overs have been delivered by the Red Force today. And the Leeward scoring 142 runs. And they would want to continue to extend the lead and put pressure on the Red Force in the second innings.
And the Leewards have had to rebuild on a number of occasions. The scoring rate has still remained above 3. Here's a short delivery. And Joel Andrew is playing at a wide delivery. Knows that he has been naughty and takes a walk towards square leg. Will have to compose himself and get going again. He'll know that these are phases that he will go through as a batsman when you are not scoring, when the bowler is tempting you, but you have to get over these little periods.
And Jeremiah Louis from a distance, I think, had probably mentioned something to him from a distance, maybe words of encouragement.
As he faces Hines, and this one is driving back down to the legs of the bowler, tidied up by mid-off, and so score will remain on 247 for 5. Andrew is on 64, notching up his first half century in his first-class career. And with him is Jeremiah Louis on 29. So Hines, in his 11th over, bowls to Andrew, short delivery, and he plays it well, just sways away and allows it to go through for the keeper to take. And this one is called and signaled wide. And so the score will move on by 1. And nowadays, more than ever, Gary, the umpires work as a well-oiled unit. The umpire at square leg normally would help the standing umpire by calling the wide, signaling
over the head. And I think that Terence Hines, he's flustered. He's frustrated by the fact that he didn't get the wicket of Andrew, because his last 4 deliveries have been short, and some of them have been wide.
As he goes away from us once more to bowl to Joel Andrew. And this one is flashed into the offside by Andrew. Challenging run for the fielder on the cover boundary. But he runs in vain as it goes across the boundary for 4. This time he was behind it in terms of being able to get over it and just slapped it away for 4, Joel Andrew.
And just as Terence Hines has been bowling in frustration, I think that shot was played in anger as well, because Terence Hines was coming after the youngster Joel Andrew. He saw an opportunity, a wide delivery on the off stump, and he smashed it back with a point for 4.
Oh, he played it well. Batting points for the Leewards, Gary, 252.
So they have picked up bowling and batting points. So it looked like they would have gotten 3 batting points in when they dismissed the Red Force, and now they have gone to 250. They were looking to get to the 300 mark, where they can pick up another bonus point.
As Hines bowls to Andrew, again short outside the line of the off stump, not making the height that he thought he would get. And it goes past the swaying shoulder of Joel Andrew and taken by Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. 252 for 5.
You could very well see that Terence Hines will be replaced from this immediate center end. I don't think he has lost his concentration, he has lost his line, he has lost his direction. And I'm sure his captain, De Silva, would make a change from this immediate center end.
It's Hines, though, going up to bowl to Joel Andrew. And another short delivery, and he's attempting to ramp it, Joel Andrew. It'd be best advised just to leave those alone. You don't want to feather that to the keeper. You don't want to give any comfort to the bowler.
So another signal of 1 above the shoulder. I think that's the second one for the over. So the next one will be called a no ball if you do bowl another short delivery.
Leewards are leading by 115. Andrew settles over his bat, and Hines is there to bowl to him, and he's punching this one down to extra cover, brings up the end of the over. 252 for the loss of 5, 78 completed, and 78 overs completed, and the Leewards are 252 for 5.
So good batting. The Leewards recovered well after being 168 for 5. So we have now seen a very good partnership. And so 116. So 84 runs is the partnership, and the lead by 115. So these two will want to continue to bat. You have about 44 minutes to go before tea. Tea has been extended. It normally is 2:40. We will go in for tea at 2 o'clock, and then play will extend after this to 5:35. And lots of time still remaining in this game.
As Jeremiah Louis defends a delivery from P into the offside, and no runs.
Louis on 29, and I'm sure he has his eyes thinking about a half century.
Catch it!
He's driving down to the fielder at cover, and he won't score.
Thought he was deceived by the delivery, was stretching for it, but the ball left the bat in the air. Unfortunately for him, it was well clear of the fielders on the offside.
Pierre once again from the far end, and he's bringing Louis forward, and it goes on the offside of the pitch. No runs. I'm sure that there are some of the batters in the Leeward's change room who would be saying, I could have been there. Delivery which is short, wide, punch down to the fielder at cover, and again they don't score. 2 deliveries left in the over. From the Lozak Road end, here is Pierre, and a sweep shot there by Louis. They'll get a single, because there's a fielder down at backward square, and so he will take that run to make his total 30, and the Leewards at 253 for 5. Here is Pierre once more. Andrew is driving from the inner portion of the bat, finds mid-wicket, and they don't score. And so at the end of the over then, 253 for 5, the Leewards. And this is in reply to 137 made by Trinidad and Tobago.
Carrier has been steady without creating much issues, much troubles for the two batsmen there. So I don't know if maybe the captain might want to make a change at the far end to see if he can break this partnership. He has not. He has decided that he will continue with Terrence Hines from the middle center end, even though in his last over he has been a bit erratic. So maybe he's giving him another opportunity to get to refocus and get back on target.
Partnership between these two, 85. Very valuable runs, extending the lead for the Leewards. It will be Hines to continue, but this time he'll be bowling to Jeremiah Louis. Andrew is off strike. Louis for this delivery is getting a short delivery, wide, signaled one above the shoulder by the umpire at square leg, and this is indicated by umpire Carl Tuckett as well.
I think this is wayward bowling by Terrence Hines. And so another delivery delivered above the shoulder.
Fast bowling is hard work, Gary, and you would know it better than I. Hines, and this delivery is pitched further up outside the line of the off stump though, and Jeremiah Louis leaves it alone.
Much better delivery. a little closer to the stumps, a bit further up as well, but well judged by Jeremiah Louis, and the ball just went outside the off stump. So you just want to go back on that off stump line and try and get back on target, because the Red Force has certainly been, they're up against it. They have a deficit of 116, and this is a good partnership, and has been batting well, these two.
As Hines from wide of the crease sends a Yorker length delivery into Jeremiah Louis, who plays it well, and he doesn't score. Leewards bowling out the Red Force for 137, and we're playing now strongly, 253 for 5. But before lunch, Red Force picked up some 4 wickets and had a spell where they were absolutely dominant. Hines once more to bowl to Louis, and is behind it, defends nicely. Good little period here by Trinidad and Tobago, though they have restricted the scoring.
Yes, and that's what you want to do. If you're not picking up the wickets, then you need to ensure that you prevent the batsman from scoring. And we've seen 4 dot deliveries, apart from the first delivery, which was short and wide. Terence Hines, he has struck a better length with the last 2 deliveries.
And he turns beneath our position at the media center end and goes up to bowl to Jeremiah Louis, who is again defending, and they won't score.
We have not seen Tion Webster for the bowling yet for the Red Force. He's also a medium pacer. Maybe you need to bring some changes. If you're not getting a breakthrough, then you have to try different things, try different bowlers, and see if they'll be successful.
Hines, and for this delivery he's driving firmly, is Jeremiah Louis. Finds extra cover in the way. End of a maiden over by Hines. Leeward's at 253 for 5 after 80 overs have been completed.
Well, quiet period of play. The Leeward's still trying to consolidate. The onus is on the Red Force to try and break this partnership. We have not seen anything to suggest that they will be breaking this partnership soon, but as we all know, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and lack of concentration, losing of concentration for a moment can result in the loss of a wicket. But Jeremiah Louis and the youngster Joel Andrew, they have been batting well. They have put on an excellent partnership, and they will want to continue to bat as they have been given some refreshment by the emergency fielder, the 12th man for the Leeward's team. And so Andrew will be facing up. So there's a change of bowling at the far end. Looks like Anderson Phillip has been brought back into the attack.
And if my vision is right, I believe that the second new ball has been taken out as well. No indication that it has been taken by the Red Force, but at least it's on the field and in the position of the umpires. 80 overs have been completed, of course. The new ball is due. And so with Seals coming back from the far end, possibly that they will take it.
Yes, because nothing is happening. So as I said, they need to try something. So I guess one of the things they can try is the new ball, and hope that the new ball can bring, they can break the partnership and get the remaining wickets for the Leewards.
Joel Andrew is on 68, settles over his bat, and Seals is bowling to him, and he's solidly behind this. Defends nicely.
Yes, he has been defending well all day, and he would want to continue to bat. He has faced 127 balls. He has looked good. He has struck some 8 4s and 2 6s. So more than half of his runs have been scored in boundary. 8 4s, 4 is 32 and 12, 44 runs. Has been struck in boundaries.
Seals at Warner Park from the Lozak Road end. And Andrews getting a short delivery and pulling down to backward square, where the fielder on the boundary feels And just a single to add to the score. He moves on to 69, Andrew. And it's 254 for 5, the Leewards.
He took up the challenge with a short delivery and played it well. He hooked it down because there was a fielder down on the back of the square fence, and he played it well. I was able to pick up another run.
I'm saying Sales, but it's actually Anderson Phillip who picked up a wicket this morning in the very first over, that of Casey Carty. Jeremiah Louis, fast bowler himself, has Phillip to bowl to him, and for this delivery he's glancing it away into the onside. There's a fielder down on the long leg boundary, so they'll have a single. And the score will move on to 255 for 5. And Louis moves to 31.
A delivery pitched up by Anderson Phillip. And the batsman Jeremiah Louis got bat on it, went down to fine leg. The hands of the bowler went into the air because I thought it was a bit of a tentative shot played by Jeremiah Louis. But he got the inner portion of the bat and went down to fine leg.
Just a sprinkling of spectators at the ground. And they see Phillip coming up to bowl to Andrew. Short delivery, hooked away, down. Is it 4? Yes, it's 4. Short delivery. And he was inside his wicket, Joel Andrew, and hooking it clear of the fielder down at long leg. And it went across the boundary for 4 runs. Good shot. He was in total control, and they picked up 4 good-looking runs.
Another short delivery from Anderson Phillip, and the youngster Joel Andrew got inside of it and got it down towards the long leg area or fine leg for 4.
New ball being taken.
Right, so the signal coming from umpire Crawford. So 4 deliveries with the old ball, 80.4 overs, and now the new ball has been taken.
So it will be Anderson Phillip from the far end. We'll have a harder, shiny new ball in his hands. 2 deliveries left in this over. Joel Andrew has taken his score on to 73. 73. I noticed that the scorers have worked his score backwards to 69, but he did score 4 of the last delivery he faced. Here's Phillip to bowl to him. Short, flashed into the offside, and that's handsomely done there for 6. Got a short delivery, and it's a short player himself. But my word, he packs a punch. He was on top of it, and when I looked and thought he was playing it down, he was actually hitting it up and got it across the boundary for 6 good-looking runs, Joel Andrew. He moves on to 79.
And Anderson Phillip is in disbelief because he stood there for almost a minute staring at the youngster because it was a short delivery and he really hammered it over backward a point for 6. And Anderson Phillip is saying, well, wow, a youngster like you is treating me like this?
Leeward's lead by 128. First delivery with the new ball being cut away for 6. Joel Andrew settles over his bat. He's on 79. And here is Phillip, again short, better directed this time, and he was behind it and just angled it away in the offside. No run scored. Joel Andrew remains on 79, 9 4s and 3 6s, and the Leewards are 265 for 5.
Good over for the Leewards. Some good shots being played by the youngsters, so he continued to demonstrate his ability here at Warner Park, batting excellently. He's on 79 and he have been given good support by Jeremiah Louis, who is also batting well. He's on 31 and they have put on a very good partnership.
97.
So 97 runs partnership between these two for a 6 wicket. It certainly could have, if they didn't put on a good partnership, the Red Force could have called their way back into this game, but this partnership has certainly put some pressure on the Red Force, and Seals will pick up the attack from this, the media center end.
Joel Andrew has shown absolutely no fear. He's only in his second game at the regional level. First game, he got a golden duck, first inning, first ball. And in his second game, he's on 79 from 131 balls. Seals to bowl to Jeremiah Louis down the leg side and goes through for the keeper to take, going towards his left. And so the Leewards are 265 for 5. Lead, we remind you, is 128 by the Leewards. Partnership between this pair, 97. As Seals goes up to bowl to Jeremiah Louis and is playing at this initially and then withdrawing the bat. I think he was beaten on that occasion as he was being pulled wide by Seals. Initially shaped to play and then withdrew the bat as it went through to the silver.
Good delivery from Seals, trying to force the batsman into a drive. They have 2 slips and a gully waiting, but the one went through to be taken behind by the keeper. So we cannot overemphasize the fact that the youngster Joel Andrew has batted excellently. He's a youngster, 17 years of age. He born 7th of December 2006.
Delivery, which is bringing Jeremiah Louis forward, plays it down to mid-off and doesn't score. So he still has time at the under-19 level, Gary.
Yes, he's still. So he will continue to develop, continue to play his cricket, and let's hope he would remain focused on his game.
Seals has not picked up a wicket in this inning so far. Bowls to Louis, struck on the pad, is going back on the back foot, and the umpire says not out, and they're chasing through for a run, which is a leg by, and of course we'll have a second look at that. From wide of the crease, pushing it in with the angle. He was going back, but that's going to miss, Gary.
Yeah, that would the best result for that would have been an umpire's call. It's going down the onside, and I think that umpire Tuckett has made an excellent decision.
He's bowling from very wide on the crease, and it's coming in with the angle. And I think that's going to miss.
So we have seen some vociferous appeal by the Red Force that has been turned down by most of them by Carly Tuckett. The one that was an appeal for call to the wicket. And now this was an LBW shout, but Carly Tuckett is on move.
Seals bowls to Andrew, who is getting a delivery wide of the off stump. It doesn't play, and it goes through for the silver. Well, Gary, I've seen a lot of first-class matches. And even when I managed at the regional level, 4 years, can't recall it being like this. The players nowadays seem to be shouting for every single thing that hits the pad, even if it's going to miss the stumps by a mile.
Well, yesterday they had a loud appeal for a catch at the wicket that the youngster Mikhail Louis was a bit disappointed with the umpire's decision.
Seals to bowl to Andrew, plays it away into the offside. They'll get a single, and so he'll move on with that run to 80. And the Leewards to 267 for the loss of 5.
So the over has been completed, an over in which we saw a loud appeal for an LBW decision. And Carly Tuckett stood firm. So the Red Force will have to continue to try to break this partnership. But in the meantime, the lead has been extended and will be extended for maybe in the next 25, 30 runs, hopefully for the Leewards or more.
As we see some youngsters enjoying the cricket, having a seat on one of the light pylons.
You're looking at the youngster, Joel Andrew. That's a good steady. Be able to tell mommy that they were at the park and they saw the under 19 player Joel Andrew batting.
Philip to bowl to Andrew, who is driving at this one, didn't move, and the partnership is on 99.
Excellent partnership for the 6th wicket between these two, and they want to continue to extend it. I'm sure Joel Andrew will. I'm sure has been harboring thoughts maybe of 100. He'll want to continue to bat and stay focused and play each ball on its merit.
As Phillips bowled to Andrew, and again he's playing a naughty shot. It was wide of the stumps, it was making some height, and he didn't leave it alone. He funded it, but he didn't touch it.
Had made some height and had pace as well. And it was before he was completely truth with the shot, the ball went past him. And unfortunately for him, he didn't take an edge. So Jeremiah Louis has called the youngster down just to have a quiet word with him.
Probably saying to him, you're 120 away from a double 100. You don't want to throw it away now.
So nothing much is in the pitch. The pitch is a good batting strip, so you want to, once you're set, you want to stay in there and bat.
Strengthening the offside field is the captain, and having the fielder from cover come up to gully. So 2 slips and a gully, and bringing the mid wicket to extra cover. Phillips to bowl to Andrew, who is playing this one away down to the field at gully, and he remains on 80.
With 2 slips and a gully waiting, maybe Philip would want to get one further up to the bat and to encourage the batsman to come onto the front foot and drive. I know he also has the fielder down on the back of the square fence for the miscued hook, and also a long leg, but you also have 2 slips and a gully waiting.
Anderson Phillip from the Lozak Road end to bowl to Andrew, who is getting a delivery, touching down outside the off stump and coming back in slightly. It goes through for the silver to take. So 99-run partnership between Joel Andrew, who is on 80, and Jeremiah Louise on 31. Leeward's lead by 130.
A delivery which is a bit further up, but I'm sure he can get it a bit closer to the batsman, but he was outside the off stump, and Andrew just left it and allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
Here is Philip once more to bowl to Andrew, who is back, forcing it into the offside, finds extra cover, and he won't score. So 1 delivery left in the over.
So he's trying to get on top of that short delivery and just push it into the offside, but as you said, he's a small man, but he timed the ball well, and he has been able to, he has struck 3 sixes. He would have cut away the first ball of the second new ball over backward a point for 6.
Philip comes up to bowl to Andrew, and he is hitting this one in the air down to the fielder coming off the backward point boundary. They'll get a single, so he moves up to 81, Joel Andrew, and the Leewards to 268 for the loss of 5. More importantly, a 100-run partnership coming up between these two.
Excellent partnership between these two batsmen. As I said, they came together when the score was on 168 when Terence Ward was dismissed just before lunch, and that could have been disaster for the Leewards if they would have lost another wicket. As we look into the distance, the Nevis in the distance, a little puffy white cloud on the top of Nevis Peak, and the original Deepwater port in Sink is also in view. And so good shot, good camera work by our cameraman Basu. And Seals will continue from the media center end.
Seals, and delivery which is pitched wide of the off stump, and Drew allows it to go through. So 29 overs were completed yesterday, and the Leewards went to bed at 105 for 1. And before lunch, losing the wickets of Carty, Powell, Hamilton, and Ward.
So it's a bit overcast again here at Warner Park. We see the dark clouds lurking overhead coming from the western side and moving across over the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, but no immediate threat of rain as yet.
Seals again bowls to Joel Andrew, who is working this one into the onside, gets the inner portion of the bat and goes down to the fielder from the long leg area. And so he will move to 82, Joel Andrew, 269 for 5.
Good delivery from Sales, got the ball right up and came from the inner portion of the bat. And maybe if you could say if it's one fault, you don't want to say a fault, but at times it looked like that the batsman Andrew can get a little bit too casual. He's a young player. I'm sure he will develop his craft.
Seals again, this time to Jeremiah Louis, and he's getting a delivery pitch wide of the off stump. He doesn't have to play, and he doesn't play. Umpire Tuckett signals to Crawford that we have seen 3 deliveries in the over. Second new ball being taken by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They got some success this morning with the older ball, and they're looking to change things slightly. Brian Charles and Pear didn't seem very effective, Gary.
No, the Pear especially he was steady, but not creating any problem for the batsmen.
Charles did look a little bit more dangerous before lunch. Delivery pitch wide of the off stump goes for the keeper, and that's De Silva. And so the Leewards 269 for 5 in reply to 137 made by Trinidad and Tobago, leading by 132 the Leewards, and weighing over number 84.
It is developing into a healthy lead, because when they would have lost the 5th wicket on 168, we were thinking a lead of between 50 and 75 would have been a good lead, but they have extended it to 132.
Seals bowls a full delivery there to Jeremiah Louis. Gets off the outer portion of the bat, down to second slip quickly, and it went away behind him, but no chance of a run. I think it went from his hands and probably struck him somewhere about the face.
Yeah, he dropped just in front of him, came off his hand, and probably went up on his side of the neck area, on the right side, just maybe on the side of the neck, but he seems to be okay. But
they seem to be calling the physio.
Physiotherapist is coming onto the field. Probably came off his finger, because they're looking at his finger as well. So there'll be a slight hold up in play as the Leewards continue to bat and continue to put some pressure on the Red Force.
Good partnership between these two, Gary. They came together with a score on 168 for 5, and at that point Leewards had lost to Ward, who had shared in a little bit of a rebuilding partnership there between himself and Joel Andrew. They had added 33, and these two came together 168 for 5. A couple more wickets and Trinidad would have been right in the hunt, but these two have added more than 100.
Yes, they have, and good batting. So you see the physiotherapist is going to look like a concussion check to make sure that the fielder, that's Mohan, who was struck on the side of the face from a delivery which came from the outer portion of the bat, jumping in front of him and went and struck him on the side of the face. But he seemed to be okay, and the physiotherapist is making his way off the field. The Leewards will continue to bat. They have lots of time remaining, and these two will want to take it up to tea time. 15 minutes to go. Another 10-15 runs. Take the lead to 150. Come back after lunch and see if they can get it up to 200.
Seals is asking the man at backward point to go across to his right, and he has done that. Bowls a short delivery to Jeremiah Louis, who sways out of the way, allows it to go to the keeper. So at the end of the over, Leeward's lead by 132. They are 269 for 5, and this partnership is 101 runs.
Well, a short delivery to bring up the end of the over for Seals, and no luck for him in terms of wickets, and the Leewards will continue to try and pile on the runs on the Red Force. We're only in day 2, so there's no rush for them to declare. They should bat as long as possible and see how many runs they can put on the scoreboard. And they've already gotten a batting point, so they want to get up to 300 to pick up an extra batting point, and that would help the cause in terms of the point standings in the table. They are second behind the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands on top, and the Leewards would want to continue to pick up the batting points where possible.
Philip will continue to bowl from the Lossac Road end, and for this delivery it's played over the head of the fielder at the gully and goes down to the boundary for 4 runs. Joel Andrew moves on to 86.
So he played it in the air over the gully area down to the boundary for 4. So another boundary to Joel Andrew, so he moves on to 86, and the lead has gone on to 136. The Leewards.
And 27 runs away from another batting point. Remember, you accumulate these in the first 110 overs of the inning. As Philip comes up to Andrew once again, and he's genuinely beaten this time. Playing at it, pulling the bat inside the line, but after the delivery had gone past, as we look at it again, yes, it looks like he actually played.
Extra effort from Philip. Got some good pace out of the pitch, and the youngster Joel Andrew was beaten.
Louis has been good for him. Jeremiah Louis has kept him calm, kept him composed, spoken to him on many occasions.
Yeah, from a distance and close up as well.
As Philip comes up to bowl to Andrew, and he's playing it away into the offside, will get a single as the fielder comes off the backward point boundary. So he moves to 87, Joel Andrew, and the Leewards 274 for 5.
Yes, just about 10 minutes to go before tea. Tea will be taken at 3 o'clock, and these two continue to bat for the Leewards. That's Joel Andrew and Jeremiah Louis.
Philip, 1 for 52 from 12 overs. As it's turned into the onside, they'll get another single. And so the score moves on to 275 for 5, the Leewards. And Louis moves on to 32. Brings Joel Andrew, who is on 87, back onto strike. 2 deliveries left in the over. Leewards have already picked up 6 runs from the over. And so the lead is 138. Still scoring at over 3 runs and over the Leewards. And so this game has progressed very quickly. Philip comes up to bowl to Andrew, and he's steering it into the offside, sets off for a single, but the fielder was just too fast there coming around from extra cover, and so they won't score. Jason Mohammed being the fielder.
So it's overcast, so a nice cooling effect for the players, especially the medium pacer Philip. I'm sure he would want to try to use the overcast conditions here at the Warner Park.
Is bowling to Andrew, And Andrew is playing. Looks, the shout goes up. Yes, he touched
This
it.
time is out. You could see
Touched
the
it through to the
deviation.
keeper. You saw the deflection, Gary.
Yes. So the good innings of the youngster has come to an end. As we look at it on the monitor, just on about the off stump, he played at it, and you see the deviation taken behind by the keeper. So an excellent knock by the youngster Joel Andrew has come to an end, and the partnership has been broken eventually. The Leeward's 275 for 6.
And you saw the disappointment on his face. He didn't have to play at that one. He played it, but it has been a good inning and a good introduction to the Leewards by Joel Andrew and for Joel Andrew. And as he makes his way off, on comes Cornwall, who will be replacing Joel Andrew. The wicket was celebrated there by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'm sure they're not to a man that they have seen a special inning from a 17-year-old youngster.
Yes, an excellent knock from the youngster. It would only do his confidence a world of good, and also his development. You just need to continue to be focused and continue to do the right things, and you'll be able to be successful and make it into up at the highest level. But the captain, Cornwall, has come to the middle and had a little word with Jeremiah Louis, or maybe Jeremiah Louis had a word with his captain, asked him to try and stick around with him so they can put on another good partnership. There's no need for any rush to try and declare it just in the second session of the second day's play. And Leewards would have already dismissed the Red Force in the first innings, and they have a lead of 138 runs. All they need to do is to try and extend the lead to as far as possible. If they can get it up to 175, 200 runs, that certainly would put pressure on the Red Force. And I see Jason Mohammed having a word with Cornwall. He did the same thing to Jamal Hamilton. He was successful because Jamal Hamilton was bowled 2 deliveries after that. Let us see if his tactics will work for Cornwall, but Cornwall will not be facing up to Sales from this immediate center end. It will be Jeremiah Louis.
275 for 6. As Seals bowls a delivery outside the off stump, goes through for the keeper, De Silva. And he's on 32, Jeremiah Louis. Raheem Cornwall has just gone to the crease. The Leewards are leading by 138. And they'll want to get some more on that lead. Also, they will be looking to pick up another batting bonus point once they can take the score to 300. Louis settles over his bat and has Seals to bowl to him. Short outside the off stump, not making a lot of height, but goes through for the keeper to take. Just about 6 minutes away from T, Gary.
Yes, and Sales and the Red Force would want to pick up another wicket before tea, because that good partnership was just broken, a partnership of 107. You don't want these two to put on another good partnership, and that will certainly mean more pressure for the batsmen of the Red Force team.
So Cornwall is at the crease, and sees that Seals is going past him, goes up to bowl to Jeremiah Louis, played away in the offside, and no runs. So we went to lunch at 195 for 5. The Leewards had a rain break when the score was on 237 for 5. And we are back from the rain. And it's a little bit overcast there, but no immediate threats of rain, Gary.
No, it isn't.
And Seals turns away from us and goes up to bowl to Louis, who is driving firmly, finds the fielder coming off the cover boundary. They'll only get one, never ever a chance of getting 2. And that single takes the score on to 276 for 6, the Leewards. leading by 139. Louis goes up to 33. And Cornwall takes his guard.
So let us see what will be the approach of the Captain Cornwall. See if he's going to lend some support to Jeremiah Louis, or if he's going to look to take the attack to Jaden Steele. I think that he should try and just settle in and give support to Jeremiah Louis, who has been batting well.
Seals bowls to Cornwall, and he's getting a short delivery and just sways inside the line and allows it to go through for Joshua De Silva to take. That's a nice little welcome to the crease.
Right, a good short delivery, but Cornwall just ducks underneath it and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
We have lost the majority of clear blue skies above us, Gary. Now you see the cloud cover is becoming even more intense. Seals bowl to Cornwall, who is getting a short delivery on the body. Turns it away in the onside. Brings up the end of the over, 276 for 6. And 86 overs completed by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Leewards extending the lead. And 276 for 6. 86 overs gone.
So we're seeing some 5.4 overs with that. The second new ball, they have been able to break the partnership. Just got the wicket of Joel Anju. And Anderson Phillip will continue from the far end. We're hoping to continue to pick up wickets and get this remaining 4 wickets as quickly as possible.
Jeremiah Louis has a high score of 78. And settles over his bat. Philip from the far end to bowl to Louis. And he's back, punching in the offside. Just trickles away for Gully to pick up. We're in the middle of the cruise season. Goes up until the hurricane season starts in June. And ports throughout the Caribbean where tourism is big, you'll be seeing these cruise ships. Here is Philip to bowl to Louis, who is driving down to mid-on and can't score. Seals is down by the scoreboard area, having a chat with some students, probably encouraging them to play women's cricket. As we see Jeremiah Louis settling over his bat, and for this delivery he's trying to flick it off the pads. They'll get a single. Cornwall was coming through, and can I say quickly, Gary?
At least he made an effort to try and get down to the other end as quickly as he can.
Leg by being signaled. Score goes on to 277 for 6. Lead is 140.
Certainly will be the last over before the tea interval, so 3 deliveries remaining in the over.
And he comes up to bowl to Cornwall, who is driving in the air and dropped by the bowler Philip on his follow through.
Yes, he was pushed back, and the bowler was going to his left and the ball was to his right and couldn't hold on to it. I thought he probably came back a little slower than he anticipated as well.
Possibly.
Yeah. He was actually grabbing at it. So chance going down. Cornwall dropped by a return catch by Seals. Oh, that's Philip, sorry. Anderson Philip bowling from the far end.
Craig Brathwaite has brought up his 50, Gary. Taking him 152 deliveries, but he's still there. Short delivery pulled into the onside by Cornwall. There's a fielder down on the backward square leg boundary. And so he'll open his account. He's on 1. Leeward's at 278 for 6. 52 from 157 balls, Brathwaite. Thank you very much, Dylan.
Well, at least he's still in the middle. And once you're set, you want to stay in the middle and bat. But personally, if you face 157 ball, you should at least be scoring at 100 in regional competition where the standard of play may not be that high.
Here's a delivery, full in length, turned away into the onside. And it's the end of the over. It's the end of play between lunch and tea. And the Leewards have moved their lunchtime position of 195 for 5 to 278 for the loss of 6 wickets. And so the Trinidad team, they have picked up 1 wicket in the post-lunch session. And I'm sure that they will go back to their change rooms and they'll tell themselves, listen, we still have to give a big shout of this. We're still in the game. And they would want to come back out after lunch and after tea and get themselves stuck into this Leeward's team in terms of taking wickets. So with the score on 278 for 6, we will be back with you in the next 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Wanna Park Cricket Stadium, where we tell you players about to resume after tea. And the Leewards are tea 278 for 6. The narrow batsmen Jeremiah Louis on 33 and Captain Cornwall on 1. And we saw an excellent knock from the youngster Joel Andrew, 17-year-old. He made 87. He struck some 10 fours and 3 sixes. So Seals will continue. We'll start from the media center end to bowl to Cornwall. And it's whipping it into the onside. We get a single. And the return comes down towards the bowler's end as Cornwall gets into his crease. So one more to the total. First run after tea. First ball after tea, Carlisle, a single.
Oh yes, and the Leewards are getting closer to that batting point.
So Seals will want to get a wicket. He has not been successful so far. Successful bowlers are Philip, 2 for 52, Charles, 3 for 76, and Mohan, 1 for 18. On the leg stump, you get it down fine for 4 runs. Badly line delivery. And Jeremiah Louis just came inside of it and played it down fine for 4. And that's not this type of start the Red Force would be looking for. But the Leeward Hurricanes would be happy for the runs that are coming. So 4 more to the total. It has gone on to 283. So 5 runs have been scored so far in this over. A single. And now 4. So that's the 2 deliveries. 283 it is for 6 wickets to Leeward. I mean that 4. Jeremiah Louis moves on to 37. Cornwall is on 2. And he's driving off the outer portion of the bat. Down towards vacant third man. 4 more.
Yeah, just opening the face of the bat. And runs coming a little bit quickly here for the Leewards.
So the 3 deliveries after lunch, after tea, sorry. We have gotten 9 runs, 2 fours and a single. So not the start that Seals would have wanted. 287 for 6 wickets. The scorers seem like they're still on lunch. They still have the lunchtime score up, or the tea time score, sorry. 9 runs have been scored since tea. 287 it is for 6. And Jeremiah Louis is on 41. Outside the off stump, he watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. 287. So it means the lead is 150. 150 lead. Next, a good lead for the Leeward, Carlisle.
Oh, very good lead. And they'd want to extend that as well, Gary.
Seals has not been successful. He's in his 12th over. Before this, none for 31. We have seen some 9 runs being scored off his bowling in this over. And he will continue from this immediate center end. The sun has come back here at Warner Park. Taking on the pad, the Lord appeals out. This time he has gotten the breakthrough ball on the stumps. And Jeremiah Lee was coming forward, didn't get forward enough. And it was struck on the crease. The appeal went up. And a wicket has been taken. So Seals has gotten his first wicket. LBW, that's Louis. And he made 41.
Played all around it, and Jeremiah Louis, it seemed to me as if he started walking even before the finger of Carl Tuckett came up, because he knew he had missed one that was straightening on him, and so he has lost his wicket. 287 for 7, the Leewards.
So they're picking up an early wicket in the first over after tea, but the Leewards, they have scored some 9 runs. They have a lead of 150. And so the new batsman for the Leewards, Colin Archibald.
Let's take a look around the region, Gary. Guyana, remember, 175, and they're 102 for 2. The Academy made 162 in reply to the 175. The Scorpions, Jamaica Scorpions against Barbados Pride. Jamaica 269, Barbados 180 for 3 in reply. And then in the game, CCC against the Windwards. CCC 204, Winwards, a strong reply, 216 for 4. Not out batsmen being Hodge 55 and Ambris 88.
So the Winwards continue to do well at the top of the board in terms of the points. And they would like to go and win this game outright. Leeward C on the other hand, they have a good lead against the Red Force, 150. They would want to extend the lead. They would look to get at least 175, 200 if possible. Seals, I'm sure, would have other ideas right up, and to the measure of it is Colin Archibald just pushed it down into the offside to bring up the end of a successful over in terms of a wicket. Seals has been able to get his first wicket in the innings.
And Trinidad and Tobago continue to chip away at the batting here of the Leewards. And so they have picked up a wicket right after the break. Colin Archibald is on 7, Rakeem Cornwall. Colin Archibald is yet to score, Rakeem Cornwall is on 2.
So it's going to be Anderson Phillip who will open the attack from the far end, or will continue from the far end. It just separated by the T interval. So before T, he had at 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 52, and Seals before T, 11 overs, none for 31. So he picked up the wicket of Jeremiah Louis, LBW, for 41. And the Lexham looking to whip it into the onside. Laura Peel is out. Cornwall has been given out, LBW, by umpire Crawford. He seemed to be a bit disappointed, but the dreaded finger of Crawford went in the air. Cornwall is out, LBW to Phillip for 2. When we look at it on the monitor, he had good reason to be disappointed, Carlisle.
Oh, if that's going to hit the leg stump, then I am indeed a stump. That clearly will seem to have been missing. And perhaps one of these days we'll get to the stage where we can have a review system in these matches as well. That seemed to be heading down leg.
And that is why Cornwall is disappointed with that decision, because his ball struck him he was on the pad, but from the vantage point of the review, he looked to have been going down the onside.
Watch Josh De Silva. Watch him behind the stumps. Skipping down leg to take that.
That would have missed leg stump.
Yeah, but he was up as vociferous as the others. On the other hand, when Cornwall bowled a delivery to Josh De Silva, which seemed to have been, he seemed to have been missing leg, missing off, and hitting smack into middle. It was deemed not out. These things happen.
Umpire Crawford seemed to have had a mixed bag in terms of his performance in this game. Some questionable decision. On the other hand, I think Carl Tuckett stood firm in the face of adversity when the appeal was vociferous, but he stood firm, and the review proved that his decision would have been correct. So Phillip will go around the wicket to Durham. Daniel Durham has replaced his captain outside the off stump. He just watches it go through. So the Red Force, they have done well since T. In the 2 overs after T, or the 8 balls after T, 8 deliveries delivered after T, they have picked up 2 wickets. And they will want to pick up the remaining 2 wickets as quickly as possible. The lead is 150. So they would like to get it up to 175 if possible. So Red Force will start on the back foot in the second innings. They'll have to clear at least 150 runs before they can ask the Leewards to bat again. Sitting behind a short delivery. The sun comes back out here at Warner Park. The clouds has shifted towards the east, Carlisle. So I don't know if it's going to the east to come back down, but it has gone towards the east over the Bird Rock area, the dark cloud lurking over Bird Rock, where normally the rain would come from, but in recent times it has been coming from the opposite direction. Phillip is at the top of his mark at the far end. You have 2 slips on the gully. To the left-handed Daniel Doran. It's 287 for 8. Into the offside, we get an easy single as Cephas Cooper had to run away from Gully. So 1 to the total, 288. Duran is off the mark.
I'm going to ask the producer to show me that delivery again and slow it down at the point when the bowler is delivering. Seems to me that he goes very, very wide on the crease.
Okay, I'm sure we'll be able to have a look at that. So as he turns, that's Philip at the top of his mark. So he has gotten another wicket, so he has taken 3. And
There
he's
it is
into
again.
the off stump.
I suspect that he's close to cutting the return crease. So you can show me the last 2 deliveries, and let's see what it does on the return crease, Philip.
Ooh.
That's a
Okay.
no ball.
He's on the return crease, Carl.
Can't cut the return crease with his back foot, and he has been doing it all game and getting away with it.
So your eagle eyes have picked up that.
Yeah. He did it on the last 2 deliveries.
So a short delivery to bring up the end of the over. So 288 for 8 the Leewards.
Let's look at it again, Gary.
Go slow it down and pause. Is there any way you can pause it at the time that he would have?
Once the
touched
foot
return
hits the
crease?
ground, yes. That's it. Let's see it again. Let's see the back foot.
The back foot.
It's okay for the front foot to go any place except over. Come back a
Alright.
frame. Well, he's dragging.
Yeah, he's dragging on the
he's-
lane, and he's even gone past it.
Yeah, the back foot cannot touch the return crease, so it should be called and signaled no ball.
So umpire Crawford has missed that. So Seals will continue from the media center end. So Leeward starting the day on 105 for 1. They have progressed to 288 for 8, so they have lost 7 wickets for 182 runs. And 29.
Gary, we saw Kyron Powell just a few moments ago. We noticed that when he was batting, he called on the physio a couple of times to get his hands strapped.
Sails around the wicket to Archibald outside the off stump. What does he go through?
Says that he went and had an x-ray. It has revealed that there is a crack. He has suffered a fracture. And you're an x-ray technician yourself.
Quite unfortunate. I said he sustained it while batting.
While batting yesterday.
I think with a short delivery from, I think was probably Anderson Phillip that rose sharply on him. So maybe I think that was the delivery. I don't know if our producer can find that later. From the outer portion of the bat, good bit of feeling by the experience. Oh, that's Cephas Cooper in the gully, diving away to his left and prevented what could have been 4 if it had gone past him. So it's 288 lead, 151. Good lead, excellent lead for the Leewards. And the Red Force will be under pressure. They'll depend on the batters, the 2 openers, and also in the middle, the experienced Jason Mohammed, who made a century in the first game, and Jade Gooley also made a century in the second game, of hoping those players can make some runs. Delivery outside the off stump, and Archibald allows it to go through. 151 the lead, the Leewards. The Red Force coming back after tea at tea, the Leewards. So 278 for 8. They have lost 2 wickets. The wicket of the captain, LBW, for 2 to Philip, and Seals got the wicket of Louis. He was LBW for 41. So the 2 wickets going down on 287. The 2 slips and the gully goes down. Full delivery. Not timed by the batsman Colin Archibald, and gets it down to Philip at extra cover.
Doran. He seemed to straighten up when he saw that full ball coming, and well, he's a bowler. A batsman would have eased into it and probably eased it down to the boundary for 4. And he took the end of the bat. Seems like he has broken the bat as well, because he immediately signaled to the pavilion for a replacement bat.
So he'll be waiting for the replacement bat because of full delivery, and he just got it down to extra cover. So the emergency fielder, looks like Kofi James is bringing the replacement bat.
We're looking at that delivery again, where he went wide on the return creases. No, that's not the one. But we'll have another look at that, because the rules are clear. The front foot can go anywhere except over. The back foot must land within and not touch the return crease. That's him ending that one down to cover, and immediately shook his hand as he took it off the bat. Seems to have broken the bat.
So Seals will continue around the wicket, short outside the off stump, taken low down by captain and wicketkeeper De Silva, 288. And the Leewards has a healthy lead of 151. They will want to extend it with the remaining 2 wickets the remaining 2 wickets of the inning. They would want to score at least 20 runs, get it up to 175 if possible. Seals, who has picked up just the 1 wicket, would want to get this final 2 wickets quickly and get the openers in the middle. He's playing it in the air. It's going over cover down towards the boundary. Of course, for 1, they come back for 2, and it will go into the boundary now for 4 runs. A desperate effort by the fielder running across to his left from down at the deep back of the point here, but he couldn't pull it back. 4 runs to the total, and with that boundary, the total has gone on to 292 for 8, the Leewards.
He just got a little bit of fun. I have to say thank you to our producer, Dylan. Chadwick Walton has bowled and over. You know, he wicket keeps. We know he bats. He's just bowled and over in the game against Barbados.
Did he get a wicket?
No.
Yeah, he has
you know, Devon Thomas fancies himself as a bowler. Better known for his keeping and his batting. I'm sure if you ask Jamal Hamilton, he will tell you that he can bowl as well. He
can bowl as well, yeah. So Philip will be bowling, continue the bowling from the far end, and the Leewards inching up closer to the 300 mark, and that will give them an extra batting point. They've already collected 1 for reaching 250, and it's going to be Sales or Philip from the far end who would want to prevent that extra batting point. And Archibald is behind it, so the Leewards would want to get some more runs, and that would put pressure on the Red Force team. Red Force didn't bat well in the first innings.
Okay, that is delivery in this over.
Okay, so you can see that the side of the crease which is being touched by his right leg or right boot. He will continue from the far end. The ball to Archibald. With a swing to the onside, beats the keeper down towards the boundary for 4 byes. A short delivery, and he was looking to swing it into the onside as Colin Archibald. He missed it, and the keeper also missed it. He went to his right and into the boundary for 4 with that boundary. Total has gone on to 296.
Looks like he touched the return crease again. And I'm fascinated by this, because this is something that the umpires are supposed to look out for. You're not supposed to touch that return crease, and he's landing squarely on it.
He has been doing it regularly. He has been consistently doing it.
He has not been called, so he has nothing to correct.
It'll be interesting to see the wicket of Cornwall if he did cut the return crease with that when he got the wicket.
There he is again.
Yes. So delivery outside the off stump, another single to the total. Takes it on to 297. The lead, 160. The Leewards. Leeward Force, remember, in the first innings only made 137. Jade Gooley top scored with 30. 2 wickets to Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald. 2 wickets going to Cornwall and Daniel Durham. So it's Philip with bowling from the far end, coming into bowl to Durham. Durham is on 5 and Archibald is on 1. Delivery outside the off stump, steaming back in towards. This time the umpire has signaled a no ball call, so maybe he's picking up the fact that he's cutting the return crease is going to come up now. So after almost 13 attempts or 13 transgressions, he has now called a no ball for cutting the return crease. So no ball has been signaled by umpire Crawford. So maybe he heard us from this distance. So now he has been called for the no ball. So I'm sure he'll try and correct that. So extras move on by 1. And the total has gone on to 298. So 2 runs away from the 300 mark, where the Leewards will pick up an extra bonus point. As Philip and he's driving into the offside. Fielder down at back of the point, has some running to do. And the batsman will come back for 2 runs. 2 runs to Daniel Durham to bring up the 300. So there's 300 coming up for the Leewards with those 2 runs.
Important bonus point, Gary. Picked up bonus point when they bowled, and so it is important that they continue to pick up these points.
And the umpire did call on the ball the previous for the same cutting the return crease. So Philip will continue from the far end. 300 for the Leewards coming up. And he goes around the wicket. Short delivery. It's getting in the air down towards finally the fielder comes around, takes the catch. So Hines has taken the catch, a short delivery. And Durham looking to swing it over long leg, got it high in the air. And Hines came around to his left from long leg and took a well-judged catch. So the 9 wicket has been taken. And the Leewards 300 for 9.
300 for 9, 90 overs and 4 balls. And so we've been talking about bonus points for the Leewards, but Trinidad and Tobago Red Force can pick up a bonus point if they bowl out the Leewards this afternoon. 9 wickets down.
So they were short, and he was looking to pull it from somewhere on centre and off stump. Took the outer part of the bat, went high in the air. And the catch taken by Hines. Well-judged catch moving away to his left.
He took it very well.
Yep. And the number 11 batsman, Sheeno Berridge. How good is Sheeno Berridge as a batsman?
I don't know that he has credentials as a batsman, but when you're in the 11, you get a chance to bat.
Number 77 on his back, Sheeno Berridge, when he bowled for the Leewards. He bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 25. So he will get an opportunity to bowl again in the second innings. So he has a higher score of
4.
So he has a higher score of 4, an aggregate of 22 runs from his, how many matches he would have played? 27 matches, highest score of 4.
I think I'm going to look back later. Philip now has his 4th wicket. But I'm going to look back and see and make sure that all of his deliveries are legal deliveries. Well, they have been deemed illegal.
So
but I want to look to see if he's cutting the crease on any of them.
He's beaten outside the off stump. That's Sheeno Berridge to bring up the end of the over. 300 for 9, the Leewards.
And the bonus batting point, Trinidad and Tobago in search of their bonus fielding point, bowling point. 300 for the loss of 9 wickets. And the Leewards have been able to extend this lead. I'm sure that they would have been looking for more. Highest score of 87 to Joel Andrew, 65 to Kyron Powell, and Jeremiah Louis coming in with 41. Tea time, Sonny Lambris has 98 from from 96. And it means that his non-striking partner also is past the half century. With, yes, Hodge 59 off 126. And so the tea time score in Jamaica, Windward Island Volcanoes, 231 for 4, leading by 27.
So Stunning Ambris, amongst the runs, he would want to make a century and probably restake his claim for some consideration by the West Indies selectors. Here at Warner Park, Jaden Sales looking to end the Leeward's innings. They are 200 for 9. Colin Archibald is facing up to Jaden Sales from the media center end. He's looking to, he was coming onto the front foot and was looking to drive, but then probably pulled out of the shot, taken behind by the keeper. Current run rate 3.30 is the current run rate, the lead by 163 runs. So that certainly will be an interesting last session, last few overs. So 91 overs have been bowled so far in the innings. 29 yesterday, so which means they have had some 69 overs bowled so far in the day. Outside the off stump is playing into the offside. We go down towards the boundary, the cover boundary for 4 runs. Crossing the ropes just about now. It was outside the off stump, and Archibald just punched it through the covers for 4.
It was a bit of a gimmish delivery as well. Short and wide. Colin Archibald has a first-class 100 to his name. And he came across and just punched it down to the vacant extra cover boundary for 4. And so the lead grows even further, Gary. 304 for 7. For 9s, correction.
Yes.
Leading by 167.
So the Leewards would try to get some more runs, 175. It's already a good lead. Anything more than this would put even more pressure on the Red Force batting. And into the offside, so we're over number 92. So 29 overs were bowled yesterday. So 29 and 63, that's 92. So they are in the 63rd over of the day's play. So after this, but I guess between the innings they'll subtract 3 overs, say 2. So if the inning is to be completed now, the Leewards would have to bowl about 27 overs maybe. So Sales will continue from the media center end. Goes into the offside, thinking about a single. Field is widely spread for the number 10 and number 11. And so now we see him as though captain is calling the long offs, because we have 2 deliveries remaining in the over, trying to prevent Archibald from getting the single, because they probably fancy the chances of getting the wicket of Sheeno Berridge, who had the top score of 4. So some 63 overs have been bowled. So if the inning is completed in this over, you add subtract 2, so it's 65 overs. So they have to bowl 25 overs Leewards if the inning is to be completed in this over. Sales goes around the wicket to Archibald, outside the off stump, and taken on the bounce by the keeper. A slow delivery. So it's 304 for 9. 1 delivery remaining in over number 92 of the innings.
Colin Archibald has a century and a half century at first class level.
So the Red Force bringing in the field, so to prevent Archibald from getting the single, but it's still the man on the back of the square fence is out. The cover is a bit deep. So let us see what will be the response from Archibald. Side the off stump. Into the offside return goes, they misses the stumps.
If it had hit, he would have been
get
out.
the single. The batsman was struggling. The Sheeno Berridge return came in, had a shot at the stumps, looked like Gilles Gouli, he missed it. And they get the single in the end. So the over completed, and Archibald will take the half strike.
It wasn't even close, Gary. They wanted a single. Goalie had the ball in his hand, but to be fair to him, he was square, and so he only had the one stump to aim at, and he missed it. 305 for 9. Sheena Berridge is not on strike. It's Colin Archibald who is on. No, there's a delivery left in the over, Gary.
Okay, so the score is showing that over is completed. But
Over is completed. Yes, the over is completed.
right, so Philip will continue from the far end. He has picked up 4 wickets. And in the last game, he also got 4 wickets in the second innings. So he seems as though he do better bowling in the second innings. He got 3 in the first innings against the West Indies Academy. And then 4 in the second. But he has picked up 4 wickets here in the Leeward's first innings. And he will continue around the wicket to the left-handed Colin Archibald, who's in 6. Slashing off the outer portion of the bat down to third man. He has decided not to run. Carlisle, why is decision?
Refuses a single. First ball of the over.
So the delivery had a wild swing at it. Came off, flew off the outer part of the bat, went down to third man where Seals was in the way. And he did not go for the single. So Archibald has made his intention clear from that first delivery. He will be looking to go after Anderson Phillip. 305, a lead by 168. Just ease it into the offside. Not looking for the run.
Gary, let's see if Dylan can pull up that delivery and show us the point of delivery, because he's still going wide on the return crease. And for my money, he's still cutting the return crease. No, that one was just inside.
So he will continue to bowl to Archibald, who is on 6. He has faced some 14 deliveries around the wicket. That's Philip. Slow delivery. And Archibald is to the measure of it. So the first ball of the over, he went for a wild. Big swing. Out the part of the bat phone went down to third man. And then the other 2 deliveries, just push them defensively. From the first delivery, thought that he probably would have been looking to go after Philip, but those 2 last deliveries, so they were pushed defensively into the offside. So Philip will come in from the Lozak Road end. Short is swinging to the onside, goes down towards the fielder, Curry Pier in the back of the square fence. This time he takes a single, and the total goes on by 1 to 306. So Sheena Berridge has 2 deliveries to negotiate. The lead is 169. 306 it is for 9 in over number 92 of the innings. Remember, 29 overs are bowled yesterday. So it means we are in over number 64 for the day, and the required number of overs supposed to be 90. So 64 and 2, that's 66. So the Leeward would have to bowl 24 overs if the innings is to be complete to finish in this over. And Berridge is beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery, touchdown, and it was too good for Sheena Berridge.
Oh yes, and comprehensively beaten on that occasion.
And if Berridge is going to miss everything, maybe he need to bowl a Yorker on the stumps.
Berridge will tell you that he left that one alone.
So the slip cordon that has been strengthened, so we now have 3 slips. Jude Goli at first, Mohan second, Carey Pear third, and in the gully we have Cephas Cooper. At cover we have Terence Hines. And this time his shoulders, arms allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Good judgment shown by the number 11 batsman.
Very good judgment. Still a delivery left in the over.
4 for 61, Anderson Phillip. He's in his 17th over. One delivery remaining in his 17th over. And he'll be bowling to the right-handed Sheeno Berridge. The lead is 170. And he's playing outside the off-stump, taken behind. Is it? No.
No, didn't touch it.
So the over has been completed. So over completed, and Kezon Archibald will face the next over.
Back of a length, wide enough for him to have left it alone. And even though he didn't touch anything, you saw the the slips sending
Going
up on appeal.
Right. And the boats continue to come across from Nevis to St. Kitts. And it's a Thursday afternoon in St. Kitts Nevis. The sun is out. Still have a dark cloud somewhere in the east. No immediate threat of rain. The Red Force would want to pick up this final wicket. Terence Hines has been given the responsibility. So Terence Hines at T. He had 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28. So we'll go around the wicket to Kezon Archibald. Smashed into the offside for 4. Delivery outside the off stump, and there was the batsman Archibald going to the extravagant drive, played it to the left of Phillip at extra cover and into the boundary for 4.
Oh, he was there asking to be hit. And Kezron, we should tell you, is the same as Colin Archibald. He has a first-class 100, as we told you. And our producer Dylan has done his research, and said it's against the Windward Islands 2 years ago at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago.
So he's on to 11. He's driving off the outer portion of the bat, goes down towards deep cover. Sliding save by Brian Charles. He has refused a single. The total remains on 311 for 9. The lead is 174, so they've gotten close to the 175. They're looking to get past that. And Archibald hoping that he can get 10, 15 more runs. Hines would want to pick up the wicket in this over. Around the wicket to Archibald. On the pad, looking to whip it into the onside. Missed it. Comes off the pad. And the total remains on 311 for 9.
Game in which Colin Archibald got his 100. It's the same game in which Cornwall picked up 11 wickets.
So he has some ability. That's with the bat. That's Kezon Archibald. And he would have done well enough to gotten into West Indies A team. Slow delivery, driving, tugging it into the onside. Goes down to Seals on the boundary. He picks up or fields. The batsman calls for a single. So they reached the 175 mark in terms of the lead, Carlisle.
Yes, and 4 deliveries gone in the over. And Archibald has decided that he'll trust Sheeno Berridge with 2 deliveries. Lead 175, Gary. And that's a good response by the Leewards. At one point this morning, when the Red Force had taken those quick wickets, it didn't seem possible.
So the Leewards batsmen in the last 3 innings have been able to score in excess of 250 runs. And he's taken on the pad, looking to play around it. Probably came off the bat onto the pad. So Sheeno Berridge has 1 delivery to negotiate. And Terence Hines would want to get the Yorker right and center stump to get this final wicket. Because the lead is extended. The longer that these 2 batters stay there, the lead will be extended even further. So Hines will try to end the innings. Oh, and a good defensive shot. Met it with a full face of the bat and pushed it down into the offside to bring up the end of the over, Carlisle.
Yes, and with the lead of 175, the Leewards would be looking to eke out as many more runs as possible. But what it means is that The Red Force will have to make more runs batting a second time than they made when they batted the first time in this game. And that's going to be a bit of a tough ask.
Yes, please.
Yes, and
Still think.
it's getting overcast again. The clouds that went to the east, Carlisle, seem to now be coming into the the other direction, back towards the west. So they're now lurking over Warner Park. It's a bit overcast. And so we'll wait and see what will happen. 312 for 9 in the Leewards. A lead of 175 runs. And I'm sure the management will be happy with the performance. As they look in the distance, another boat on the seas in the channel. And Captain De Silva making some adjustment to the field. There is a third man. The cover is going back towards the 3/4 of the way. So the fielders on the offside are widely spread. There's a long off. There's a cover on the boundary, backward point on the boundary 3/4 of the way. And a third man, Archibald, is pushing it from the inner portion of the bat back down to Anderson Phillip. So the field on the offside, Carlisle, and even on the onside is widely spread. There's a big gap on the onside because the 4 fielders on the onside are on the boundary, long leg, backward square, mid wicket, and a long on. So you can just drop it on the onside by next to the umpire and probably go through for 2. So Philip will come up from the far end. So whipping it into the onside, and they decided not to go for the single. Maybe if they just push it into the onside, Carlisle could have hustled 2 for 2.
Yes, correct. But he hit that one a little bit too firmly, and it went quickly down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary.
So the 2 batsmen have a mid-pitch conference, and Captain Archibald probably saying, I'm going to just push it on the onside. We have to try and look for 2. And Sheena Burridge acknowledged, says, yes, I'll try and hustle as fast as possible to give you 2 runs. So Philip comes up from the far end into the offside, thought about a single, and Sheena Burridge says, no, you take the remaining deliveries in the over. Archibald hesitated initially, and then Sheena Burridge says no. So the score remains on 312 for 9. And the Leewards have done well to bat 94.3 overs. And that's what they've been asking for of team or different teams to bat long. And Philip will continue from the far end. Short, he swayed out of the way, allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So signal coming from umpire. He comes up to make a signal, one above the shoulder.
Sonny Lambris has brought up his 100 emphatically with a 6. And so the Windwards continue to bat well in this competition.
Yes, so that's the only 100 so far in the 3rd round, I think. I don't think there no other century. Craig Battert is still batting. You know if he's still batting? So he's on 76, so sure Brathwaite will be looking to score 100 as well. We have seen 7 centuries before, from the first 2 round of matches. Into the onside, ball pitched up, and Curzon Archibald just pushed it down into the onside. So we still have 1 delivery remaining in the over, and the captain, De Silva, brought in the field to prevent that possibility of the single. So let us see what will look at what will be the approach of Curzon Archibald if he will be looking to clear the infield and get a boundary with the final delivery of this over. They already a lead of 175, so a boundary will take it up to 179. So we'll see if he's just going to look for a single or look for a boundary. Played it into the onside. We're going to use a single. It was short and just helped it around the corner. All the fielders on the onside were deep, And he got an easy single to bring up the end of the over. 313 it is for 9, the Leewards.
And this last pair prolonging the stay of Trinidad and Tobago in the field. The score has now gone up to 313 for 9. As we look next door, football center, there you see some female football players in a huddle, probably getting ready for a game or practice.
So the 2 batsmen for the Leewards are having a mid-pitch conference. Maybe they say, okay, we are leading by 176 runs. Let us see if we can get it up to 200. They have put on a small partnership for the 10th wicket of some 13 runs, and equally in the partnership for the 9th wicket, which was 13. So they now 13 runs partnership in the final pair in the middle for the Leewards. So now it will be Brian Charles, and I'm sure Kevin Archibald will look to go after the spin of Brian Charles. For the offside, the fielders have been sent on the boundary. There's a cover has gone on the boundary. Extra cover will go down towards the boundary as well. And there's also a long off, a wide spread field on the offside. All the fielders except the slip fielder are on the boundary. And Kezon Archibald just pushing it back down the strip. 176 is the lead. Red Force only made 137 in the first innings. Onto the back foot, punches it down towards the cover. He will not go for the single. Single is on the offer because all the fielders are on the boundary. Curzon Archibald is on 13 from 28. And Charles is bowling around the wicket onto the back foot again, and will not go for the single. So the long is a long off. So maybe Archibald will want to come forward and probably drive it straight and split the long off and the long on. He's in behind it. And now the captain calling in the fielders. So we have seen some 4 deliveries being delivered. So all the fielders that are on the boundary have been called in, except the extra cover is now coming in, even the cover. So all the fielders will be coming in to save the single. There's just the one fielder out on the forward square fence. That's Jason Mohammed. So they'll try to prevent Archibald from getting a single. I think he should come forward and hit him straight over the head for 6. I tried a big shot, misses, but it came off the edge of the bat and went on the ground down to slip. You look at it on the monitor. Yes, from the toe end of the bat. Good bit of feeling at first slip. Turn it around the corner, pass, short, backward square, goes down towards the boundary, but they settle for the single, as that is the end of the over, and at the end of it, the Leewards 314 for 9 wickets.
And prolonging the inning, good sensible batting by Colin Archibald. Farming the strike, looking to see how many he can get to push the lead further on. 96 overs have now been completed. The Leewards are leading by 177 on first inning, and still scoring at a good rate of 3.27 per over.
Archibald is on 14. And he'll be facing up to Anderson Phillip. So Charles, 24 overs, 3 for 77. The lead is 177. So the first hour of the second day's play certainly would have gone the way of the Red Force. And Archibald is in behind it. 314 for 9. So they've picked up 2 wickets early this morning in the first hour. They got a wicket to the second delivery of the first over. And then they had the Leewards 135 for 4 wickets, which means they would have picked up 4 wickets for the addition of just 30 runs this morning. and they would have been hoping at that point that they would have been able to run to the Leeward's batting, but then we saw a fifth wicket partnership of 33, and then a 6 wicket partnership between Jeremiah Louis and the youngster Joel Anju of 107. Very good partnership for the 6 wicket, which certainly would have put pressure on the Red Force, and that partnership is a result of the Leeward's now leading by 177 runs, and Joel Anju batted brilliantly for his 87. Faced 146 balls, batted for 154 minutes, and struck some 10 fours and 3 sixes. He actually got off the mark with a 6. And Archibald is in behind another delivery on the stumps, just pushed it into the offside. Maybe not interested in the single as yet. We have 3 deliveries have been delivered in this over by Anderson Phillip. So it's 62, 4 for 62 in his 19th over, Anderson Phillip.
9 on the trot, Gary. Only broken by T.
Yes, he would have had a 20 minutes break. And he's coming in from the far end.
I suppose that the captain is giving him every opportunity for a fifer.
Yes. So we have seen 9 wickets, 9 times that we have seen 5 wickets being taken in the competition so far up to the end of the second round. And Archibald is easily in behind it, and now Captain Joshua De Silva is indicating to the deep fielders to come in, because two deliveries remaining in the over, main over number 97 of the Leeward's innings. They are 314 for 9 wickets. So Phillip will continue from the Lozak Road end. In overcast conditions here at Warner Park. And Archibald gets a delivery right up. No chance of a run. So 5 dot balls in the over. The lead is 177. So it's getting more and more overcast as the dark clouds lurking overhead and shifting slightly towards the west. And Phillip will continue from the far end. Few spectators looking at this encounter, maybe the same persons who were here yesterday, came back today to see the end of the Leeward's innings. On the leg stump, flipping it fine, good bit of fielding good save by the keeper to bring up the end of the over. So Sheena Berridge will be facing the next over.
Very good save by Josh De Silva. He made good ground to his right and made it look easy. Had he missed it, it would have gone down to the boundary for 4.
It's a good save by Captain Joshua De Silva, but I'm sure he probably this morning when he got those 3 wickets didn't expect that he would have been down by 177 runs at 4:15 on day 2. He probably was thinking that he could have run through the batting of the Leewards, but we saw some good batting in the lower order by Joel Anju and Jeremiah Louis, who made 41. So Louis has been contributing with both bat and ball in this year's competition.
Very well. He has done well for himself, continues to get wickets, and continues to get some runs as well.
So let us see what will happen in this over. Sheena Burridge faces up to Charles. He's coming forward and pushed it into the offside confidently. So there's a slip, there's a leg slip, a forward short leg. And Sheena Burridge is in behind it, in behind a good delivery, flat, fast delivery. And he has defended well the first 2 deliveries. And he's going to the big drive, straight back over the bowler's head, and will go 1 bounce into the boundary for 4, and he has equaled his highest score in first-class cricket. So 4 runs, he gets a round of applause from the from his supporters down in the Players Pavilion. 4 runs to Sheena Berridge.
And they're cheering as if he has made 100.
So, good confident shot by Sheena Berridge because the field was in, and now the fielder has been placed at long on. And beaten outside the off stump, taken behind, loud appeal, not out, said the umpire. Flatter, faster delivery, and the Berridge was beaten outside the off stump. Ball coming back in towards the right hander and taken behind by Justice De Silva. $318 for 9. The lead is 181. So good lead for the Leewards. The Red Force certainly will be under pressure. And he's taken on the pad. Just question asks of umpire Tuckett. Not interested. Ball goes into the offside, so 1 delivery remaining in the over. And Archibald has called Sheena Berridge down. Just tell him, just make sure you block this one. Keep out the ball. Get bat on ball.
And don't run unless it's 2 or 4.
So 1 delivery remaining in this over from Brian Charles. He's beaten outside the off-stump, played the delivery a bit wide. End of the over, 318 for 9 the Leewards.
And Sheena has successfully survived an over. Not just that, but he has picked up 4 runs to equal his highest score.
No, out for he. Huh?
Brathwaite has just been run out. 81 runs, 209 balls. But 212 for 4. Now the score there for the Barbados Pride.
Well, at least if you look at on the positive side of things for Brathwaite, he would have spent some time in the middle, so maybe some
Absolutely.
needed time for himself. So
Kevin Wickham is on 63 from 92 as we continue to give you reports from around the region.
Yep.
So Wickham is one of the youngsters who has been spoken about in certain quarters in the region. He made a century in the first round match, and he has been amongst the runs. I think he also got a half century in the second match as well. And now he's amongst the runs once more. Maybe he's looking to get to another century. Carrie Pear has been brought into the attack from the far end here. So he replaces Philip. Anderson Philip, who would have gotten 4 wickets. And Kezon Archibald is on 14. So they are a good partnership, 18 between these two. And Sheena Berridge is on 4. He's the non-striker. And he's swinging into the onside, goes down towards long on. Should be out caught. Yes, he's out caught. So Kezon Archibald looking to pull a delivery from wide outside the off stump, went high in the air and went down to long on. Jeet Gooley took the catch, and the Leewards have been dismissed for 318 and with a lead of 181. Leewards innings coming to an end.
318 for the loss of all 10 wickets. Last batsman there being Colin Archibald, who tried to take on the bowler Pierre from the far end and succeeded in giving a catch. And so 318, Gary, it means that the lead is 181 by the Leewards. And you look at the number of overs remaining today. The board is showing 21, you're -2, so you're looking at about 19 overs this afternoon. 19 overs that the Red Force will have to negotiate, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be trying to make some inroads.
So we tell you the innings of the Leewards. That has come to an end. 218, so top score of 87 coming from the youngster Andrew. Kyron Powell made 65, 41 going to Jeremiah Louis, and yesterday Michael Louis, he made a 32. So Leeward's innings coming to an end. 218, the lead by 181. That's the latest position here at Warner Park.
welcome back to Warner Park, where we can tell you that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have been bowled out for 318 runs, and the Red Force are behind by 181 on first inning. We didn't give you the bowling when we went to break, so we'll tell you that Philip picked up 4 for 62 from his 18 overs, and 3 wickets went to Brian Charles, and a wicket apiece to Mohan and Seals. And so it is Mohan who is facing up now to Jeremiah Louis from the media center end. Gets a short delivery, plays it into the offside, and the chase through for a single to get immediately off the mark. Cooper has taken his guard. The 18 overs left in the day's play. It's very heavily overcast here at Warner Park. So with this cloud cover, not too sure how far we'll get into those 18 overs. Slight change in the wind as well, as Louis bowls a delivery outside the off stump, went through for the keeper, Jamal Hamilton, no runs. Berridge is down at long leg, and at forward square is Joel Andrew, and at mid-on is Colin Archibald. As Louis gets in close to the stumps, but this one is wide of the off stump and angling further away. And so Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force trail by 180 at this point. Louis to bowl to Mohan. Again, it's wide of the off stump and he doesn't have to play. And Gary, I know you normally spot these things, but there's a substitute fielder on.
Based on the information we have provided about Kyron Powell, we expect a substitute to be on the field.
Again, pitch wide of the off stump, and it goes through for Jamal Hamilton to take. And so it's 1 for no loss. The Red Force trailing by 181. Seems like it's an official football game about to take place next door. Jeremiah Louis to bowl to Mohan is getting a good delivery, swinging back into him, and he defends it nicely. 1 over done, 17 more to go this afternoon. The Red Force are 1 for no loss.
Well, they're still 180 runs behind. They have to make another 180 runs if they're to make the Leewards bat again. So the Leewards certainly would want to put some pressure on the Red Force, the remaining overs. They as indicated at start of the innings, saying 18, but it's highly unlikely that we'll get in the 18 overs unless they're bowling spin. But they have started with the pace, and Sheena Berridge will be bowling from the far end. So they want to put some pressure on the Red Force, pick up a couple of wickets this afternoon.
Cornwall at first slip. Second slip is Terence Ward. And Kofi James is at third. Doran is in the gully. Sheena Berridge will open the bowling from the far end, coming in from the Lozak Road end. And being from St. Kitts, I think that he has played a lot of cricket here and has bowled from that end quite a lot. as he turns and comes up now. And for this delivery, it's outside the off stump, and the batsman is trusting the bounce and doing so wisely. Bounces over the stumps and into the gloves of Hamilton.
So you want to make the batsman play as much as possible in these remaining overs. You have 3 slips and the gully waiting. Kofi James is the substitute fielder. He's at 3rd slip. And he also has on the shin guard, so which means he'll be doing some forward short leg duties as well.
Delivery turned away into the onside. And the 2 deliveries so far, Berridge's bowling at a fuller length was back of a length and too short in the first inning. And hopefully he would have reviewed the tape and has made the adjustments.
So Cornwall is on the field. Remember, he would have left field yesterday after lunch, but he batted this morning, or batted today.
Good delivery, turned into the onside, brings the long leg off the boundary, and they'll get a single. So Mohan moves on to 2, and the score to 2 for no loss.
So delivery was a bit too straight, and the batsman Mohan just worked it down to fine leg for a single. And they still trail by 179 runs. So the Leewards have a very healthy lead on first innings.
Cooper is taking his time marking his guard. And he sees that Berridge is coming up to bowl to him. And he's behind it, works it into the onside. They won't score. Shadowed nicely by Berridge and picked up by the fielder coming in from mid-on. And so the football game has started next door, Gary. One team in black, one in orange, and that looks like a grey. And every season is football season in St. Kitts. They seem to play for the whole 12 months of the year. As Sheena Berridge bowls a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. And there is the fielder that looks like Carty coming across to his left and tumbling over as he stops it. Score remains on 2 for no loss. We're in the 2nd over. 1 ball left in this over. And then we'll have another 16 this evening. Umpires, of course, have switched ends because we're in the 2nd inning. As here is Berridge, and he's behind it solidly and plays it away into the offside. So the end of an over which resulted in 1 run. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are 2 for no loss. And that means that they are 179 runs behind the Leewards on first innings.
So the 2 overs have been completed, and it was Sheena Berridge bowling from the far end. And we can tell it as Cephas Cooper in his first class career. It's early days yet. He made his first class debut in 2020. He would have played just some 5 matches. And so he was looking to get amongst the runs in this game. The Red Force, they are down by 181 runs at the start of the innings. They have scored 2. Still trailed by 179.
As Louis is getting into his work. Bowls a delivery there that Mohan is behind and plays it away into the offside. And they don't score. Gary, I've seen my first cargo ship for the day. It's moored outside of the port, probably waiting for instructions to get in to offload. It's Jeremiah Louis. The bowl to Mohan, back of a length. And he's standing up nicely and playing it back down the track for the bowler to feel on his follow through. Keeping my ears open and my eyes glancing occasionally to see and hear the shouts of goals coming from next door. There's that cargo ship. It looks like a container ship as well, a small container ship. Roll on, roll off. There is one that goes between St. Kitts and Nevis as well. We call it the Sea Bridge. Here is Louis, and he's bringing the batsman forward, strokes it down to mid-off, and they don't score. In the third over, we're due to have 18 this afternoon.
They expect to see Captain Cornwall coming into in the attack in a few overs' time to see if he can get some wickets if the opening bowlers are not successful.
Louis bowls a delivery wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper. The Leeward Islands ladies who are in Nevis preparing for the West Indies one day and the 20 over competition, they were due to have a practice game today over 50 overs. I've been looking at my phone and calling and trying to get a certain Miss Charlene Martin, who is the manager of the side, to inquire as to how that practice game is progressing. No answer to date. Here is a delivery which is played quietly into the onside, fielded by mid-on, and no runs. So very quiet proceedings in the early innings, the second time batting Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, there is no devil in the pitch. The bowlers bowling just on about the off stump, and the two openers for the Red Force playing it safe for now. It's still overcast here at Warner Park. The Leeward searching for the first wicket.
And it's Berridge. Goes close to the stumps, bowler delivery wide off the off stump and flashed down into the offside. The fielder cover went diving away, missed it, and he's pulled it back just inside the boundary. And so they will get 3 runs, is it? Louis, beg your pardon, who is bowling from this end. At the end of the over, it's 5 for no loss, and all of those 5 runs have gone to Mohan.
So quiet period of play at Warner Park, and Cornwall is making some adjustment. He has decided to take out one of the slip. So the Kofi James will go into the extra cover region. So you just have 2 slips on the gully. So Sheena Burridge will want to keep that off stump line and make use of the overcast conditions.
Steered away down to the fielder coming in from backward point. And it's Berridge who is continuing from the far end. Sheena Berridge is showing a large number 77 on his back. And he's bowling to Mohan, who has number 22 on his back. When he bowls to Cooper, it will be 77 bowling to 77. Third slip has come back in now for Mohan. And for this delivery, he's getting a testing delivery just short of a length and allowed to go through for the keeper to take.
Good carry. The keeper, Jamal Hamilton, took it above his shoulder. So extra effort, extra pace.
Kevlin Anderson, I'll tell you before I forget Gary, 49 from 130 deliveries, and he just got out. Guyana 138 for 5, lead by 151, Gary. That's a good lead.
Yeah, in good position to force an outright victory.
Sheena Berridge goes close to the stumps, angles it into the batsman, and it is turned down to the fielder coming off the long leg boundary, but coming off the thigh pad. Called and signaled leg by Carl Tuckett. But the score moves up by 1 nonetheless. It's 6 for no loss.
No, that's when you walk. Don't put them up.
Oh, Well, there is some news for Brathwaite followers. He's not the one who was run out. His batting partner at the time was run out. And so he continues to bat, and he's on how many now? He's on 99, Craig Brathwaite. Here's Berridge to bowl to Cooper. So plays it away into the offside. And Craig Brathwaite is within touching distance of 100.
Yes, that would be good for him and good for his confidence, but he didn't make many runs in the first game that he played.
Sonny Lambris got out for 120 and Hodges on 88. Here is Berridge. Delivery which is in swinging, but late swing after it had passed the stumps. And so Cooper was able to leave that one alone. And it is noticeable that Berridge is bowling at a much fuller length this time around.
Yes, but he's still need to get it closer to the batsman to make him play. Make him play the few deliveries that he has left outside the off stump. So you want to make use of the three slips on the gully. Get him more on the off stump, pitch up, and let him drive.
Windwards leading by 97. Barbados trailing by 22. Still a little too short, Gary, from Berridge. He has to be up a little bit fuller and hang it outside the line of the off stump if he's going to bring the slips into play.
Yes, as the football match continues, like some ladies, a football match for the ladies, and they're being supported in the stands. You have few spectators looking at the game on the western side of the football field. And in the long time, days before the stadium was constructed, they used to have 3 cricket pitches here, Carla. You remember those days?
It used to be one huge stadium. Remember I've been here at Warner Park and seen 2 cup matches going on at the same time. Nice shot. Nice, pleasing shot. Just came forward and drove it effortlessly down to the straight boundary on the onside of the pitch and picked up 4. Good runs to Mohan.
Good shot. Just pushed it past to the left of mid-on and into the boundary for 4. So, good shot, good boundary, 10 without loss in over number 5, still trailed by 171 runs.
Seems like Jamar Hamilton has injured himself while trying to take that delivery. He's pulled off his gloves quickly, looking at his fingers.
Yeah, I think the ball dropped in front of him and probably it bounced awkwardly and probably struck him on the hand.
And now they're waving towards the pavilion, probably seeking some assistance. But he's up. Craig Brathwaite has gone past 100. We say congratulations to the West Indies captain.
And that would make how many hundreds in first class? Maybe our producer can give us that information. Still looking at his hand, his left hand, maybe the left thumb. They'll be pushed into the offside and they get, is it 2 runs they got?
Yes.
So 2 more to the total. 13. We're in the 5th over. And Jeremiah Louis, I think he's a bit off target in the second innings. He need to make the batsman play a little bit more. That ball was pitched up more on the off stump, and the batsman was able to push it into the offside for 2. But most of the deliveries have been on about or just outside the off stump, and the batsman has been shouldering arm for most of the deliveries. Edge chopped at first slip. Cornwall juggled it, and then Terence Ward looking to take the rebound, couldn't hold on to it. As we look at it on the replay,
good height, and it went straight into the midriff of Cornwall and out. I think he tried to take it a little bit too close to his body, and could have had those hands a couple of inches away in front of his body. And then Terence Ward was a little bit too slow reacting there at second slip.
He came off the knee of Cornwall and jumping out of the reach of Terence Ward, who was looking to take the rebound. But good delivery, that's what you want to have. Make the batsman play a ball pitched up on the off stump, just outside, and the batsman will drive in. And shoulders arms to bring up the end of the over. Could have been or should have been a successful over for the Leeward, but the chance went down, put down by the captain Cornwall.
It was a good delivery, just outside the line of the off stump, asking him to play, and usually those would have been gobbled up by Cornwall. He's usually such a safe pair of hands in the slips.
Yes, he has been a good slip fielder. So the physiotherapist for the Leeward's team has come onto the field, giving some attention to Jamal Hamilton, who was struck by a ball which dropped in front of him from Jeremiah Louis, and probably struck him on the thumb. And so the physiotherapist is giving some attention to Jeremiah Louis. In the meantime, the 2 batsmen for the Red Force team be hoping or looking to bat the remaining overs, because they're still in a hole. They're still 168 runs behind on the first innings.
Gary, I can't remember Trinidad and Tobago snuffing any chances. I think they took everything that went to them.
Yeah, yes, if you look at the image there, the ball is this thumb finger that will be strapped by the physiotherapist, so awkward bounce and struck on the thumb. So the bandage being placed on the thumb by the physiotherapist. So the 13 for 1, the Red Force. After 5 overs, the start of the innings, they had 18 overs to be completed before second day's play will come to an end. They have completed 5, and Sheena Burridge will be continuing from the far end. Cooper is on 2, and Vikash Mohan is on 9. So Cooper will be facing up to Sheena Burridge. Burridge is in his 3rd over, bowling from the far end. Too wide outside the off stump to tempt the batsman. Looking a little as the sun sets in the western sky, peeping through the dark clouds, so a little sunshine coming through. This is a little brighter here at Warner Park, as the shadows beginning to lengthen. 3 slips and the gully. There's a point, extra cover, and a mid-off. So Sheena Burridge will be looking to get a wicket. He didn't get a wicket in the first innings, and he's whipping it into the onside, and he goes down towards long leg. Jeremiah Louis has some running to do across to his left. 2 runs to Cooper. With those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 15. So the sun in the dying stages is peeping through the clouds, Carlisle.
And getting brighter, as if to say to us, well, you don't know nature. The clouds have lifted a little bit, and so it is peeping through.
15 without loss. And Jeremiah Louis be given some water as Berridge from the far end. Delivery coming in towards Mohan. Played it down to Kezan Archibald. He moves to his left and there's no chance of a run. So it seems as though Kyron will not be taking any further part in this game, as you would have heard earlier. Picked up an injury while batting and probably sustained a fracture of one of the bones in his the left hand. And Sheena Berridge will be coming in from the far end. Mohan is getting a single, pushing into the onside. The mid-off had to run down towards the deep mid-on area. That's Casey Carty. I'm sure he would love to put behind him the decision this morning to leave alone a ball on the off stump and lost his off stump. So a single to the total takes it on to 16. 16 without loss in over number 6. They're still trailing by 165 runs. And the Leewards will be happy to pick up 2 wickets at least before the end of the day's play. Red Force will be hoping that these 2 can take them to the end of day 2. So yeah, fielder has been placed at mid-on now, so no opportunity for a single by Cephas Cooper. Cooper is on 2 and Mohan has done the bulk of his scoring. He's on 12. 1 delivery remaining in over number 6. Sheena Berridge, none for 4. So the gully has been taken out. So 2 slips, a point, extra cover and a mid-off. Wide outside the off stump. And the batsman, Cephas Cooper, shoulders arms, allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. 16 without loss, the Red Force.
And so they're still behind by 165. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, searching for wickets, had a chance and didn't take that one chance that they've been given so far in this inning. Captain having a little word there with his bowler, Jeremiah Louis, probably telling him first of all, hey, listen, I'm sorry, I owe you for that one. And then telling him, asking him, perhaps as a senior bowler, how are you feeling? How many more can you bowl? Because the sun is coming back out, and so he might be able to get the fast bowlers to go a little bit longer.
Yes, so I'm sure that Cornwall probably has said to him, well, give me another one similar to that, and then this time I will make sure I'll hold on to it. So I'm sure that Jeremiah Louis, based on what we have seen from him in the competition so far, will be looking to touch down just on about that spot on the off stump and looking to make use of the slip fielders as the sun comes back out here at Warner Park. So goes down to mid-on. So Louis, none for 10 from his 3 overs. In the first innings, he had 3 for 38. Came into this third round match with, I think, 12 wickets. So with those 3 wickets, he has gone to 15. And he would want to add to the tally. And he has an opportunity here in the second innings to wide outside the off stump, and Mohan the shoulders arms allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. And some just a few spectators are looking at this dying stages of day number 2. So we still have lots of time remaining in this game, and the Red Force, I'm sure, will be mindful of that. They'll have to erase 181 runs before they can ask the Leewards to bat again. Delivery outside the off stump, good delivery, touchdown just on about the off stump, and Cooper was beaten, taken above the head by Jamal Hamilton.
Oh, very good delivery. And as it touched down, they pulled the batsman forward, asking him to play, and he played at it, missed it, and it went through for the keeper Hamilton to take. And we haven't seen many takes at that height, but it did take it high. And so Mohan it is who continues to survive.
And bearing in mind that Jamal Hamilton is not the tallest of keepers, as Jeremiah Louis goes over the wicket outside the off stump, and shoulders arm took it down by his ankle, or by his shin, sorry. So that one didn't bounce as much as the previous delivery, which was pitched up a bit further as well and had a bit more bounce on it. So 2 deliveries remaining in over number 7. Jeremiah Louis is in his 4th over. No runs have come from this over from Jeremiah Louis so far. Sun is shining bright at Warner Park and is whipping it or clipping it into the onside. The youngster Anju chases after it, but the fielding is completed by Shino Berridge down at backward square, running from long leg. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 18 without loss in over number 7. So the trail by 163 runs. The Red Force only made 137 in the first innings. Leeward's making 318 from 98.2 overs. Anju top scorer, that's Joel Anju with 87. Short delivery.
Good short delivery as well.
Thought about it, but then ducked. Allowed to go through to bring up the end of the over.
Seemed to surprise him with that last delivery, which was bowled in soft into the pitch and came off with a fair bit of pace as well. Surprised him, was lined up, but the height was a little bit too much.
So as we look in the harbour, maybe the cruise ship getting ready to exit the Port Zante. 2 cruise ships docked in the harbour since morning. So it's gonna be Shino Berridge will continue from the far end, and it's bright here at Warner Park as the sun comes back out. So Cornwall has taken out the gully, so you have 3 slips still. The mid-on is in place. The mid-off is a bit wide. The Doran will be at the 3rd slip, so 3 slips on the point. Shino Berridge will try once more to break this partnership. Driving, love the shot down the ground. Good effort, but a diving effort from the fielder at mid-on. Couldn't stop it. That's Kezon Archibald. He probably went over it and he went underneath him into the boundary for 4.
Yes, timing was a little bit off there, Archibald. But a good shot. Very pleasing shot there. And it went down to the straight boundary for 4 good-looking runs.
So with that boundary, the total has gone on to 22. And Cephas Cooper has gone on to 6. 14 to Vikash Mohan. So we tell you that the Leewards made 318. Top score 87 from Joel Anju. And Anderson Phillip picking up 4 wickets for 62 runs. Wide outside the off stump. And Brian Charles got 3 for 81. And then 1 wicket each to Carey Peer and Vikash Mohan. So Mohan is now doing duties in the middle. He has opened the batting. He's the opener for the Red Force team, so he's on 14. And he'll be looking to play a long innings for the Red Force, so at least they can put a good total on the scorecard. They will need to score in excess of 181 runs to paint the Leewards bat again. 2 wide outside the off stump. And Cephas Cooper is not going to be tempted. He just watches it go through to be taken by the keeper.
Perhaps in his last over of this spell from the far end there, Berridge. I think after this you'll see the helmets being signalled on, and you'll probably see the spinners coming into bowl. You see the Doran has been doing some stretches, trying to convince his captain that he's ready.
So Berridge will continue from the far end. 2 wide. So the 3 last deliveries have been 2 wide outside the off stump. I guess he probably trying to compensate for the first delivery, which was straight on the stumps and was pushed through mid-on for 4. But the last 3 deliveries have been 2 wide of the off stump. And the batsman Cephas Cooper didn't have to play. Still trailed by 159 runs after only making 137 in the first innings. And the batsman Cooper getting a delivery up on the stumps into the onside, and there is no chance of a run. So the sun has gone back behind the clouds, and the Leewards hoping or trying to get a breakthrough. It's quiet period of play. One delivery remaining in the over from Sheeno Burridge, none for 8. First ball was struck down through mid-on for 4. Short and forces into the offside, goes down to the youngster Joel Andrew to bring up the end of the over. 22 without loss, the Red Force.
10 overs remaining in the day's play, Gary. Whatever little sunshine we had has left us, and as I thought, the helmets have come out, and so we and the shin guards as well. So just now we'll see the spin bowlers coming into the attack for the Leewards. Doran is marking his run here at the media center end, and I rather suspect that Cornwall will bowl from that end. It's 22 for no loss.
Yes, so we expect to see spinners come into action, and the Leewards will be looking to pick up some wickets, but seem as though it's going to be, yes, Doran will be brought into the attack from the media center end. Louis, 4 overs, none for 12, and so the helmets have come onto the field. Kofi James was on the field with his shin guard while he was in slip, so he was preparing for this moment. He's now has been placed at silly mid-off or silly point. He's a bit square, and then Mikhail Louis will go into the forward short leg position. So Daniel Doran, in the first innings, he had 2 for 32 from 19.2 overs. He had a long spell because Rakeem Cornwall didn't come back after lunch on day 1. So long spell of bowling by Doran in the first innings, the Red Force first innings, where they only made 137. So he will looking to continue to pick up wickets for the Leewards. Cornwall is setting his field, taking his time, and Sheeno Burridge will go into a mid-wicket, and Kezon Archibald at mid-on. So it's Doran between the umpire and the stumps, around the wicket, and Cooper onto the front foot. So there's Cornwall also doing some stretches. He's stretching at first slip, swinging his arms in preparation for his introduction from the far end, I'm sure. Outside the off stump, playing it square the wicket. Casey Carty fields no run, 22 without loss, the Red Force. Bear in mind, they're still 159 runs behind on first innings. Doran bowling his first over from the media center end. And Cooper is on 6, and Vikash Mohan, who is facing, is on 14. So 4 delivers have been delivered between the umpire and the stumps. That's Doran, and Cooper is just to the measure of it, pushed it back down the strip. So they started with Leewards on 105, and they ended up making a 318. So the first over from Doran has come to an end, and at the end of it, 22 without loss, the Red Force.
And so the first over by Doran, a quiet one, 14 to Mohan, and the 6 to Cooper. 9 overs have been completed, and as expected, we see Rakeem Cornwall taking the ball from the far end. And we have another 9 overs left in this game. It should be 9 interesting overs, Gary.
Yes, because Cornwall got some turn and bounce in the first innings. He just had the in the first inning, just the 3 overs, and he was able to pick up 2 for 5 from his 3 overs. So a ring of fielders, they have a silly point, there's a slip, there's a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Those are the 4 fielders in catching position around the bat. And the keeper, Jamal Hamilton, is ensuring that the youngster, Joel Andrew, is placed in the correct position at cover. There's also a mid-off, so Cornwall will bowl to Cooper.
All right.
Ball spinning away down the onside, taken by Jamal Hamilton. So Leeward's won the toss yesterday in overcast conditions. Honorable quicker delivery. And it goes back on the strip. So the Red Force batting, the Red Force openers will want to bat the remaining 8 overs. So they can have a good rest tonight and come back tomorrow to continue the battle. Flatter, faster delivery into the onside. Knocked down by Kevin Archibald, moving a way to his left with a short delivery. And I'm sure Steve Cooper is a bit disappointed that he didn't capitalize on it and punish that delivery from Cornwall. So the total remains on 22 without loss in over number 10. On the onside, swinging again, and it has gone to the fielder, down towards the boundary for 4. Another short and bad delivery. This time, the batsman Cooper got hold of it and played it to the left of Kezon Archibald and down towards the boundary for 4.
Poor bowling by Cornwall. I mean, that delivery was just mirroring the delivery before. Possible, maybe a worse delivery, Gary. Short and turning down the leg side and easily put away for 4.
So he will try once more. This time on target, and Cooper just met it with a full face of the bat and pushed it down on the offside of the pitch. So Cornwall will continue from the far end. So the over has been completed. So an over in which we saw 4 struck and 26 without loss after 10.
And another 8 overs left in the day's play. How many we'll get in? Not too sure. Probably won't get in the full 8 because the sun has left us and it's heavily overcast here, and so we might not get in the 8 overs, even though it's the spinners who are bowling. But let's see how quickly they can spin around the Leewards.
So Doran will continue from the media center end, and he'll be bowling to Mohan. Mohan is on 14, Vikash Mohan on 14. And you have 2 fielders lurking in front of the bat, one on the offside. And you have the forward short leg. You have the silly mid-off or in Mikhail Louis. The other pigeon hitting it over mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. He came down the pitch. That's Mohan, and played it in the air over mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4.
It was well played. The delivery was a little bit short, and he was using his feet to get to the pitch of the delivery, and then extended his arms through the shot and brought up 4 runs. Down on the long on position is vacant. The fielder is at mid-on, and so very safely done.
So Doran will try once more between the umpire and the stumps to bowl to Mohan. This time he's respectfully forward, and the bowler feels to his own bowling. Coming forward, goes too quickly for the single. Jeremiah coming in from mid-on a bit deep. Didn't pick up cleanly, so they were able to get the single in the end. And with a single, total has gone on to 31 without loss.
That's good running, though. He played the delivery, did Mohan, was running to the danger end, and he said, listen, come, I can make it. And they did, in fact, make it. So it's 31 for no loss. We're in the 11th over. We're scheduled to go for 18 this afternoon.
So Doran is in his 2nd over. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 11. And there was Cephas Cooper onto the back foot. Push it into the offside. So partnership 31 from 65, Vikash 19.
Another 100 has been scored today, Gary. Hodge brought up his 100 with a 4. 3 centuries have been scored on day 2 of the third round of matches in the first class cricket competition here in the Caribbean.
So we take the number of centuries for the season to 10, because at the end of round 2 we had 7. Now 3 more centuries have been added. So the centuries are coming fast and furious. And also the 5 wickets haul have been coming as well. We had 9 at the start of this third round. And so the bowlers and the batsmen doing well in the regional competition. Down the pitch, and he's whipping it into the onside for 4. So there was Vikash Mohan is coming on the pitch to Cornwall and playing it through mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4.
And 4 good-looking runs as well. And Mohan has shown that, listen, if runs are there for the taking, I'll take them. And so he picked out the vacant mid-wicket position and brought up 4 runs. And so the score will move on now to 35. And Mohan has moved to 27.
So I think Cornwall is bowling a bit too quick. He needs to slow it down. And so let us see what will happen with this delivery. Long on has been installed. And Vikash Mohan is onto the front foot. Pushed it back down the strip. So Cornwall, the captain, will try once more from the Lozak Road end. And the ball turning and bouncing, but the batsman was in control. He's turning on the onside. No damage on 35 without loss in over number 12, and so these two want to take it until the end. Another short delivery swung away down towards the long leg area, and they will only get a single. Return comes in on the bounce. So 1 more to the total. Cornwall has been off target in his spell so far.
Oh, very much so. He's normally one who settles quickly. Not in this inning so far.
So a change in the field is bringing Mikhail Louis back underneath the helmet. That's still mid off for Cephas Cooper. Cooper is on 10 from 31, and Mohan is on 24 from 39. Taken on the pad, a loud appeal, and umpire Carly Tuckett is unmoved. So you can look at it on the monitor.
No, turning too much.
So 36 without loss. 1 delivery remaining over number 12. Flat and fast. Oshook for the single. Joel Andrew coming in, didn't pick it up. So the single has been completed. The over also has been completed. And the total 37 without loss, they had force.
12 overs gone, 6 more left in the day's play. And the Leewards continuing to spin around, trying to get in these overs. We were told that play should be extended through to 5:35. And so it's now 5:21. Means that we have another 14 minutes to get in 6 overs. Don't think that's going to happen.
So we should, with the spinners, might get in about 3 of those 6. Doran will continue from the media center end. He's in his 3rd over. At the start of his 3rd over, that's Doran between the umpire and the stumps. So the Red Force still trail by 144 runs. So once you would have made a small score in the first inning, and then the team batting second making a big score, then you always will be behind the 8 ball. And they're hoping that these 2 openers can put on a good partnership. Maybe put on a 100 partnership. And I'm sure that the Red Force management will be happy if that were to happen. Leeward, on the other hand, would want to pick up wickets. They had a chance in an over from Jeremiah Louis, and the catch was put down by the captain Cornwall at first slip. So Doran will continue from this immediate center end. And Cooper is watching the delivery, spin through outside the off stump to be taken behind by the keeper. 37 without loss. Delivery outside the off stump goes into the offside. So it's a quiet period of players. These two batsmen for the Red Force just trying to keep things together and to prevent the Leewards from getting a breakthrough. As Doran between the umpire and the stumps, ball to Cooper into the offside. The over has been completed. Over number 13, 37 without loss to Red Force.
Good going by Trinidad and Tobago. Haven't lost a wicket yet in their second inning. Remember, they're trailing by 181 runs. So all these runs that they have made so far, that's just helping to wipe off the deficit, because the deficit is 181.
So Conroe will continue as the big cruise ship in the harbor in preparation for leaving. The main engine has been turned on. You see the smoke coming from the exhaust. And delivery on the leg stump looking to sweep. That's Mohan. Missed it. So Cornwall certainly has been off target in his spell. He's in his third over. 10 runs have come from his bowling so far. And he's appealing. I wonder for what. Maybe the ball hit the pad first, but I was hearing bat from this distance. Maybe we can look at it on the monitors to see if it actually came from the pad onto the bat. But Cornwall was appealing. And so it totally means on 37 without loss. And he's playing down to forward short leg, dropping in front of Kofi James, who took it on the bounce. So a little anxious moment for Mohan, Vikash Mohan on 24 from 42. Faster delivery as Mohan was coming into the front foot and just pushed it and dropped it down in front of him. And totally means on 37 without loss, the Red Force. So Cornwall, 2 deliveries remaining is over. On the pitch and the ball ballooning in the air but well out of the reach and to the left of Kofi James at forward short leg. So the batsman Mohan looking to give Cornwall the charge. He has to be careful. And the third consecutive time in the over is coming down the pitch. This time he gets it out into the offside to bring up the end of the over. 37 without loss, Red Force.
And probably his most testing over of the spell so far in this inning, because he was asking questions of the batsman and he negotiated safely nonetheless. And so at the end of that over, 37 for no loss to Red Force, trailing still in this game. And Vikash Mohan is on 24, Cooper is on 11. And it will be Daniel Doran who will continue from this immediate center end.
So the Red Force, they are doing much better in the second innings, because when they lost their 4th wicket in the first innings when they scored on 37, and now they have gotten to 37 without the loss of a wicket. And Doran will continue from this immediate center end. And he's playing into the offside down to Casey Carty in field. So much better start by the Red Force openers in this second innings on what still is a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Delivery which is whipped into the onside, just out of the reach of Berridge at mid-wicket and down towards the boundary for 4. So we have seen Cooper just came down the pitch and played it just out of the reach of Berridge and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, he knew where the fielder was and played it over his head. Safe shot, some alarms, but very safely done.
So 41 without loss, scoring at 2.86. The 9 runs have come from his bowling so far, and this time he's correctly in behind it. That's Cooper. So Cooper is on 15. That boundary. With that boundary, he has gone to 15. The sun comes back out here at Warner Park. Flatter, faster. Down to back of the point. Knocked down by Casey Carty. Kept it in front of him to prevent any possibility of a run. So we're over number 15 as Doran goes to the batsman Cooper. Pushed it down to still him off in the hands of Mikhail Louis. So at the start of the innings, there were 18 overs to be bowled. So we're in over number 15. So 3 overs remaining after this. So with the spinners on, I'm sure they will be able to get in 3 overs. And Cooper is coming onto the front foot. Over completed, 15 gone, 41 without loss.
And the Red Force will be happy with this. Last thing they wanted this afternoon was to lose wickets, and they have kept all 10 wickets intact. Now we see the physio being called onto the field, and tactically this isn't bad, because what it is saying here is that, hey, we don't want to bat too many overs this afternoon.
Right, so it's taking up time as we look at on the screen, the big cruise ship getting ready to depart Port Zante. They have been docked there for the entire day. I saw some tourists came to look at the game. Maybe some persons who came in on the ship decided to take a stroll into Warner Park to look at the game here between the Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So the umpires would want to get involved because time is going. I'm sure others indicated a tactical move by the Red Force batsmen to take up some time so that the number of overs remaining could be less than what should be bowled.
Gary, I think one of these days we're going to reach to the same stage as football. You're getting treatment and they tell you take the person off the field, take them on the sideline.
The 2 umpires having a quiet chat. I don't know, because it's 5:30, just about 5:30, and there's still 3 overs remaining. And Cooper is getting some attention. In the meantime, Mohan has decided to take a drink, and the umpires are waiting patiently. So it's 41 without loss. After 15 overs, they still trail by 140. But the Red Force openers have done well to prevent the Leewards from getting the breakthrough. And the bowling has been good, but the Leewards had an opportunity to get the wicket, but Cornwall at slip couldn't hold on. And he'll be bowling from the far end, from the Lozak Road, and he'll be bowling to Mohan. Mohan is on 24. So the silly mid-off has been moved to a straightish mid-wicket or short mid-on, flat and fast. Kofi James at forward short leg fields. Prevents any possibility of a run. Cornwall have delivered some 15 dot balls. 10 runs have come from his bowling so far. 3.16 is the economy rate. Down towards the final area, they're going to for 1. And they'll just settle for the single as Kevin Archibald came around from backward spear. 1 more to the total. 42 without loss. Good start by the Red Force. We're in over number 16. 2 overs remaining in the day's play. And the Red Force will be happy that in the second innings they're off to a much better start.
Absolutely. Good start in the second inning, and they'll be hoping that they'll be able to build on this.
So Cornwall will go into bowl to Cooper. Cooper is coming forward. Goes down to forward short leg. Still trailed by 139. A few spectators are still here looking at this encounter. Cornwall to Cooper onto the front foot. Cornwall is in his fourth over, none for 11. He had 2 wickets in the first innings. And he will continue as the 4 fielders around the bat goes down, flatter, faster. Goes down towards back of the square for single. The hands of the bowler going in the air. But the batsman got back onto it. If he has missed it, then it would have been allowed appeal. So a single to the total. Takes it on to 43. 1 delivery remaining in over number 16. Being bowled by the captain Cornwall. 12 runs have come from its bowling. He's down the pitch and drive in. That's Mohan to bring up the end of over number 16. 2 overs remaining in the day's play.
And the lights on the football stadium, they have come on. Not the lights here at the cricket stadium at Warner Park. And so we're looking there to see the lights being on next door. And the slow bowlers are on. And they have now had a consultation, the 2 batsmen. Of course, the Leewards would be looking to get in the 2 overs remaining. And the batsmen will be trying their very best to see how few deliveries they can face. And get off, get a good night's rest, and get back here tomorrow.
So Doran will continue from the media center end. He's in his 5th over, none for 9. And easily in behind it. So there are 6 fielders on the offside. There's a slip, there's a silly mid-off, point, a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Doran goes over the wicket. Easily forward. And a shy at the stumps will give away a run. That's Michael Louis, a bit too ambitious. He stopped it well, but had a shy back at the stumps. It was off target, and they were able to go through for a single.
And I was never going to do anything but give away a run, Gary, because the batsman was safely in his crease. Maybe just a little bit of youthful exuberance.
So 44 in over number 17, scoring a 2.69. Doran will go back around the wicket, this time to Mohan. And just easing it down to Berridge at straightest mid wicket, he feels. 3 deliveries have been delivered in over number 17. So 1 over remaining after this. And met with a good defensive shot. Full face of the bat. And Doran has 2 deliveries remaining for him in today's play. Onto the back foot. So we have 1 delivery remaining in over number 17. So 1 run coming from the over so far. And Doran will be bowling his final delivery in day 2 around the wicket. Easily coming forward, defended nicely. So 17 overs completed, 44 without loss. So 1 over remaining in the day's play.
Yes, and we'll get that 1 over in as well because the umpires are coming up to, well, at least umpire Carl Tuckett is coming up to the stumps. And it was said 5:35, but 18 overs. So we are not far off in terms of the calculations. And it will be Cornwall who will be bowling the last over of the 2nd day's play with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on 44 for no loss. Mohan is on 25 and Cooper is on 17.
So Cornwall will continue and he will bowl the last over. So these 2 openers, they have done very well for the Red Force because they came out at a deficit of 181 and they could have folded, but they remain strong and still there with the last over. So they have done well to bat 17.1 overs under pressure in a sense because they were in deficit by 181 runs. Cornwall will bowl to Cephas Cooper.
He's going to have to bowl straight in this over because he has taken the backward square leg and placed him at mid-wicket.
So 2 balls have been delivered, 4 remaining in the over. 44 without loss. And he's
Can't do that.
swinging down towards the back quarter square. It will go into the boundary. Bad delivery and punished by the batsman Cooper. And with that boundary, it has gone on to 48.
Can't do that. That's 3 runs. He brought the fielder from backward square to mid-wicket and then promptly bowled it short and was pulled away into the onside. Now he has asked the fielder to remain down at the backward square.
So Cornwall in this spell has been a bit too short and too much down the onside. Another boundary has been struck off his bowling, so none for 16. And the ball is to Cooper. He's easily onto the front foot. And still in mid-off picks up. That's Mikhail Louis. 2 balls remaining in the day's play, and they in which the Leeward started on 105 for 1, and they ended on 318 all out. Cornwall and Cephas Cooper is turning it around the corner down towards the leg slip area. 318 the Leewards all out. Top score 87 coming from Joel Anjo. He struck 10 fours and 3 sixes. Faced 146 balls, 154 minutes. And 65 coming from Kyron Powell. Faced 100 balls. 41 from Jeremiah Louis. And 22 from Terence Ward. So delivery outside the off stump, spun away, taken behind by the keeper. So the second day's play has come to an end here at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, where the Leeward started on the day on 105 for 1. They ended on 318 all out with a lead of 181 on first innings. And the Red Force started the innings with 18 overs remaining in the day's play, and they were able to end on a 48 without loss, with Cooper not out on 21, Vikash Mohan not out on a 25. Cornwall bowled 5 overs, none for 16. They're still in deficit by 133 runs. So day 2 has come to an end, and the Leewards will be feeling pretty satisfied with the way day 2 went, Carlisle.
Yes, because they not only got a healthy lead of 181, but they were able to see the youngster Joel Andrew get his first half century. And I'm sure that would be very pleasing to the entire Leeward Islands team and to his friends and supporters throughout, not just in Antigua and Barbuda and the Leewards, but throughout the West Indies.
So day 2 has come to an end. So we tell you that the Red Force closing day 2 48 without loss, still trailed by 132 runs. So join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. when we will bring in you coverage on day 3.